You're live.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. If you could stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this Board of County Commissioners meeting on May 18th. First thing we have on our agenda are our minutes. Gentlemen, do you have any additions, corrections?
No, they look good to me. I would move that we accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners meeting from May 11th, 2021.
Second.
And then I need to advise the commissioners there'll be some changes to the agenda this morning. We've got a message from the coroner that he will not be here this morning, and the sheriff is also involved and will be here a little bit later, so I've asked Jim to present before the sheriff. And also the DA is in court, and his assistant Clarissa is in training. So we've greatly modified the agenda since I put it out.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, May 11th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 But we'll be wrapped up with it for a while.
Okay. Jump right into planning. Dawn.
Morning, how are you guys?
Great. How are
Morning,
you
you.
this morning?
So on the agenda, we have a change on that. The Boswell Lewis boundary line adjustment is not happening.
Okay. So we'll wait till 9:10.
Well, we actually have a replacement item for that. It is, and Jane's loading it up on Dropbox for Shaq. It's an amendment to exemption P-2395 on Ertel ranches. They split off 10 acres in 95, and that was to be conveyed to Keenan and Beverly's property and not be standalone property, but that wasn't accomplished. So that 10 acres now, Keenan is amending that exemption 6.3 acres or something like that is going to be conveyed back to Ertel ranches, with the remaining 3.7 acres joining Keenan and Beverly's property.
Okay, and that's just a boundary line adjustment basically then?
Right, but it's because it was created by an exemption and it was never to be standalone. It was listed under Keeley Investments, so they are quit claim deeding back and forth to get all that legal on the plat.
Cleaned up.
But that is being amended in size and shape.
Okay. So we'll wait till we have something that comes up so we can view it.
Right. Is it on there? You may have to zoom in a little, Shaq. So yeah, the 6.7 acres goes back to Ertel Ranches where it came from, and then the 3.26 acres will be adjoined to Keenan and Beverly's property, which it was supposed to be adjoined originally. That just got skipped by Walt.
Which is all off of County Road
On 26, yeah.
Okay.
So this will be the first amendment to exemption P-2395E. Did you load that document? Did you?
Okay, gentlemen.
Looks like
Do you
I
have
got
any
nothing.
questions for Don?
Oh, there you go.
No. This is a relative of mine. I have no financial interest in this, but if this is a split vote, I will recuse myself.
Fair enough.
I'll move it forward. I move that we amend the plat of Resolution P-23-95E for Keenan G. and Beverly B. Ertel.
And I will second it. So it's been moved and seconded to accept the First Amendment amended plat of the resolution P-23-95E, Ertel Keenan G. and Beverly B. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
You
So
guys
this-
want to see a magic trick?
So this will be, do you have anything else? We've got 4 minutes before we can start.
We
this
do
public
have
hearing.
the Fox amended subdivision plat for signature
Okay.
that was approved
We
a
can,
couple weeks
we
ago.
can do that, because we have.
Better than a magic trick.
You haven't even seen the magic trick yet.
I know. And I've been here for a couple of years. Uh-huh.
I assume that's club soda.
No, it's vodka.
Okay.
It's tap water, or not tap water. It's purified,
Oh, wow.
purchased drinking water.
That's what I'd say. Have you heard my Tuesday song?
Yes. It was at one time fancy water from Italy, I believe.
Oh. Are you guys going to do the Italy thing this year?
It ain't finalized, but my answer is yes.
Nice.
So the tour company like helped set up the different places that we can stay on the bike trip. It says that because I keep bugging them. I need to know. They said that a lot of the places are seasonal, and when they're seasonal, they like don't answer the phone or email anything until they reopen. And things are starting to reopen now post-COVID in Italy for the tourist season, but that's why she hasn't finalized and confirmed all the places. Is that, you know, not only are they seasonal, but also for COVID, everything was kind of shut down for a while. So we just gotta get confirmation that we can still do it.
Nope. You?
I had before he was appointed, I had a good conversation with him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give him your number.
Sometimes I get,
Yeah.
come up here at like
He wanted to talk to me for 15 minutes and it turned into dang near 45.
There you go.
so I tried to do it earlier.
Did you like what you heard?
Yeah, I did.
We ran out of stuff to do.
But that doesn't, I've learned that doesn't mean anything.
Did you see that email that I forwarded you from Vernon?
I looked at the one from about the dispatch just now.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Yes, I saw it.
Okay. It is 9:10, so we will go ahead and open this meeting and ask the clerk to take roll, please.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson,
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney Baxter.
Here.
And Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. This is a continued public hearing from May 11th. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination regarding a proposed 4-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application and variance application submitted by Ellis Lewis on property located at 14171 Road 36.75, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 40 acres more or less, located south and west of Highway 184, situated in Section 34, Township 37 North, Range 14 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, May 11th, 2021 at 9 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 12th day of May, 2021, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado.
Okay. Don, you want to go ahead and give us an overview of what we have in front of us?
Sure. So Mr. Lewis is looking at doing a 4-lot subdivision. There are currently 4 residences on the single property, which is prompting the process. Lot 1 on the top there, that has 2 residences on it. They both have their own septic tank and a shared leach field. Lot 2 is on the west. It has a residence and a septic tank, and currently that septic tank is also connected to the leach field on Lot 1. And then Lot 3 in the middle on the right is Mr. Lewis's residence, and it has a full septic system for that. Lot 4 is on the bottom. It encompasses a little bit of land on the northeast as well as part of Summit Lake. So he's looking at creating the 4-lot subdivision. P&Z was unanimous in recommending it for approval with some conditions. The first condition, which really doesn't apply, Mr. Lewis was doing a boundary line adjustment with the neighbor to his southeast. They haven't agreed on that. It's not going to change the subdivision, so that condition doesn't apply here. The second condition was that in the covenants, being that this property is in the area east of Summit that accesses 184 on Road 37, with the whole CDOT, no more residences conversation we had a week or two ago. The P&Z recommended that the covenants describe that no additional residences be added to lots 1, 2, and 3. And the other condition is on the plat notes for Lot 4 that a note be added that no residence will be built unless approval by CDOT.
Okay.
And then with that, there's 2 after-the-fact variances. One concerns the north residence on Lot 1. The original cabin was compliant with the land use code, but it caught fire and burned down in 2016.
January of 16.
And to rebuild that land configuration and to make it bigger, Mr. Lewis built that, but it is only 15 feet from the north property line. So he's requesting an after-the-fact variance at 15 feet for the residence versus 30 feet per the land use code. And then the other variance is with the septic system. Shaq, you want to go to the plat? You're drifting off on us there. The on Lot 2, with the residents there sharing that leach field that's on Lot 1, they would need a variance, or he would need a variance for the leach field of that residence to be on a different property.
Okay, say that again?
On lot 2,
Yep.
the residence has its own septic tank, but the leach field for that septic system is on lot 1. So he would need a variance allowing for the leach field of the system to be on a different property.
Is there gonna be anything in the covenants that,
That is addressed in the covenants, and it's also addressed in the review from Craig Wickstrom, the septic engineer.
So the little, it's kind of hard to read, but it shows the leach field somewhat in the
Right.
center of lot 1.
Correct.
Is this going to be a joint leach field and septic system with lot 1 and 2? Is that
Correct.
what we're after?
Correct.
And it's engineered to take care of 2 residences?
It's engineered to take care of 3 residences,
Okay.
all from 3 separate septic systems.
But, which was fine in the beginning, but now that you're separating the properties, if we don't keep that individualized, I think we're opening ourselves for a huge problems down the road, because now you could have 2 different property owners and they're gonna say, well, you created this, you created this. I have issue with that. I don't think it's good to, I don't have an issue with separating the properties, but
Right.
when you separate the properties, they're individualized for water, power, sewer. And to convolute this, in my opinion, is just gonna create a huge problem down the road for somebody else, or whoever these 2 individuals may eventually end up being.
Correct.
And planning and zoning didn't have any issues with that at all?
Well, for one, it is addressed in the covenants, but 2, they don't specifically review the variances.
Right.
That was reviewed with the language that'll be in the covenants, where the 2 different property owners either have to share upkeep, maintenance of that, and then if they don't, then lot number 2 will have to install their own leach field. Or if you don't approve the after-the-fact variance, that's why we did it on 2 separate variance applications documents. If you don't approve that, then there will have to be a leach field added to lot number 2.
Well, I agree with Commissioner Candelaria. I think this is gonna create some problems down the road.
I mean, I hate to tell you, Mr. Lewis, that you need to add another leach field, but to make this clean, it really needs to be a standalone residence with all of its utilities on that piece of property and not on somebody else's, because I know what will happen down the road. The minute something happens and something goes wrong, there's gonna be a bunch of finger pointing and nobody's going to want to. And how do you prove that? How do you prove who failed that system?
Yeah.
It's just gonna be a huge problem, and I see a huge concern on that variance.
We sought to address that in the CC&Rs specifically. And in the CC&Rs, we made 2 provisions. One, that they agree to share the cost, and in the alternative, parcel 2 has the right to install a separate independent leach field. These were all, of course, engineered and approved by the county recently.
And I understand that, and I'm not saying the leach field is not adequate for what it's serving right now. My concern is down the road, when we're away and gone and it belongs to somebody else, those CC&Rs are going to be disputed, I will assure you. We see it in here all of the time. And it's just cleaner if we make it to where it's a standalone property and system now instead of kicking the can down the road. And that, so,
I recognize and concur with your concern, and my anticipation is the day will come when we will, in fact, put in a separate leach field off of that separate tank. It's just a question of whether it must be done today or can be done at some future date.
Correct, and that's what I'm saying, is that I don't think, or I'm not willing to move anything forward if it's not specific and separate today, because what gives me any guarantee that it could not happen tomorrow or 2 weeks, or there's nothing. So to make a clean piece of property for somebody to acquire, it's not clean, and I don't think I don't think we would be doing our jobs properly to let that go, even though it's in the CCRs, and that could be disputed. My next question is the easement. How are you going to get to the property? Is that off of the little road that obviously we see the map?
It becomes a flag lot, and I've already moved the driveway and put in a 30-foot easement across lot 1 to access lot 2.
Right on the south side, the dotted line, is that what we're
Yes.
seeing? So that easement is going to be specific to lot 2. So just like an easement to get to the lot, it's just as critical to make sure that everything to that lot is on that lot. So I think we have two different things that we're looking at here right now. We have two variances. One is for the setbacks for the house on lot 1. Variance number 2 is for the septic system or the leach field. So the tank for lot 2 is on lot 2?
Correct.
So it just has to have the leach field, not anything else? Okay.
Correct.
And then the actual subdivision, when we get into it and I open this up, is for the separation of the 4 lots?
That is correct.
Okay. You
Is there
guys-
currently people living in all of these homes that are,
Yes, they're all occupied. We're not having any issues, and when we actually, I don't know if Mr. Candelaria may recall, you came out, you're the first person I talked to after that first fire. And then, wonder of wonders, I had another fire and lost another cabin and replaced it with what is now on the house that's on lot 2. So, and when I replaced that house, I had the engineer come out and we talked about the adequacy of the system. And he assured me that it was adequate for what we were doing. I do also concur with your concern, and that's why we placed the language in the CC&Rs to expressly provide for separation. It would be convenient for me if I don't have to do it today, if I had a reasonable amount of time to put in that separate leach field. But I don't want to hold up approval on the basis of whether we do that or not. I will acquiesce to your wishes in that regard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, I'm going to go ahead and open this meeting up for public comment. Anybody that would like to address the board, please come to the podium, state your name and address.
May I speak to a matter here, because I think it's going to be an issue raised, and that is, when you look at the plat map there, when we did the survey, we discovered that the actual property line was over on the properties to the east. And my proposal, and I'm not sure what the plat is showing, but I directed the engineer to make a provision that we deed all of the land that is east of that existing fence line, amounting to about 45 to 50 feet, as a public access easement, which will enlarge the width of the road. Most of the roads there are shown as 30-foot roads, which, as you all know, are inadequate. We have now an opportunity with this subdivision to increase the width of that road, the entire, along the entire east side of my property. So what I'm suggesting is that we dedicate all of that property of approximately 45 feet, more or less, as a public access easement. And so we'll have one of the best roads in the neighborhood.
So that will comply with the 60-foot right-of-way?
Yes, because currently it's only about a 12-foot wide road.
Right, so within the subdivision boundaries, that does have to be a 60-foot right-of-way. The road has to be 24-foot wide at the top. So that does have to be upgraded anyway.
Yes.
And
Okay.
roads P1, P2, P3, which I showed you before on the non-approved created subdivision in the 70s. Those are all 30-foot easements that run throughout that whole area.
Right, but this is now going to be a 60-foot easement or right-of-way.
It'll be 45 feet north-south with the three roads P1, P2, P3 running into it.
Can we not get the 60-foot right-of-way?
No, because of where the individuals live to the east.
If you notice on the
It's-
map, there, I don't see it there.
I see the fence line, I see what looks to be an existing road, which is very narrow, and then the bold line, which is the property line.
Correct.
So, to the
There-
fence line is not within that 45 feet that you're presenting right now, correct?
Well, there are additional rights of way as noted on the, do you have the map for the turn loose of the property for Mr. Boswell? On that plat, the engineer identified the book and page for easements along the west side of those properties. I have,
Scroll up, Shaq, to the.
So, I see the OHP there.
So that road 36.75 was just driven on and became a road. It was never a dedicated right-of-way easement, anything else, when this whole unapproved mess was developed,
When was that?
mid-70s,
Okay.
by Glenn Gentry. Since then, he developed some other subdivisions, but he actually went through the process and got them right. This one just appeared. So,
see here we have a 30-foot easement in addition to the land that I'm willing to dedicate. So theoretically, if those property owners were willing, we could actually meet this county standard, because there's an additional 30 feet off the west side of those adjoining properties recorded in book and page.
In the OHP that I see in there, would that fall within that 30-foot easement, that overhead power line?
Let's see here.
On the plat that we were just looking at? I guess what I'm getting at, my concern is that, again, just on P.2 road, that we had an audience filled with this room in here, is this needs to be a 60-foot right-of-way to comply with the subdivision standards if we're going to create 4 more lots down here, because right now that's not what currently exists. So
correct. So you've got 3 30-foot easement roads feeding into this 36.75. Because you can't go back and condemn people's property to get
Correct.
60-foot
But
right-of-way
to-
on any one of P1, P2, or P3.
Correct. But this is coming down 36.75,
Right.
but that can be made the 60-foot right-of-way.
If the deeds are accurate and recorded that people's property are giving up 30 feet
And
for that easement,
so, Mr. Lewis, you don't own the entire properties right now?
I'm sorry,
Do you own the entire property as it exists, lot 1, 2, 3, and 4?
yes.
So you do have the ability to create that, correct?
Well, that's where we're getting the 45 feet, is from my fence line across the existing road and to the fence lines of the adjoining properties, upon which there is an existing 30-foot right-of-way. So theoretically, we could get 75 feet if they were willing to give up the land that they have been using for a long time. And I doubt that they're going to be willing to do that. But in theory, that could happen. If we captured the land that's within those easements.
Well, the easements are different than a right-of-way.
Okay,
So
access
I understand the
easement.
easement could be, there could be an easement to Empire Electric for the overhead power line, and it could be whatever it is, 10 feet, 20 feet. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the right-of-way, which gives us traffic to be able to travel up and down that road. So, if that's all you have, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Okay.
And then we'll bring it back for further discussion.
just one more clarification, with the 45-foot right-of-way, there can be a 24-foot surfaced road
Right.
installed there. All the utilities are in with the restriction on building, running new utilities, is doubtful, but possible with the 45-foot right-of-way with a 24-foot road.
So the only thing I see is the power line. I don't see water. I don't see anything else in there. Or was
Right.
it just not noted?
I don't think those are noted.
Okay, so,
And the caveat to all this, while it's all after the fact, is because he built it and is non-compliant. So we have to deal with it one way or another.
okay. All right, well then I'm gonna go ahead and open it up to public comment. And anybody wishing to address the board, please come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. And this is, public comment is open, speaking for or against this subdivision.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Bryson McCabe. I'm an attorney here on behalf of some of the property owners in this area. Mr. Brent Graham, who lives at 36751 Road P.1, Mancos, Colorado, and Mr. Wray Boswell, who lives at 36800 Road P.1, Mancos, Colorado. On this plat, Commissioners, Mr. Brent Graham lives at the top right corner, just west of the northwest corner of the 40 acres. And what has caused some of the dispute here, as you're well aware, this all started with a PUD application where Mr. Lewis wanted to add new lots in a way to make the 4 residences he has on this one parcel fall into compliance. That was denied because there can't be new lots due to CDOT regulations coming off of Highway 184. With this subdivision, a survey was done, and the property line that represents that western boundary of Mr. Lewis's property was drawn in a way that it appears to take a portion of the lots to his west. the property line may be accurate, but those property owners have utilized that property for years, and the previous owners for more than 20 years. The P&Z recommended approval of this subdivision contingent upon resolution of a property line and boundary line dispute between Mr. Boswell and Mr. Lewis. I am not sure why that issue is not relevant still. Mr. Boswell's property is at the bottom of this plat. If you could pull up the GIS.
Just to be clear, he's talking about the residents on the east, not the west.
Yes, thank you.
And Mr. Boswell property on the boundary line adjustment is all south of Road 36.75.
That's correct.
So south of P.1.
Correct.
Correct.
So it really doesn't connect to anything with any other residences. It's all south of any accesses, roads, right-of-ways.
Part of the boundary
I signed
line.
this paper and agreed to.
Hold on a minute, we're in public comment, so let me let him finish.
Thank you, Commissioner. Part of the boundary line dispute with Mr. Boswell and Mr. Lewis is in regards to that eastern boundary line. The plat for this subdivision does not run according to the fence that is in existence. The boundary line is to the east of the fence that is currently there. It appeared that the parties had agreed to adjusting that boundary line apart for a small portion, and that small portion does impact both Road P.1 and Road 36.75. That dispute has not yet been resolved. Mr. Brent Graham, again, along with other property owners along that eastern boundary line, are all under the impression that Mr. Lewis intends to widen and move the roadway that is in existence. And in effect, what he's wanting to do is widen that road until it reaches their fence, and then force them to also move their fence to comply with setback requirements. They will lose a substantial portion of their lot size if that takes place. The preference would be that the subdivision is approved contingent upon that road remaining as it is currently, or if it is to be widened, to widen it to the west, that portion of Mr. Lewis's property which he owns, and could widen it without impacting the property owners to his east.
So, Sherry Jane, if we widen that, I'm sorry, do you have anything else, sir?
Commissioners, I think that's all I have unless there are any questions regarding those disputes.
Commissioners?
Not at this time.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Would you like me to respond?
Not yet, we'll
Okay.
go ahead and give anybody else the opportunity to speak if they, and then you will have the opportunity to respond. Anybody else?
Hello, my name is Michael Goslin. My address is 36755 Road P.1. I live in the residence at the lower corner, so I border Mr. Lewis's property to his east. Really, I just wanted to take a minute to provide a little bit of clarification on the road. I can't speak for the stretch of 36.75 between P2 and P3. However, between P2 and P1, the only properties that road accesses is Mr. Lewis's property. Everyone else in the neighborhood has access to their properties without 36.75. So the struggle that I'm facing is the prospect of losing some of our road to an easement that provides nothing other than access to Mr. Ellis's property. And so I'm just making a comment, kind of piggybacking on what the attorney said earlier, that excuse me, that, you know, adding that easement on is going to take away a significant portion of our property, land that my 6-year-old daughter uses, rides her bikes on, plays on, so that Mr. Lewis can have access to his property. So, unless there's any questions, that's all I have.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, anybody else? Speak for or against? Okay, with that, we are going to close the public comment, and we're going to bring it back to the commissioners, but I will go ahead and let you, Mr. Lewis, to respond to the comment that was made earlier.
Just to clarify real quick, if you'll look at your screens, this is the plat for the possible boundary line adjustment. And if you'll see to the north of Mr. Boswell's property is P.1, and to the northwest is where it joins with 36.75. So the boundary line adjustment is all south of there. Doesn't encroach on either road, any access. And the way the boundary line adjustment issue came up, I recommended to Mr. Boswell and Mr. Lewis that if you want to do a boundary line adjustment, do it before the subdivision is approved and recorded. Because once the subdivision's recorded, and then they want to do the boundary line adjustment, somebody has to go back through the 2 public hearing process to now amend the subdivision. So I was just giving them insight that if you really want to do this, do it the easy way, do a boundary line adjustment application, come before you guys to get that approved before it's in a subdivision, and then you have to amend the subdivision. So by P&Z recommending the boundary line adjustment has to be resolved was only that it would shortcut somebody going through amending a subdivision in the future.
It was not a prerequisite.
That was part of the condition of the motion, but that is why. It doesn't affect anybody's access. And just to interject, I agree with the last public comment that just to meet the land use code, to access this where nobody accesses this subdivision from P1 or P2, everybody will come down P3, would be to take out fences, trees, bushes to meet the land use code, and it would be the best road that nobody uses, theoretically.
So when it came to my attention by virtue of the survey that the property line was about 20 feet over from where I perceived it to be, when we had that first P&Z hearing, I approached Mr. Boswell and offered him an exclusive easement for that piece of ground between the fence and where the actual property line is. His response to that was, we'll move the fence. Well, I think that's 700 feet of fence is a lot of needless effort. So I proposed to him as alternatives that I would deed him the land. And in that regard, so I've never objected to that lot line adjustment. And in fact, I signed the boundary line adjustment document that he presented to me. Subsequently, he indicated that he would not sign it, which it seems much ado about nothing. I am concerned about this situation here. Is when we had the petition that came before planning and zoning, the almost universal concern expressed was about the roads. And I join in that concern, and in the 10 years I've been working on this, I work on that road every year. And I note from his survey that Mr. Boswell's fence is actually inside of the easement. In other words, he's obstructing the easement on P1. My hope would be that we can optimize the use of those three roads, P1, P2, and P3. And I think that can be done with very little distress for anyone. Biggest distress will be for Mr. Boswell, in as much as he built that fence, I think in the last 5 years, that you see on the plat is inside of the easement. Ideally, we'd get that fence back where it belongs, because I think it's improper for the property owner of a piece where there's an access easement. I'm pretty sure it's not appropriate for the property owner to block the easement. So that would be my goal. And this year, when we had our melt, I sent him an email and told him I intended to work on that road because there's no base along where that portion is relevant here. But I don't have heavy equipment. I can only work the land when it's moist. And he objected to that and said to me, and his response was, he wants to minimize access on P1. And I think that's questionable whether that's appropriate. The fact that I'm the property owner at the end of P1, seems to me I have a right to use P1 to access my property, even though I don't and seldom would. But we should try to get those roads at least out to the easement that is dedicated.
Well, the way I look at P1 on this, if this is correct, it is for ingress and egress, so everybody has the right to use that road, is that correct?
Who's the easement for this, the P1?
That's for Road P1.
But is it a public access easement, or does it belong to these property owners?
That's my question.
I guess that's where I'm,
P1 and P2,
That was
Yeah.
my next question.
P1,
All of these roads
P2,
we're talking about are
P3.
red sign roads?
they're private roads and nobody owns them. Except for maybe Gentry through some convoluted passing down of whatever.
but it is still for ingress and egress. Is that not specific just for the lot owners, or?
It's for the lot owners, it sounds like. I mean, I haven't read what the language is in it, but it sounds like this is their problem between them.
Like a
Civil
Right.
road.
P.2 issue?
Only thing we verified is that nobody's property extends into P1, P2, P3. They're all dedicated 30-foot road right-of-ways.
So then the boundary line adjustment that you're talking about is going to be to the west, which is 14 feet at the bottom and 10 feet at the top? Is that what you are conveying or would like to convey to Mr. Boswell that Mr. McCabe spoke about? Is that?
I'm not sure I got the question, but what I'm suggesting is that there's a row of telephone poles down there. There's a telephone pole easement as displayed on that subdivision map. And we're not going to move the telephone poles. But my actual property line where he fixed the points is all the way across the road and just a little bit inside of their fence lines. I'm not proposing that they tear down their fences, but I am proposing that we enable increasing the width of what is now the existing roadway, and I'm willing to dedicate all of the land between that telephone pole line and those existing fences, which I believe is a bit more than 45 feet,
Okay.
to become a public access easement. And it would, it seems to me that resolves any concerns. This makes no demand on them that they will relinquish the use of the property that they've been using, even though there is in place beyond my property line a 30-foot easement across the east.
So then nobody,
The
if
west
that's
side of theirs.
increased to 45 feet, nobody would necessarily have to access P.1 or P.2 road. I can just see, I can tell you what this is gonna turn into is we're gonna have another dispute in here in a month or a year, and it's gonna be the same issue we just dealt with on P.2 road. And I'm very leery.
The thing is how are you gonna control who owns and takes care of the roads?
We can't.
They already exist as is, and they've had disputes already, but you can't, your trees and bushes
No.
and rocks in the right-of-way are not yours. So,
And that's-
you own to your property line, and you don't own anything beyond that into the roads. And the question's been asked of our office 15 times, who can maintain, who can work on those roads? And I
And it's
Don't know.
it's within the agreement of that easement, which already will bring me back to my concern about a septic system not on that piece of property, because you're already disputing over a road, and it's just gonna become another dispute that would not be the right decision for me to make. I don't know how the other two commissioners feel, but.
Can we not address that and resolve that by simply, through this subdivision map, dedicating that land expressly as an access easement? And it's, from my very, very limited research, it seemed to me that the law has come down to the position that the property owner upon whose land the easement lays is prohibited from obstructing the easement, but yet they have no legal requirement to maintain it. The maintenance of the easement falls upon the people who use the easement. And I've had some considerable discussion with my neighbors when I started working the road. I've been working that road, P3, for 10 years, and I'm acquainted with it now, and I know that if you don't get on it with the equipment I have, I'm limited. I have to do it in the thaw. If I don't get it worked in the thaw, I can't work it. But I just think we have an opportunity here to resolve that issue by simply accepting that land as a dedicated easement. And I'm quite willing to donate that, if you will, for that purpose.
To the west.
Yeah.
To the west is what we're looking at. To the 45 feet. Okay, so that somewhat takes care of that. Then-
Right, so I mean, obviously it doesn't meet a 60-foot right-of-way, but
You can still
to
get,
accommodate, yeah, you still can
24-foot
get a
roadway on
road
a-
in there
Yeah.
that is accessible and meets the
and
criteria.
it's better than a 12-foot roadway right now.
Correct.
So we're looking basically for a boundary line adjustment to the west and a variance to
Well,
let that,
we're not addressing the
No.
boundary line
Okay.
adjustment?
No, we just have two variances.
right.
One for setback. We have a
Okay.
variance to the south of that for the septic system or the leach field,
Correct.
and then the subdivision. So we have three things in front of us.
Right.
So,
But you need to start with the subdivision.
correct.
If you don't
So-
if you don't approve and create that, then the other issues don't exist. Well, the house to the north still does, but
Correct. So really, that's in front of us right now. First of all, gentlemen, is the subdivision. Anything else to add? Mr. Henry?
you got me. You can't fix everything. This is the fitting image of why subdivision should be reviewed and approved and not
And
just
recorded.
created.
Correct, and this was back in the mid-seventies.
Right.
And was never finished, but the land was divided.
Are we there used by right? Are we, is this subdivision created by use?
And just to clarify for YouTube out there, P.2 issue was to the west of Summit and Pewitt.
Correct.
Not this
is not a-
P.2.
This is
Not a
different.
continuation.
Yes.
This is
This is a
P.2 east and not P.2 west,
West.
and we're not dealing with P.2 middle.
Right.
So we have a subdivision that's created, that, I shouldn't say it was created, is in existence
It showed up.
by use
Correct.
since the mid-seventies.
Correct.
Yes.
And if we do nothing, it still remains a mess.
If you do
Do
nothing, then
something,
Mr.
it
Lewis
might
is
create a
non-com.
bigger mess.
Yes,
Yeah.
if you do nothing.
He's non-compliant
Right.
going forward.
So if we create the subdivision, then we can clean up the issues of the septic system, clean up the issues of the road. And
Correct.
hopefully, people out there understand that there is a process to go through to get a subdivision established. And
And that's
how
what
this has
Mr.
never
Lewis
come
is
up
here
with-
to do.
So, okay. Well, number one on the issue is the subdivision.
Correct.
A 4-lot subdivision, gentlemen.
Move approval of this 4-lot subdivision that's already there.
I second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to approve a 4-lot subdivision, 4-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application, and variance application, Don, with this?
Let's just do them one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay. Subdivision submitted by Ellis Lewis on property located at 14171 Road 36.75, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 40 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye.
Would you like to add the contingencies that the P and Z had brought up as far as no additional residents
That-
on lot
those-
1, 2, and 3?
Those would be included within that amendment as the approval of the subdivision.
And the plat note on lot
Plat note
4?
number
As,
4.
as a, yes, as the
Okay.
plat notes.
But we don't need to include the boundary line adjustment.
Not at this point in time, no.
Thank you.
The clarification on that septic system, though, that they did not include, needs to be,
Well, that'll be your second variance,
Okay.
That's our variance, yeah.
after the fact variance.
all right, variance, next one is for the setback requirement for lot number 1,
Correct.
for the resident that exists in the somewhat northeast corner.
Correct, and it is, exists at 15 feet from the property line.
Okay, gentlemen?
Is that the property line that runs along the road?
No.
Who's the
Shaq,
property
It
It's the
owner?
north
can you
property line.
switch to the subdivision plat?
Do we have any opposition as far as that? Do we have a,
The other property owner that lives to the north or owns the property to the north, is there any opposition there?
No, we've had no issues from them. And that house, like I say, the cabin had been there for 30, 40 years and, 30 years probably. And then the new built house that is in the basic same area has been there since 2016. So it's an after-the-fact variance.
everything is after the fact,
Correct.
everything? So then that would make him compliant on that, okay. Gentlemen?
Seeing no opposition from the other property owners, I would move that we give him the,
Can you pull that variance up, Shaq, please?
Do you have the variances on there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it for you here, Joe.
I'm trying to find it here myself.
Do you have one on paper?
Yeah, I've got it on paper.
Too fast there for me, Shaq.
Go get 'em already.
It would be a separate application.
Here it is, I have it.
Jane will get you a hard copy that you can read from. It's basically an after-the-fact variance for the house on Lot 1 to the north for a 15-foot setback versus a 30-foot setback.
I move that we grant the after-fact exemption on the property line from a 30-foot to a 15-foot setback.
Second.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded to grant the after-the-fact exemption application for Ellis Lewis Revocable Trust, 14171 Road 36.75, Mancos, Colorado, moving the 15-foot setback instead of the 30-foot setback. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Because we gotta have those signed.
And then the next one would be amending septic system permit 2222 or septic permit 5295? Or does it really matter on the permit? We just need a new,
Right,
It
it'll
doesn't
be,
matter.
it'll be a
'Cause
new
it'll be a
septic
new-
permit for a new
Okay.
leach field. If you deny the, after-the-fact variance.
well, this one, and I'm only one of three, but I am adamantly opposed to this. I
Yeah, I
just,
am too, because I
think
think
it's
it's gonna cause
gonna
lots
create-
of problems.
Yeah.
a lot of problems, and
This cleans it up real well. I mean, maybe not to some people's persuasion, but
If we do it right from the start, we're not
Yeah.
in here again 10 years from now, trying to figure out what we're trying to figure out today.
And I do realize that it's gonna be an added cost to you, but to clean this up, we just can't have a leach field on somebody else's property
Just
because,
foreclose a future problem.
Yes.
right.
I think this is a fine idea, and it's not an exorbitant amount of money. And the engineer's already been out, so I don't anticipate any difficulties with that. We can pick up that outflow from that existing septic tank and turn it away from the
Sure.
existing leach field, and they'll have a more than adequate leach field for the two
Absolutely.
residences on Lot 1. We'll put one in for that. I would ask that you give me some time to accomplish that.
we'll give you enough time before we sign the plat. When the plat gets signed, it has to be completed.
Okay,
I mean, that's just,
okay.
otherwise, there's no time frame to it. It can go on, and then it gets forgotten, and I'm not comfortable doing that. So,
Yeah.
before I sign that plat, it will have to be
Done.
approved, permitted, and done before I will put my signature on that plat.
Okay.
So this, after-the-fact exemption is going to be denied, and it does have to maintain its own leach field with lot number 2
Okay.
prior to signing a plat.
Can you do a motion to that effect, just to clear it up?
So move we deny the variance for this individual leach field.
I'll second it.
So it's been moved and seconded to require an individual leach field for lot number 2 through this subdivision, and it will be installed prior to the signing of the subdivision plat. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I think that covers it for now
I do have this variance for you to sign
on the setback.
on the setback.
Okay, well,
About the second
I need to close this public hearing.
22 acres and I could get one house.
That's the conditions of the motion. Do you want to address it, Will?
Yeah, I would like to
It's
address it.
A little late, but
Well, maybe, perhaps we can amend it.
now would be the time.
Am I live here? Between now and the time we get the,
Address them.
by the time you sign the Mylar, I'm concerned about the constraint that's been suggested, that although, my impression is all properties in the county that have 3 acres have the possibility of putting the grandma house in, if you will. And in this situation, I have a lot that's 7 acres that you're restricting me to 1 residence. I think that's inappropriate unless there's some valid.
I think the valid concerns here is that 36.75 is going to go into Road 37. And if we create more traffic, we already have an issue with CDOT right now on 37 Road and 184. So to allow something that's even going to be a greater condition, because CDOT's going to say, you can't access it unless you put an AC/DC lane. Well, then who's going to pay for that? So therefore, those are also on 60-foot right-of-ways that have went through the subdivision requirements in the front, not after the fact. So I believe from where I stand from, just as the planning and zoning recommended that there would be no more mother-in-law quarters added to the properties, I think that would be
I'm
adequate.
quite willing to submit to constraints that apply to all the properties. Quite frankly, it's my opinion that CDOT's action in this case is a direct violation of a constitutional violation of the Fifth Amendment. And I don't think it should stand. And I anticipate that it will be challenged because it impacts all of the properties. It impacts people who have parcels that at one time had, say, a trailer on them, that have utilities. It's my understanding that no change can occur to any property south of Road 37 that would in any way increase traffic. Now that's a pretty strong and I think unusual position to take, and I really object to it. I object to it to the extent that I think it could give rise to litigation. And for you to place upon my property specifically a restriction that you do not place on other properties, similarly situated, is a violation of my rights constitutionally. And the individual who brought this issue before P&Z, in fact, has 2 residences on a property that's 3.2 acres. And if you look at the people who signed, who I gave notice, my adjoining property owners, the vast majority of them are only with 1 acre. They have 1 acre lots. I have a 22 acre lot, and an 11 acre lot, and a 7 acre lot. So what has happened here, I'm quite willing to submit to CDOT to the extent that all others submit. But when you place that specific restriction on my property, then I think that's wrong.
I think what we did is that was a recommendation from planning and zoning, and that's how we accepted the subdivision as it stood forward, and that's what we approved. We're not gonna change that now, or in my opinion, one person, we're not gonna change that now because we have traffic counts are increasing on 184 for the safety, health, safety, and welfare of the people. That is our concern. I understand that there's a restriction placed on you, and if you want to appeal that and take that to CDOT, you do have that right. However, we approved a subdivision based on what was recommended to us from planning and zoning. And that recommendation stated that there would be no mother-in-law quarters placed on that. So if you want us to eliminate that subdivision and go back and review the whole thing, well, then we can take that off the table and you may not get approval. Does that make sense? If you're saying, I want to have a mother-in-law's quarters on these, you may or may not get that approval.
I gained absolutely nothing through this whole process.
You
If you
gained
place that
you gained a 4-lot subdivision, so you did gain.
Compliance with county.
And compliancy with the county. Everything that was done with no compliance, with nothing being done. I mean, just like you said, roads are a big issue. Who takes care of the roads? All of it should be delineated right. If you're driving on it, you should be taking care of it right now because it is your property, your road.
No, I'm taking
So-
care of all of the roads. Well, not all of the roads. I'm taking care of P3, and I'm taking care of 36.75.
So is your request to pull this off the table and to re-discuss it?
It's of sufficient importance to me that I'm willing to hold up the operation. Grant me the variance for the side yard encroachment on Lot 1. But without enabling me to, I have 40 acres. That's 10 acres per house. That's 3 times the standard
I
throughout
understand
the
that. So
county.
are you saying, Don, you want us to pull this off the table and go back to P&Z?
I'd like to interject. This isn't strictly a CDOT issue.
No, I understand that.
P&Z's issue is it's 30-foot easement or right-of-ways to get to 36.75, no matter if you use P1, P2, P3. So it doesn't matter if you have 7,000 acres. It's a 30-foot wide road right-of-way to get there, and it's not strictly a CDOT issue with P&Z. It was the fact that all the other roads getting there are not very wide or adequate. So rather the other people have 2 houses on a half an acre, the road traffic isn't getting through to Mr. Lewis's property. So I just recommend that Mr. Lewis take that into account. He could win a battle with CDOT, and he still would have 30-foot right-of-ways accessing that area. So I'm not sure where or how that would get us any further along. But I would recommend that you reconsider, Mr. Lewis.
Okay, my concern is this. Let's say that I'm one of those property owners that has a 2-acre parcel. And once upon a time, somebody had a trailer there. I'm concerned that that individual comes before this body, requests a variance. You grant to build a house there, and you grant that variance. Then I think you have done me wrong.
Planning's not bringing anybody in to build a house. And they have to contact the planning department before they start any development on any lot. And if there's an existing mobile home on some lot off 37, they can replace that with a house. It's the same family, same traffic. They may have a newer house versus an old single-wide mobile. So CDOT doesn't care if you replace a residence for a residence.
So What you have right now, sir, is that you have been granted a variance and a subdivision and one pulled off the table. And that's where we stand today, so our decision has been made.
Okay, I appreciate your position, but I would suggest that if I'm constrained the same as everybody else, there is no need to expressly restrict my opportunities to build a second house.
That
This may at some
that
point in
was
time.
granted within the recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Commission for the approval of the subdivision. So that has been done. You had no issues with it at that point in time. So as far as I'm concerned, that decision has been made that you were willing to accept, and now, 30 minutes later, you're not willing to accept
was-
it. So I'm a little confused of where you're trying to go and what you're trying to get at.
Wh-
This is
when-
only it's a very narrow road, just as P&Z stated, just as our planning
When the
director
issue
stated.
came before planning and zoning, I had no opportunity to speak to it. And if the constraint lies on all properties, then it lies on my property. Okay?
There are a lot of constraints that are put on properties in Montezuma County. If you look up the Dolores River Valley, there are constraints up there that are nowhere else in Montezuma County. There are properties that have different geographical considerations on every one, and that's why variances are looked at and given on a case-by-case basis. So I'm sorry, at this point in time, I think the decision has been made by this commission, and I think we are done with this public hearing, and we are going to move on because we do have a full docket, and it's already at 10:20.
And so you should have brought that up before we approved that subdivision, because we were working on the recommendations from P&Z where you okayed this to start with, so we figured you was okay with it. And now it's changing after the fact.
I never, at any point, before P&Z or before you folks, acquiesced to that restriction. To me, that is the most offensive part of this. I'm willing to bear the constraints that apply to all of my neighbors. But when you place this restriction on me as a specific property owner, then I have become a party of one, which is a violation of the Constitution of the United States. That when you put burdens on one property owner that do not apply to the abutting property owners, then that's wrong. And it's clearly established in law. If you folks did these folks ever see that legal
Sir, we have an
argument I
attorney that
placed?
sits here with us.
Said to give, the city attorney has seen it.
The county attorney did receive the email that you brought up some constitutional items. He can speak to that effect, but planning has no more to say on this matter.
It's a new matter.
Okay. Okay. The Supreme Court concluded that a landowner could assert a valid equal protection claim by demonstrating that the plaintiff had become a class of one. To do so, the plaintiff must allege that the plaintiff has been intentionally treated differently from others similarly situated, and there is no rational basis for the differences in treatment. 120.
I guess I will have one more comment. Nobody else is creating a subdivision. Nobody else is creating a PUD. Nobody else is developing their property. So this is all after the fact because somebody didn't comply. So I can only recommend, Mr. Lewis, that you get what you have, because it's only going to get worse if you stretch this out any further. But Commissioners, you've got your recommendation.
Okay. So,
So you have approval of your subdivision with one variance for a setback. And then you have
okay.
the septic system leach field that has to be moved to lot number 2 prior to us signing a plat.
So what are we doing about the road?
We're not doing anything about the road.
That's your road.
That's a
That's
private
your
red
property.
road.
It's a private red road. You maintain it, you take care of it.
That's between you and your neighbors.
Well, it's between me and me,
Okay.
apparently.
It's your property, sir. It's your road.
Yes.
If you're gonna sell those pieces of property to somebody else, I would think that you would create a road that's passable and that complies to some kind of a standard. A 12-foot trail is not standard. So
Okay.
therefore, your road is your property, your jurisdiction. We have nothing to do with it.
Okay, then in that case, these assertions that I am trespassing on their property are without merit.
As long as you stay on your property, you are not trespassing.
Okay.
You have to stay on your property.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, we're way behind schedule, guys. I apologize. We're gonna move forward. Mr.
We have
RickTorres,
5 more items? Or not?
Yeah, there's that magic trick.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Good morning, Mr. Torres.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, Rick Torres, Montezuma County Veteran Services. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning to the public. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Commissioners, once again this year, I thank you for taking a moment out of your schedule to acknowledge and recognize our fallen warriors. Some of us here in our county have family members, past and present, from previous wars, that family members that they've lost. So thank you for a moment. I'll go ahead or in a moment here, I'll go ahead and read our Memorial Day proclamation. Given by the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners, a proclamation, Memorial Day. Whereas on Memorial Day, our nation pauses to remember the brave men and women in uniform and their sacrifice to protect the interests of our country and defend our freedoms, and whereas Montezuma County is blessed to be home of more than 2,200 military veterans who have shown courage and valor, often in the face of grave danger, and whereas on this Memorial Day, Montezuma County citizens remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for this country and comfort the families and friends of those who lost a loved one, as we are forever indebted to those who have died in defense of our republic. And whereas we reflect upon the enormous contributions to our county of our fallen warriors, we also pay tribute to the next generation of Montezuma County citizens who have chosen to serve in the United States Armed Forces, as they are committed to sustaining a legacy of unyielding patriotism. And whereas the citizens of Montezuma County must always stand united in remembrance of those whom have given so much so that we can live in freedom, prosperity, and enjoy the blessings our country has to offer. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Montezuma County, Colorado, that this day, the 18th day of May, 2021, we all call to the observance of Memorial Day to the attention of all of our citizens. Signed, Commissioner Jim Candelaria, Kent Lindsay, Joel Stevenson, and attested by Kim Purcell. Thank you again, Commissioners, for taking just a moment out of our day. On Monday, we'll all reflect on those that have lost, and you're not forgotten your loss. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
I think we need a motion on that.
I move we proclaim Memorial Day on behalf of Montezuma County, and I want to thank Rick again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to accept a Memorial Day proclamation submitted by the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, gentlemen.
There's 3 of them here for you gentlemen to sign,
And that blue pen.
and the blue pen, and then this paper one's.
And then we're going to go ahead and alter our schedule. I see that Mr. Padilla is on Zoom, and typically we had asked to start them at 10 o'clock. So I apologize, people. Joe, if you want to go ahead and come forward, we're going to go ahead and alter our agenda, and we're going to go to the public lands. I don't see Connie, but I see Derek. Oh, so you're filling in for Connie?
I am.
Gotcha.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
You have to forgive me, I'm not familiar with this format, so I'm just going to speak plainly.
Perfect.
I'm Joe Manning. I'm the Assistant Field Manager for the Bureau of Land Management. Connie regrets she couldn't be here today. She was assigned to the next higher level in our organization temporarily. She'll be joining us again in June. So I'm here to just provide an update on the implementation of our travel and access plan, which includes Montezuma County for land, BLM lands. As you're probably aware, we signed a decision authorizing the construction of several parking lots and new public access points. Separate from that, but also sort of in the same phase of implementation, is access now at the 35.6 and N Road near Summit Reservoir. Sorry. Can't hear me.
Try this.
I will try this one. I will speak loudly. So, in any event, we're putting together the contracts and sort of the engineering the money and sort of how everything's going to fit together for the contracting and the implementation of the parking lots. And at one point, in the past, when we were discussing the access at Summit specifically, we had discussed potentially having N Road gravelled up to the intersection with BLM. And we were just wanting to follow up and see what options there might be for help from Montezuma County in terms of providing gravel, either delivered or just available for pickup or production. So that's the intent of my presence here today, was to just sort of follow up with the gravel. In addition to the Summit parking lot, part of the value that this would provide is that, as you're probably aware, our dollars are somewhat limited. There's always more to do than there is funding to do it. And the benefit of help from the county with gravel is that it enables us to stretch those dollars further, and specifically in this case, help with Summit and any other gravel that you could provide, quite frankly, would be applied toward a second parking lot off of Road 39 near Mancos, just north of the old landfill, at what we're referring to as the Aqueduct Trailhead. It would be a brand new, unique trail system just north of Mancos, approximately 11 miles, equestrian, e-bike friendly, obviously regular bicycles, pedestrian, hiking, that sort of thing. Engineering's working on designs. Those are in the process of being finalized right now, but in any event, I'll leave it there. Any gravel that you might be able to help us with would be really appreciated.
I guess I have a question for you before you go on.
Sure.
So what type of quantities are you looking at? Because when we established that N road to be extended, we said that we would take care of that and we would gravel that road to
Yep.
your parking lot.
Right.
As soon as we had the
Final drawings.
the final drawings and we had actually where we knew where we were at.
You want it in tons, cubic feet, cubic
Tons.
yards? Tons?
That's
Okay.
how material, yes.
All right. We are looking at, so the total, approximately 30% of the total tonnage for the Summit parking lot is what we would be looking at just to get to the N road. And this maybe, or get up the N road. It ended up being about 168 tons, depending on the density.
So you're asking 168 tons for Summit?
For Summit, that's correct.
Okay. And then off of 39?
39, if we could, that one is, there's no access road there. I mean, obviously, well, the access road is the green road. So we would be looking for a similar amount of help there, just as to help keep down our material costs, if that's possible.
Okay. And then did you guys have the design? I know you had the one off of Summit already designed.
They are both they haven't been finally approved, but they are basically designed, and they are on paper. So we have engineered drawings stamped by PE.
Okay.
And we'd be happy to share those with you guys.
And I'm not sure we can make a decision on that without getting with our road supervisor to
Sure.
see what they already even have crushed for their quantities that they have to do this year, but
Sure.
we will get back to you.
Wonderful. All right. If you guys don't have any questions for me, I'll let you try to catch up on your schedule.
All right.
When do you need to get a yes, no? from
We're
the county?
shooting for fall construction. We've got to get it contracted and let and all of that. So we've got a little bit of time.
So, within 2 weeks?
That would be great.
Okay. Can you, Shaq, put that on our unfinished business for 2 weeks?
Yes, and so that'll be June 1st, and Rob will be here on
That'll be-
June 1st, and I just texted him the heads up, so.
All right. Thank you, Joe. We'll
Thank
have
you.
you a decision by then.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, now we're gonna go into public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Derek.
No worries, no worries.
Trying to look at
Yeah, if you're
people
not
here
there,
and the
you
screen,
get forgotten sometimes. So appreciate you accommodating the Zoom meeting. Based on that, I'll go into that. As far as our office goes, we are currently still operating without, public access to the office. Things are, changing pretty rapidly with regards to CDC guidance and things like that. So I anticipate, we'll see some changes here in the next couple of months, if not sooner. Related to that, this year we are selling fuel wood permits. We're not doing free use this year, but we have 3 vendors in the area who are providing that service for us. You can purchase fuel wood permits at Dolores Outfitters in Dolores, Cox Conoco in Mancos, and then Cox Corner Conoco over in Lewis. So those are the 3 vendors that are available to purchase fuel wood permits. Next thing I was just going to talk about was our prescribed fire program. Based on the conditions, we have made the decision that we're probably done with our spring prescribed fire program. We were able to get in about 1,700 acres, most of which was over on Hay Camp Mesa, but we were also just able to get about 500 acres out on the North Boggy area. And everything, went well and was successful. There was some, when we were burning Hay Camp, that fire south of Cortez, in addition to some escaped field ag burns over in La Plata, somehow resulted in a rumor that the Hay Camp fire had been lost, and that was not the case at all. In fact, we were able to, provide some resources over to the south Cortez fire there from our burn that would not have been in the area, had we not been doing that prescribed burn. So we were able to, reduce some fire risk as well as get some ecological benefit out on the ground out there. Related to that, last year we had a moratorium, if you will, for lack of a better word, on managing wildfires out on the landscape if, the time was right, conditions are right, and so on, which we do not have this year. We will have the option to consider utilizing fire to, play its natural role there again, if conditions are right and the time is right. So we will be, making those analyses at that time that we get a natural ignition to see if that's something that would, be a benefit to the landscape out there. We would definitely be, coordinating with yourselves and with Sheriff Nowlin when we're making that type of decision. So I just wanted to let you know that tool is back in our toolbox for this summer, and we'll see how things go. Next, we will be starting work on the Ormiston Road starting tomorrow. We will be upgrading that surface, utilizing rock there from the Ormiston pit. And I think last time we talked about it, we talked about it being maintained to an 18-foot running surface. We're actually going to increase that to a 22-foot running surface, which is about 2 feet, 2 feet less in width than the current 24 feet. But that should still, allow for plenty of room for truck traffic to get around each other there. So that'll take about 2 or 3 weeks, and then they'll be transitioning over to some other roads up in that area to improve them as well, to accommodate a lot of the vegetation management activities that are occurring out on the landscape. And then lastly, the Salter EA, we're a little behind on that. We expect the final EA and the draft decision to be out in mid-June. We continue to work with the town of Dolores, in addressing some of their issues. They definitely still have some concerns with use of the Dolores-Norwood Road and then 11th Street, the part that they're responsible for, out to 145. I've looked and talked internally with all of my folks, and I really do not have jurisdiction to dictate which roads commercial users can use that I have no jurisdiction for. So, while we'll continue to work with the town of Dolores, I can't just outright say you can't utilize the Dolores-Norwood Road and 11th Street to logging operations. So, that would need to come either from the county or from the town of Dolores, if that's the case. But like I said, we're going to continue to have those discussions and see if we can't come to a mutual, agreement on those things. So, with that, that's all I had. Do you have any questions on any of that?
I do, Derek. So at our last meeting that we all attended with Dolores and all of the trustees, I thought we had that resolved at 11th Street. There is no other access other than off of 145, 11th, up the Dolores-Norwood Road. There is no other access. So
that's, for the most part, that's correct. We do have the option of sending people all the way back out, Bradfield, or there's also the Cottonwood Road. Except with the Cottonwood Road, that has some complexities to it. For us to upgrade the Cottonwood Road to accommodate commercial hauling, whether it be log trucks or cattle trucks or anything like that, down at the bottom as it gets closer to County Road 38, there's some riparian areas there that would need to be impacted for us to widen the road enough to accommodate that level of traffic. So, it would be difficult to do that just from a environmental compliance standpoint. So unless it's absolutely necessary, that would be a difficult thing to do. So, that's something I think the town would still like something to be considered. But because of those complexities I just talked about, it's not that easy, unfortunately.
So I guess what is their largest concern of using 11th Street? I guess I'm not understanding it. We explained to them how they could use their HUTF funds to work on 11th Street, but is it just the traffic in general, the nine additional traffic counts a day, or what is it?
Correct. It is, just the increase in traffic and the unknown that, what we have said is that on average it would be, 9 trucks per day, but that it could be more than that. And I think it's the unknown of what more than that could actually be is what the concern is. With some of the other timber sales that we've had in the area, we've had up to 16 trucks in a day. That's been the maximum. But even at that, I wonder if it's really that big of an impact. So I don't know, but it is, the traffic concerns are what they're, the last piece that they're still concerned about.
Okay. Gentlemen?
I'm good.
I'm good. Okay, I'll see if I can't have a conversation with Ken over there and see if we can't get through this. I thought we did have a resolution getting through this but apparently it sounds like we don't.
Yeah, that, as I did as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you.
All right,
All right, have a great day.
you too.
Okay, next, Jerry, we're altering all over the place here, guys. We have a special event liquor license.
My name's Jerry Frizzell. I'm from the county clerk's office. I have a special events permit for True Western Roundup with Santa's Special Forces at 30100 Highway 160 in Cortez. This is going to be for June 19th, July 3rd, August 21st, September 18th, and October 9th. And I have all the paperwork that they've filled out to show they have good standings and where they're going to be selling the liquor, and they already have the letter from the fairgrounds for approval.
Yes, they are.
They are what?
These are all new for these dates.
Yes, yeah.
They've never had this many.
They've never had this one many before. Last year they had one,
One.
and then this year they're going to be doing more out there at the county fairs.
No problems last year?
No.
I move that we approve this application for True West Roundup with Santia Special Forces for the dates of June 19th, July 3rd, August 21, September 18, and October 9th.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to approve the application for a special event permit for True West Roundup Rodeo for the dates of June 19th, July 3rd, August 21st, September 18th, and October 9th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Jerry. Anything else? Okay. Thank you. All right, now we're gonna kind of get back on track, and we're gonna go into public comment session. The Board of Montezuma County Commissioners welcomes you to this meeting. Persons speaking during public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name and address for the record prior to your comments. Comments of individual supervisors or staff are not permitted, and participants may not yield their times to others. So with that, the public comment session is open.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Singer. My address is 29134 Road M.4, Dolores, Colorado 81323. This is my first time attending a county commissioners meeting in 16 years as a resident. I'm here today because the articles in the paper about Montezuma County possibly passing a resolution to opt out of 30 by 30, which is very disturbing to me. I don't understand how a Texas-based American Stewards of Liberty, a dark money funded group by Betsy DeVos and the Koch brothers, could send Margaret Byfield out here to convince Montezuma County commissioners to opt out of clean water, clean air protections, and conservation, of 30% of Colorado lands by 2030. They don't even live here. But Montezuma County is listed by them as in progress. They say it's a federal land grab by Biden, but San Miguel County passed a resolution to support 30 by 30 in August of 2020. La Plata County passed a resolution to support 30 by 30 in December of 2020. So 30 by 30 originated in Colorado, and New Mexico as the 30 by 30 resolution to save nature, led by Colorado Senator Michael Bennet and New Mexico Senator Tom Udall. The fact that it's spread around the country and is being considered at the federal level means that we should opt in to support 30 by 30 initiatives and the science-based locally led efforts to conserve and restore at least 30% of lands and waters by 2030. Who doesn't want clean air and water and land conservation for future generations? We're seeing the impact of climate change in Colorado already. We have increased catastrophic wildfires, decline of wildlife, increased drought, and tree disease. If we continue down this path, we face the collapse of ecosystems, dramatic water and food scarcity, diminished economy, and quality of life issues. We need to act together now to save the way of life. If we opt out, the rich get richer and we get the pollution and the drought. Because of drought, I have 2 horses that have diminished pasture this year. And with the cutting of our hay, with 1 cutting of hay this summer, instead of 3 or 4, hay is going to be in scarce supply for next winter. We've been living under a huge methane cloud for years. It's time to act, not opt out. So any resolution to opt out of 30 by 30 should be put on hold until the entire community has a chance to consider the initiative. We don't even have all the facts yet. 74% of Coloradans value conservation and want to protect the future that all of us deserve: clean air, clean water, and healthy soils, for local food production and an outdoor recreation economy. If we work together on 30 by 30, we help conserve nature and wildlife, connect people, mitigate the impact of climate change, protect our economy, increase our food and water security, and safeguard Coloradoans' quality of life for generations to come. To make people aware of the choices facing our community and future consequences, we have restarted the Southwest Group Colorado chapter of the Sierra Club. I'm the group chair, and I hope you hear from many of the 900+ members in our group. Thanks for your consideration of our future well-being.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to close the public comment session, and we're going to Miss Susan Thomas. You would like to talk to us about a grinding race.
This is the one you're going to do, right?
I'm going to only do the 60-mile loop, and John's doing the 120-mile loop. Good morning.
I have just a little more paper to add to what I think is on electronic, a concern. So 2 of these pages are double sided.
And I have it all digitally, so you could actually save these.
This is different.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is our flyer on the top, our informational flyer. I don't believe you got that. You got a budget and you got a number. So this is just a little supplement. I wanted to give you a good copy of the flyer, so I didn't send it. Thanks so much for including us on your agenda, which is always interesting to listen to. We're here to give you an update on this event and to ask you to consider helping us out. I'm Susan Thomas. I'm the coordinator with Trail of the Ancients, National Scenic Byway. My colleague Diane McBride is with Southwest Colorado Canyons Alliance. We're hoping Ashley Carlock, who's our ride director, may be able to make it. She's stuck at the dentist right now. She's a professional cyclist, and so she can really talk about gravel grinding. But in the meantime, Diane and I will carry on, and James has a few things to add too. So the top of the packet I just gave you is the flyer we're circulating. That's a picture that Ashley shot with her phone, riding the 100-mile route for Ride of the Ancients. The back is designed to go to prospective entrants. So it talks a little bit about the event, how it's going to work, and directs people to a website where they register. The middle paper that I gave you is a copy of a graph found on Google showing how gravel grinding, excuse me, which is the red line, has just skyrocketed. Road bike riding is definitely tapering off, and cyclocross is kind of in the middle. So cyclocross would be the kind of technical riding they do with 12 hours. So gravel grinding, I think, shocked everybody with how popular it is. And one of the reasons it's so popular is it's so inclusive. You can be 70 and ride, you can be 15 and ride, you can be a very competitive cyclist who rides in many races. So it really is available to a lot of people. So Ride of the Ancients actually just reinvented itself. In 2014, when I worked for the Hospital Foundation, Diane was still with the Canyons Alliance, we pioneered this ride. It was a road bike century ride, and it went from Park de Vida down McElmo Canyon, around by Hovenweep, and back to Cortez on 491. We did that for 4 years. It was a fundraiser for the Hospital Foundation's cancer care program. The money we generated, we gave out in cancer care grants. When I left the hospital in 2017, it tapered off and nobody was doing it. So Diane, Ashley, and I, who collaborated on it for those 4 years, talked about it and decided really road biking, because of safety concerns and because of the escalation in interest in mountain bike gravel grinding, we really needed to make a change. So we reinvented it. This year, it's a true gravel grinder. The closest one similar to it is really in Salt Lake. Very popular in Arizona, very popular throughout the state of Colorado, but not many rides. It's funny, people love them, but they're not yet firmly established. So we've got an opportunity to kind of get in at the bottom level and, kind of stake out our claim. We've got strong support from the State Byway Commission and also from the State Tourism Office. Both of them wrote us letters of support. When we started this project in January, and I know that sounds late, we were so hamstrung by the pandemic. We really didn't know if we'd be able to go forward or not, but we took a chance as things began to ease up and vaccinations took off and became more common. We thought, it's an outdoor event. Whatever restrictions we have to impose to comply with health guidelines, we can do it. And so we started looking for a route. Initially, we were thinking of something more technical, somewhere on Canyons of the Ancients, but decided against that, partly because gravel grinders are so popular and partly because the manager of the monument was brand new. And so he wasn't really ready to approve anything on monument property. We applied to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Grant Program, which would have covered all the costs of the ride. And unfortunately, we're very disappointed not to get that grant. For the first time this year, CPW opened up that grant program and really publicized it. And of course, as we're coming off the pandemic, lots of people are trying to get reactivated. So we did not get that grant, which is one reason why we had to take a step back, regroup, and look at other sources. Part of why we're here today. So last week, we appeared before City Council to ask them for some help. There's a $5,000 gap that we do not have covered. And because we want to make sure and set aside a big portion of the revenue we make this year so that next year we're ready to go, we don't want to go begging every year, we're hoping not to spend every dime we make through registrations. So City Council was very interested, but they did not vote. They're going to discuss it again next Tuesday because they wanted to hear from a report on private contributors, and we told them we were also coming to you this week. And so I think they wanted to think about everybody who was participating and how would that affect them. This is the kind of thing that we have talked about quite a bit in the Montezuma County Recreation Advisory Committee, just because it's sort of a natural. I mean, it's a use of our public lands, and it's a way of creating a real draw to our county that is very sustainable. It also, we hope, will help both the Byway and the Canyons Alliance support our efforts to offer services to visitors, because we don't make money. And it's always a trick to keep a nonprofit organization alive in our economy, because there are so many competitors for grant funds. So we're looking for a way to know that we can continue to offer the services that we do. The Byway is basically the portal to our county. It tells people, it gives them a list of destinations, some of them very famous, some of them less well known. The Canyons Alliance does the interpretation and the stewardship to keep those destinations in good shape, and Diane can talk more about that. So we're hoping that you'll consider offering us some support. We don't really have a specific ask, but we have that $5,000 gap. We want to leave this year's event in good shape, ready for next year. And happy to take any questions. In the meantime, I'll turn it over to Diane, and then maybe James will talk about the committee. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning. I'm Diane McBride, Associate Director for Southwest Colorado Canyons Alliance. We are the Friends Group for Canyons, the Ancient National Monument. And the reason why we are involved in this is, as Susan said, to help promote our area for tourism, but we need to make that tourism sustainable. This ride is something that can be sustainable, bring people into the communities around here, and help to improve and bring money into our community when they arrive. In addition to that, SCCA's programs engage approximately 100 volunteers who maintain and protect the very resources for which our corner of paradise is recognized. We have the highest density of archaeological sites in North America. People travel from around the world to visit our area, not just Mesa Verde, but other areas around here. Tourism can be a sustainable source of revenue. Our Tours by SCCA, and I gave you a brochure on that, introduces our area to the public through educational interpretation of these special places that includes messages of visitation etiquette and protection of natural resources. We want to open public lands to the public in a way that the future public, that is our great-grandchildren, will also be able to enjoy them. We rely on memberships, donations, sponsorships, and grants to accomplish our objectives. We propose the Ride of the Ancients as an annual fundraiser to sustain our organizations, Trail of the Ancients, Scenic Byway, and Southwest Colorado Canyons Alliance, so that we can continue to provide our lands with the care they so richly deserve. And we also hope that you come and see us in Dolores on June 26. If you don't plan to grind the gravel, we will have something else for you and your family. We will be having vendors, food vendors, family, kid-friendly activities, and more, music and other. So we hope that you help to support us in our efforts to bring this Ride of the Ancients back out on the gravel. Thanks so much.
Yes, as Susan mentioned, the gravel grinding concept is something that we've been kicking around within the Recreation Advisory Committee for some time now. Generally, I would say that everybody within that group is very supportive of these type of competitive events. We've recognized that these type of competitive events are becoming more popular. There's a growing demand for them. One of the neat things about it is it really just uses existing infrastructure. So you're not building new trail, you're not building new road, nothing along those lines. It's all on existing infrastructure. We also feel like that there's an opportunity to expand these type of events in Montezuma County. We feel like there's capacity there. These type of events could also be targeted into shoulder seasons, and nothing to prevent this type of event from happening in the winter as well. A lot of those bikes that they use for the gravel grinding are also used for snow riding. So there's potential out there, and we feel like this is a good way to start off to see what happens. If this is successful, then we can look at possibly expanding that whole package and looking at some events that happen in shoulder seasons in Montezuma County.
I might add just a few details. We went through the process of getting several permits. The bulk of the route is in Dolores County, so we got a special use permit there. We have a Forest Service permit, we have a Montezuma County Road and Bridge permit, and a Town of Dolores permit. So because of the Dolores County regulations, we decided to cap it at 200 riders this year. I think we would quickly exceed that. As Ashley has mentioned to me many times, these gravel grinders are becoming so competitive that lottery systems are now in place to get into them. She's going to, I think it's called the Dirty Kanza. It's the largest gravel grinding mountain bike ride in the world, and that's in Kansas on June 4th. So I think it's got hundreds, maybe thousands of riders. Wish she were here, she could give you a firsthand account of it. But we're keeping it relatively small. It still will generate funds to do it again next year, but we did that out of kind of caution. It's technically a ride, but we are incorporating a chip timer, which means every bike will have a chip that gives them a time. So that's kind of an important draw. It's an added expense, but I think it's worth it, because even if you're not quote unquote competing, you're at least competing with yourself. So that's just a little bit of the logistics. It will start at 8:30 in the morning for the 100-mile. The 30-mile will start at 10:30. That brings all the riders back in closer together, which is really more exciting and more fun. So those are just details. There are always a lot of details to an event like this.
Question?
I've got a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
So this is a fundraiser for the Canyons of the Ancients, right?
And Trail of the Ancients
Trail of the
National
Ancients.
Scenic Byway.
Okay.
We also want to set aside money from whatever we make for next year's ride. It's not just all about us. And in fact, there may not be enough money generated this year to go to either organization.
That was going to be my
Yeah.
question. If you're
No.
already running a $5,000 deficit, is
Right.
there going to be funding?
So we don't want to short the ride. We want to really build this.
Okay, I understand. And then my next question would be, because there is a special tax that goes specifically to tourism, did you apply to the Lodgers Tax Committee to see if you could?
We have a contribution from Mesa Verde Country and also from Korea. I talked to Kelly Kirkpatrick about going to the Lodgers Committee. She thought the Mesa Verde Country money would probably be a better bet. So we have not been to Lodgers.
Okay.
Which is going to be a follow-up to the question that I had. Because of the lodger's tax, it was much more substantial this year than we could have ever imagined because of 2020, which I think, I mean, they're going to meet or they have met.
I think they've just met and I've not gotten their report.
So I would almost recommend that you go talk to them prior for this approval, because that could be covered within that if they have those funds available within that lodger's tax. And I know that
They have a large amount of funds this year.
that they're meeting or maybe have already met, but I would say that that is an urgency because this is already scheduled for the 26th of June.
That's correct.
Which is very short for us to make any kind of decisions as far as trying to capture any kind of excess funds that we have. So
This was a tough year because of the health considerations. It was kind of hard to know what to do, but we decided to go for it.
How much are the entrance fees again? I know it's on the flyer, but I
They're
get mine to the
according
clerk.
to the distance, so $100 for the 100-mile There has been a 20% increase as of May 15th. As you get closer towards the ride, fees go up, and 30 for the shorter route plus the 20%.
So
But there is a
36.
discount for veterans too. So we wanted to do that on purpose. So it's not a terribly expensive ride. It could go up in the future, but we wanted to make it friendly and accessible this first year.
And I think it's a great idea too, but it's very short for us, not to say that we could or couldn't do anything, but I think Shaq's headed down the right road with the lodger's tax, that if you can get in front of them very, very quickly, I think you're gonna be very successful. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm not gonna,
James, do you have Lee Cloy's email address?
I don't believe I do.
Okay, I'll email the both of you.
Have you been to any of the other municipalities besides Cortez too? on
We've
this, or-
gotten a lot of cooperation from Dolores, not money, but a lot of coordination, cooperation. The Chamber of Commerce is helping us. And they're really, we didn't go to Mancos, no. Went to Cortez City
and
Council.
Dolores County?
No, we didn't go to Dolores County. It's really economically probably not going to do that much for them.
It's just in their
Yeah,
jurisdiction.
and it's Forest Service roads primarily. Our problem is we get caught in this time crunch, and pretty soon, if without commitments, we'll end up spending every dime we made, and we'll end up next year going around begging again. It's tough. It's just tough to get things going. I mean, we've contributed sweat equity in that nobody is compensated for any organizing. And we're happy with that. That's okay. But somehow we gotta, pay our bills. We got the best insurance, USA Cycling, which covers all of the jurisdictions, all the governmental jurisdictions. We kind of went above and beyond because we wanted to make sure that we weren't, taking any risks there. So that was $1,100.
And I guess, for me to be equal, I think all of these fundraisers are valuable. We don't contribute any funds to the 12 Hours of Mesa Verde. We do waive a fee
The fairgrounds.
for the fairgrounds, but that's a pretty minimal fee for the weekend. So I think to stay consistent too, we want to kind of keep that consistency there also. I understand the situation that you're in, and I think Shaq's idea, as far as getting to the lodger's tax, I think that's paramount for you guys to go there. I think it's a great idea, don't get me wrong. It's just real close, and we haven't had an opportunity to go look at, if we have discretionary funds that we could or couldn't use.
We'd be happy to come back.
Well-
The city said the same thing. They asked their budget director while we were there
Yeah.
if they had any discretionary funds, and they do. They didn't commit to an amount, but they want to hear from us next Tuesday.
They're still in the middle of 4 years of audits.
I think it's looking up, but not fixed yet.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen,
We can look, but
We can look but not make any promises.
yeah.
And I'm emailing James and Lee Cloy right now.
I mean, it would be easy if you needed to use our fairgrounds, and that would be consistent, say, start it there and send them off. But you're gonna go up into Dolores County, up into the forest, and I get it, I understand that. Keep the people off the highways, that makes all the sense in the world. But now it's a substantial contribution of funds that typically that's not what we fund. So
We're looking at a little bit of a shortfall next year.
we are looking at all kinds of things too. So I would like to, I think it's a great idea again, but I have to look at the dollars and cents on the other side of it too.
We don't want it to be a one-year stand. We
Right.
want it to be a tradition that really draws people here.
I get it.
We have a group coming in this afternoon that has the same objective.
Good. Well, I think that's what the commissioners have wanted, is to really optimize the benefits from our recreational opportunities. And that's,
And-
you know,
And we really do, but here again, these type, I mean, it would have been nice if we were looking at this in January
yeah.
and not 3 weeks prior to the event. That makes it, you know, I hate to make a decision based on we don't have any time or we're out of time. I'd like to have enough time to get with our budget and our finance people to say, what do we have, or do we have any? Because we're getting hit with, it's almost weekly that we get one more ask and one more ask, and like I said, I'm not closing the door, slamming the door on you at all.
Right.
So please don't take that as that manner. I think it's a great idea, but I still want to be consistent with all of the other things that we do for all of the other people within the county also.
Should we participate in your budget process? And does that happen in the
If you're going to have
fall?
asks, that's the best time to put
Okay.
it in there at that point in time, because that gives us time to look at it. We can prioritize it if we have any funds to even distribute.
So that would be in September.
That's in
Okay.
September. So, like I said, it's really difficult when you're the 26th and we're almost
Yeah.
the end of the month, so.
It wasn't an easy year.
No,
No,
trust
It
me.
wasn't.
Trust me, I know.
We agree.
Yeah.
We absolutely understand, and we agree that it wasn't an easy year. So get with them, and then I also would recommend getting with the 12 Hours of Mesa Verde people and see how they put everything together too. And maybe they can give you some ideas and thoughts.
Yeah. We've got about, what, 10 or 15 years beneath
I
their belts
think-
now,
yeah,
so,
I think that's correct.
yeah.
Probably
But-
closer to the 15.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. Okay. We're going to have some community intervention. We have Marshall Goodall, Chief Knuckles, I don't see. Haley Saunders and Chief Balfour.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning. And it may be that Jim or the sheriff will have stuff to add to this conversation too.
So we came before the Commissioners around the same time last year, I believe, talking about the Community Response Program. We've changed the name a little bit to Community Intervention. We weren't able to get any of the grant funding we were hoping for the pilot program this year. The program's still designed to assist the citizens of the county and tourists of the county that have substance abuse, social, or mental health problems. Currently, we don't have a dedicated response. We share a response through access with 5 counties. So there's not a dedicated response team for only Montezuma County. We have to split that between the 5 county service area. This is causing our calls for service between law enforcement, EMS, and the fire departments to skyrocket with our more frequent users of first responder services. The program is designed to mitigate that call for our first responders with a different type of first response and a team that's able to spend a large amount of time with one individual that may be having some sort of crisis, whether that was substance abuse or a mental health issue. The other issue that the team will resolve, it will not take it completely out of the equation, is that Southwest Memorial Hospital is a critical care access hospital, so they don't have time to have somebody in crisis taking up an ER bed for somebody that is a trauma patient. And this will mitigate the need for everybody that is seen by first responders be transported to the hospital, as we're not healthcare workers per se. We're there to triage and get them to where they need to be as law enforcement, fire, and then it lets a access clinician make that determination if they need to go to the hospital for further evaluation or different facility. I've reached out to our state and federal representatives, and that's fallen on completely deaf ears. I've only had one return phone call. I've been working on this for a year, trying to get in touch with everybody I can. With the election, there's been a little change in our representatives. Our state didn't really change. I've tried to reach out to Bennett. No response from his office. And then my request is that the county commissioners reach out and try and get the ball rolling on where can we get some state or federal funding for Southwest Colorado.
So as far as the state, Justin, who have you reached out to? Just Bennett's office?
I reached out to Bennett. I reached out to Tipton. After the election, I tried to reach out to Lolbert. I don't know if I had the right contact information. I reached out to Mark
Gatlin?
Yeah, Gatlin, and our other representative. And it's all been on deaf ears.
Were you able to talk to them at all?
Just Mark.
Just a
He's the only
staff?
one that got
Okay.
back with me.
Well, that's easy enough.
So-
I can definitely, I have those contacts and do have the capability of reaching all of them individually.
And then I'll let Haley and Chief Balfour.
So I think the second piece of this, I just got back in the mix last week, so they've.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you. I'm not even back until tomorrow, so not actually here. The second piece of this is figuring out where this program should be housed. After a lot of discussion, we want to ask the county to coordinate the program and have a manager underneath Mr. Spratland, who's pretending like he's not hearing this now. It makes the most sense for the county to house the program. The other successful models have been within cities, counties, public health. And then the county can subcontract with Axis as the clinician, or if you wanted to choose other clinicians, that would be fine too. And then Jay has offered Cortez Fire to be the contractor for EMS. So that's the next really big piece of this project, is finding a home for it so we can start applying for grants, and then getting all of the hard parts together, which is the paperwork.
And so there was discussion about making Southwest Ambulance the home for this, because it's got to be somebody that has jurisdiction county-wide, and there was the possibility that Southwest Ambulance may also share that jurisdiction. But Jay, I'll let you tell us how the ambulance district jurisdictions break down.
Well, there's technically two ambulance districts in Montezuma County, the Montezuma County Hospital District Ambulance District, and then the Mancos Fire Protection District Ambulance District. And those were established, I believe, back in the early 80s, late 70s, something like that. And so with that, if for some reason that contract were to ever break between Mancos Fire District and Montezuma County Hospital District, as it currently is, they contract to provide service into the Mancos Fire District through Montezuma County Hospital District or SHS, and so that could be a little bit of an issue there. And we're very interested in seeing this go forward, and we've been active with it since it started, since Justin and Haley first notified me of this last year, and so we've come to the table to provide that opportunity with funding to contract with whomever it's housed under to provide the EMS or the EMT piece of it for the community intervention program.
So is this creating a new 501c3 or what?
It wouldn't be creating a new 501c3. The way that we think it would make the most sense would be to have another manager or an assistant or something under emergency management who could be the coordinator for the community intervention program specifically. 'Cause I don't think Jim has the capacity.
So it would be another county program. It would not be a 501(c)(3).
So it's just adding another department, basically.
Yeah.
Well, underneath.
Underneath emergency management.
Or another department not underneath the emergency
way.
management, although I think Jim would be a great way to get it kick-started.
You do your
So-
job oh so well, Jim.
He's just so good.
He's so
Okay.
good.
I'm writing notes. I'm sorry. Keep going, Haley.
You know, after a lot of discussion and with the hospital in another transition with their leadership right now and everything they've been through with COVID, and looking at other models around the country, this really does make the most sense because you're contracting with two different service providers to provide the clinical behavioral health services and the EMT services, and the county could be the grant holder and allow for us to go after a lot of different funding. There's a bunch of opportunities coming up June through September. So the program doesn't have funding yet because we haven't applied for it, but we really do need to find a home for it to come up with the next steps to get it off the ground.
We have ideas how to do the one-year pilot, depending on funding that we get. And our goal is to kick the pilot program, and we're calling it a pilot program just because we'll have funding for a year, but to start it January 1 of 2022. And for 7 days a week, 10-hour shifts, we can't cover 24/7 with the program on its first year, but we're looking at right around $500,000 to provide an EMT clinician shifts for 7 days a week. And, Durango used a model and it seems to be working well, but what we're trying to do is provide an entire county model. And do I think the county should totally fund this? Absolutely not. There's 3 other municipalities that are going to use this service, and I think they should come forward with funding as well. And I've been hitting my board, and they're very supportive. I don't know what kind of funding we'll be able to generate out of our tax revenue, but we should be able to provide something so it's not just held on the county's shoulders.
And that's something we'll bring forward in the budgeting process in September. It's not something that we need to worry about per se for this conversation. It's more of.
We just need to find out where to house it.
Yeah.
And
Are you
then
willing to?
How do we go from there?
Yeah.
I feel like that's the number one step. We can build that piece of it, where to house it. That's why I've talked to my board and the fire district's willing to step up to manage that EMT component. It's not EMTs that we're not going to use. They're going to be full-time EMTs that would be dedicated to this program. We're not going to supplement it, or we could supplement it with some of our current full-time operational shift staff, but that's not our ultimate objective. Our ultimate objective is to have 2 full-time EMTs for that. And then if they're on sick leave or vacation, it's possible for us to cover it with current personnel. But and we have the facility, Station 3, to house it for the office space. We've talked about some other options as far as the vehicle. We're looking at a vehicle that would have the capability for the clinician and the EMT to be able to sit inside it and complete an evaluation, if you will, for this person, not sitting in, a 4-door car or a pickup or something, but something van
like an
style.
Ambulance.
Like an ambulance or a MOCO
necessarily an
vehicle or
ambulance,
something
but,
like that, absolutely.
Right.
We feel like that would be the best opportunity to get them out of the elements. It could be, 20 degrees and snowing or 100 degrees and, blistering sun.
Cortez Fire has the capability, obviously out of Station 3, to house that.
Yeah.
Personnel
Yes.
and equipment.
And house them as a office space is primarily what it is. There, no sleeping quarters would be required,
Right.
but office space, and then be able to place the vehicle inside as well.
So, obviously, I've got to ask this question because of running calls. What is the, I mean, what are your hours of operation? You're only going to do a 10-hour shift, but looking at your call volume, when is the highest calls? 5 o'clock?
No,
5 p.m.?
I can tell you with that 10 hour, it's 10 a.m. to
10
8 p.m. Yeah.
Or 8 p.m.
Yeah, 1000 to 2000.
And that'll capture the biggest volume?
Yeah, and I've got that data. We went to a new incident reporting system April 1st of 2020, and it provides much better data collection than our previous firehouse system that we used to use. And so we can print all kinds of different reports and pie charts and graphs and that. And the one I just printed for April 1st of 2020 through the end of April this year, and it gave that solid number of the highest call volume between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m.
And is that just your software, or is that consistent with our sheriff, your calls in Mancos, or?
We haven't checked that.
Okay. And
But I
also
think
the
there's some
city of
consistency
Cortez.
there, though, based off of the types of incidents that we're responding on with them. But to validate it, we would definitely want to collect that data from all the
Right.
jurisdictions.
So those numbers could move
Yeah.
one way or another. Okay.
Sheriff, do you have anything?
I think SHS definitely needs to be at this table so we can talk to them.
So, they haven't been attending our meetings. They haven't been able to join. And we really need to move forward. I think
I've heard that they haven't been invited,
they've been invited. Yeah.
so we've got two stories.
Okay. You know, Bernie attended for the first 6 months or so. They've been busy. Let's just be honest. They're busy.
Yeah.
And, you know, with Jay stepping up to manage the EMTs, we really thought it made more sense, instead of going to the hospital to then manage a program that Jay's running out of Cortez Fire, it really made more sense to find one entity that can sub to the two providers. So really, with Southwest, it doesn't quite make sense for them to manage the program, even at this point.
So they're managing a shift of 20 EMTs and housing ambulances, and it doesn't make sense?
I'm not saying like that they're not capable, or just for this program in particular, with the way that we want to run it, we thought that running it out of the county and the way that other models are doing it would make the most sense. I mean, we can go to them, but with their leadership transition and us trying to get a move on, we wanted to come and speak with you all first.
And the other thing is the jurisdictional side. If, you know, for us, if it's under the county, then the county will always have jurisdiction of the program. And I mean, we can contract with whoever for services, but the main thing is jurisdictional, keep it where the county has full jurisdiction.
Okay, so my next question is, when do you need a decision by? Because now we have some obvious communications that we're going to have between staff, and to figure out really, I mean, what can we do to move this forward? So,
I would say
obviously, if you're looking at 2022 for a pilot program, that's
It
not
would be ideal
very
if you
far.
all can make a decision within the next 2 weeks, so the grant writer can make sure that the details are correct with how the program's going to be set up. Because there are some grants, I believe, that are due June 15th that we're shooting for. And that way, they'll have enough time to make any adjustments that are needed.
so the 7th, or, yeah, 8th, June 8th. Well, Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, is, I think it is June 8th when we leave.
Yep. Well, we leave 7th and we'll be gone 7th, 8th,
We're
and 9th.
gone that week,
So,
10th. Which this is just a decision of acceptance of the program. It's not necessarily funding
Right.
forward, it's just an acceptance of
If the
the
county
program.
has
If-
the program.
So it's not, financially, there's nothing to do
Yeah.
at this point in time with it.
Yeah,
which-
we have to go find the money to create the position for you.
Does that seem attainable on the 8th? Actually, it would be prior to the 8th. It would have to be on the 7th because we will be gone. We're leaving to go to a CCI conference. So, can you wait one more week on the 15th, where we actually will be back?
That's when the
But
grant's
that's when the
due.
grant is due.
it's due, yeah.
Okay.
You guys could decide June 1st while I'm gone.
All right, let's put it to June 1st.
Okay.
Because we're all here, and the next week we're not gonna be.
Or you guys could decide this afternoon when you're back in session.
And we
Okay,
have
by
time to
June
talk
1st,
with
you'll
everybody.
have an answer.
Okay, yeah, and just for example, other counties have it it's under the county, but it's the public health department, or it's under the county, but it's just a separate department as community intervention. So no matter where it ends up, whether it is run out of public health or Jim, just living under the county in some capacity is what we're
Right.
looking for.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay?
thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Okay. Let's see, all you guys that appeared, I struck you. Except for Jim.
Put them all three at the table at the same time. Let's have at it.
But go ahead, George, you're up next.
You're up next.
You're up next.
We unstruck you. You got unstruck?
You got unstruck, yeah. Great, how are you doing?
You all right, George?
Am I on?
You all right? You're on.
Okay. Well, it still hadn't slowed down yet. I think I'm at 65 calls now. We've had 7 motor vehicle fatalities. 4 suicides, possibly 5. We're waiting on toxicology report to come back on that one. As far as overdose deaths, I haven't had any to illegal drugs yet. No meth, no fentanyl, no heroin so far this year, knock on wood. It's just been the same. Things keep happening and not slowing down. I keep waiting for the day it slows down. I'm about 25 above last year at this time. I'm in August numbers for normal time of year, and this is our slow time of year for me, so I'm hoping the winter time will slow down. Fall, winter time, summer. That's all I have, unless you guys have any questions.
Chances of drowning are getting smaller every day.
That's a plus. That's a plus. Although they did have one in La Plata County last week, that motorcycle rider, he got in a situation, decided to walk out, and ended up face down in a little stream. But
Well, hopefully, obviously we can't see outside, and I don't know what it's doing out there right now, but it was looking promising this morning.
yeah, don't look outside. Just keep that thought.
Keep that thought. I don't have anything else, George.
Okay.
George, the numbers where the motor vehicle fatalities sounded high to me.
It is high. Usually 3 to 4 years what we normally run, and yeah, it's been ridiculous this year.
There is a lot more traffic on the road. I was coming home from Durango the other night, and the RVs that are being pulled are amazing. There's a lot of activity on the highway.
Yeah. People are in a hurry to go everywhere.
They're wanting to get out of the house.
They're
Things are
driving.
starting to open up, and people can't wait to go somewhere and do
They're driving
something.
crazy.
car
mean-
passed me on the double yellow
Yeah.
line yesterday and threw a rock up and broke my windshield. And if they'd have been legal, they wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, so, George, your fire district has the only dive team in the county, correct?
Yes, sir.
So
We're looking into mud rescue.
that's what I was wondering, if for McPhee, you're going to trade in some of the scuba gear for rappelling apparatuses and.
Yeah,
be
we're
able to
trying
get
to
down.
trying to get things switched over. We're going to get rid of wetsuits and get mud suits and so.
Sounds like the way to go. Just a fishing tip for anybody listening. I hear Aquafina is going to make a really good lure for the fish this year.
That or sell straws.
Yep.
Okay. You guys have a good day.
Thanks, George.
And Mr. Spratman, since you've been sitting here the longest,
Well, you can let the sheriff go.
I had intention, usually we let the sheriff go first, but he had asked to be late today. So,
Bring a note. Bring a note for being tardy. See Phaedra.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Jim.
good morning.
The updated forecast, they were worse than the one I gave you on Thursday.
Aren't you the bearer?
Well, bearer of great news.
Yeah.
I think the sheriff will probably agree with me that it's not getting much better out there. So, the only thing, you got my report on Thursday. I had to head out and go to a meeting on Friday, but the only updates I have, of course, are those handouts. Based on the forecast, our prediction is going to hit maximum coming up soon again along that black line. The moisture contents, of course, are going down. Looking at several sheets, of course, we have the response level of 5 on May 24th. We kind of had that in there and it dropped back to a 4. But you can see in we're still having our fuels, which are, I think you see it in front of you, the 10-hour, the 100-hour, and the 1,000-hour fuels are dropping pretty quick on
Those
percentages.
are incredibly low.
Yeah, they're ugly, yeah. So, we were on the zone meeting yesterday, and everybody was saying it's, the fuels are pretty crunchy, let's just put it that way. So, they're building up a lot of different areas. We have a lot of resources coming in. And part of that is we are going to open up the seat base. They're planning on the seat over here in Cortez opening up June 3rd. We're looking at bringing, we got a Type 2 helicopter in Montrose. We have June 1st. The Fed's got a Type 1 and some air support going to be in the area, San Juan Forest, and then we possibly some air support as well. The interagency dispatch is open 7 days a week now, pretty much from 8 to 18:30, I think. So everybody's prepping. We got a lot of people just getting ready for this. Let's see, the fire down south, 133.7, 134 acres. We went and did a tour of that. Shaq was with us. It burned quite a bit of the Hawkins Preserve. And then I'm working with Rebecca and talking with the feds to see about some type of mitigation work for the preserve, as well as some a rehab, and see what we can do about, cost-wise. So I've been working with them. I've got a call coming up shortly with the state and DOLA as well. So we're going to look at trying to fix that. But yeah, it burned pretty good up there, and it was amazing how it would jump and spot, just because of the fire, and that grass would take it off again. And we had a lot of tree-to-tree transfer, a lot of crowning going on out there. in the clumps, and then it would take off again on the ground. So the conditions weren't so good then. So as far as water goes, the report I had was as of the 7th of May, and of course McPhee's dropping pretty quick. The forecast on the inlet, hopefully, we're continuing with the inflow at about 620, anywhere from 620 to 800 CSFs, but we're hoping to get up at least to 52,000 acre feet, but I haven't called them today, haven't got any information back, but it wasn't looking so great. So that water flows down. And then Jackson was talking about allowing allotments, but they went from 15 to 25% to 0 to 15%, and I haven't heard back, but they may not be giving out very much.
I got a message that their allotment was 0.
That's what I.
Did it go to 0 then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I heard that also, and I was coming home from Mancos yesterday, and I saw right off of 160, there's side roads going.
That might be lake water though.
Oh, is that?
Because I think it's the river
Toad.
water that went to 0, I think.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, the lake itself, yeah.
'cause there's two different sets of
Center
water.
pivot running.
Yeah.
So there's, okay,
Yep.
two different types.
And, well, the Rio Grande was full, but I couldn't figure out how to get the water from there over to here, but it was hitting the banks pretty good on Friday when I went by, so. But yeah, it's not looking so great. They're still generating some fuel, but, some energy, but, Jackson, again, is 38 CFS coming in and 38 going out. And, so there's not much, more water gonna get inside of that. The statistics for COVID, basically, that sheet that I've been keeping up on, we're getting stats once a month now. So I may just discontinue the sheet. We're getting a few, it's going back and forth. The hospital update, though, is we have, as of last night, 14 beds out of actually 28, and we can go up to 38 if we need to, are available, and then we have 3 out of 4 in the ICU beds are available, and we have 0 COVID right now. So it goes up and down. You can see in my last report, it was a little higher, now it's dropped. So just keeping an eye on that. And that's, and other than Director Willis, Mike Willis, from the Department of Homeland Security Emergency Management, he came down and visited with the field manager, Trevor Denny. They came down, said hi, just wanted to see if we could, if we needed any help. I said, yeah, water and a lot of equipment when we start getting in the fire season. So they're aware. I gave them a brief on everything that we're doing down here, so they're aware of it. And that's about, hazard mitigation plan, finally complete, all put together in a packet. It's going to the libraries. It's going out to everybody to read or to, browse through.
Hold the door open.
365 pages worth. I was actually going to print up a hard copy, and it's it's just a waste of a lot of paper. So, but it's out there now for everybody to see. So we're good for at least another 3.5 years before we have to start the process again. And that's about it. Any questions? Gentlemen, we'll talk later about this community intervention program, I'm sure.
We will. Yes, we will.
I think my name's been mentioned.
Lots of room under the bus.
I was
there, Jim.
I was able to shoot against Mr. Spratland last Wednesday.
You were able to what, sir?
Shoot
Yes.
against Mr. Spratland in a.
He beat me.
No, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
Yeah. It was pretty close. Yeah, we enjoyed ourselves out there on the range. Yeah, it was good, and they enjoyed you coming out too. They appreciated that very much. So
We were able to do a video while they were out there training, so they twisted my arm and said, "Why don't you shoot against our emergency manager?" I said, "Okay." So, It is a nice range down there.
Yeah.
There has been a lot of work, so
Yep.
thank you guys.
Yep.
Steve, looks like it's beneficial and used quite a bit, so.
Yeah, well worth it.
Next time I'll do better.
Okay. I'll accept that challenge.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay, Steve, you're gonna be the last for today.
For today?
Well,
we got
for
all
this morning.
afternoon. Holy smokes.
for this morning.
I show up, Kent leaves. Holy smokes. There you go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry. Thanks for letting me change my time because I had a death review.
No worries. We're flexible.
Thanks. Not seeing where I'm there yet, Jack.
You've got to hit Windows plus K.
I have to hit what?
Your Windows button, which is the button that looks like the Windows, and then K at the same time.
It usually comes up on the message here. Yeah.
This thingy, that one and K. Hold that down.
Let's see if that happens. I don't know. It's different. Get rid of that.
Just hold that down, hit K.
Don't believe that.
It should come up.
You're gonna get 30 minutes today.
Are you connected?
Yeah. Is that it now? Yeah. Oh, it had a different title. That's why. I'm looking for BOCC Connect, and now it's this. You guys are killing me.
Things changing. We like to.
You know, I'm trying to keep up.
We are.
All right, I really
we
am.
are proactive, and that's how we just keep things rolling. So if you haven't been here for a couple of days, you're behind.
I'm behind, I know. Sorry.
There it is.
All right, there we go. Cool. Okay. For the month of April, I sent you this for our calls for service, 1,352 calls for service in the month of April. As you can see, we're still, and this is kind of something that I had spoke with the county clerk about. I mean, the number of people that are coming in to the county and buying and living, 61 vehicle inspections just in the month of April to get their vehicles registered in Colorado. It's a lot, more than I've ever seen. 183 traffic contacts, again, as you know, traffic is out there, a lot of complaints, some accidents. We're solving a lot of those everywhere. Those that are on the state highway, of course, is state patrol jurisdiction. We don't get involved with those. Our auto thefts are up. We're getting about anywhere from 8 to 10 a month. Just had another one this morning down near Battle Rock. There was an intercept vehicle that was with this stolen vehicle. Deputies got onto it. However, the intercept vehicle took off, ended up on County Road 20.5, buried in a marsh. 2 people fled. We do know who they are. A handgun was recovered in the vehicle. So this is what's going on all the time. This car was from New Mexico. We're getting a lot of cross-border suspects that come in to commit crimes in Montezuma County. So we did change the, just to let you know, we did change the telephone answering system at the sheriff's office. So when you call in now, a lot of the calls were going, business hours were going directly or wanting to be connected to the jail and then to our pretrial service deputies, and so that's what that is there for. But to bypass all that, all you have to do is hit 9, and then that'll go right into to the admin persons. But the first one up there is, of course, for people that are calling in to see if they can burn. We get quite a few of those calls, and so it directly connects them with our dispatch center. For the jail in the month of April, our transports are starting to pick up, as I told you they would. 9 adults just being transported in and out for the month of April. We have cost is, we're starting to see some of that now. $359.25 for these costs as far as hours and whatnot. So our per diem costs fall right in line with that, but we're standing pretty good so far. Our jail numbers are increasing, as you knew that it would after April the 5th. Just over the past couple of weekends, we'd get 20 in, 12 out, so on and so forth, back and forth constantly. But we're holding right around 65, which is pretty good. As you can see, some of the highest days for arrest would be like on April the 19th, where we had 76 in the jail and then 10 out. It's going back and forth like that. So we had a total number of days of inmates in there of 1,979. And for each single day in April, you can see where how many arrests have come in, go out. So we're doing pretty good about getting a lot of these arrestees before the courts or pretrial release or a personal recognizance that goes along with that. So that helps. For our jail numbers, as you saw there, that's what we have for the year as well. Number of days. Department of Correction holds for the month of April. We are down to 8 now this month so far in May. But as you can see in there, we had 16, a total of 192 days. They were, the state was billed $11,130.24 at the state's reimbursement cost of $57.97, which is not what we'd like. So there's our sheriff's fees that were collected, or excuse me, the total cost of prisoners. As you can see in there, there's no municipal arrests. They're all charging them under state charges. So, and that's mostly City of Cortez. Town of Mancos, Town of Dolores do not have any. We have not had any Dolores County arrests for some time. This is the sheriff's fees that were collected. The use of the credit card system in the pretrial portion is really starting to help. They're actually collecting a lot more money now for pretrial than what they did before. We're starting to get these folks to pay up for that service. Let's see. Pretty much the total that we have there is $49,512.94 that was deposited with the Montezuma County Treasurer in the month of April. I do have, I finally got the state grant for the Peace Officer Counseling and Support Program that will go through August the 31st of next year, beginning May 1st this year, $14,500. That is what we've done over the past several years. So I'd like to know if you would please approve this budget so that we can start using that funding.
Don't we use that? That is every year, right?
Yes, and we just came in earlier this month. So, and that's why it was blank for last year, because we didn't know. Question marks, don't know. It's a yearly grant application And the state was supposed to provide more money, and they did, and so they did finally approve that grant, and documents were sent for that grant award as well.
So it's not currently in the budget this way.
Yeah,
And so we
this
do
is-
need to do a budget amendment resolution. There's a few other things that the sheriff has gotten to Phaedra. And my recommendation would say, yeah, go ahead and spend the money, but just do one resolution to change
To
everything all at one
Incorporate them
time.
all at once, and we can do that on the first.
Yeah.
I won't be here the first. We could, we could do it on the
Or
the 8th, we're
15th.
gone. The 15th,
15th.
we could do it if we have everything in place by then. We could do it on the 15th. But she can put the line item in Cassell right now, and then we do the budget amendment and put the number in later. In fact, I think this line item's already in Cassell.
What's that?
I think the line item itself is already
Oh,
in
it's, yeah,
Cassell.
that's the
It
professional
was
service.
just
That's
left
where it pays.
open,
So,
but now it'll be.
the middle
it'll
of
be an
June,
action.
we can do our,
But you just want approval to spend the money, start spending the money.
Right.
Yep.
This would be the budget for this year going into next year.
Or just,
Yeah, I think you should do a motion.
all right, let's,
Yeah. It was kind of a real screwy mess, the way that the
everything.
state is doing this now. They put it out for 2 years, and it's like, no, it's just 1 year. But they've guaranteed that they will approve the grant starting next September.
For the exact
I
same
don't know.
amount.
Yeah, so, but this is the amount for this year, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Phew. I know.
I move we allow the sheriff to expend the monies for the Peace Officer Counseling Support Grant 2021-22.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to allow Montezuma County Sheriff the Peace Officer Counseling Support Grant 20007 for the years 21-22 in the amount of $14,500. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. The law enforcement co-op agreement for this year, 2021, was finally submitted to me, or would have been last week, I think, that I sent that out. It's all digital now. There's no hard copy. It just takes a commissioner to sign that agreement, where I've signed it digitally on that agreement. But they did provide the same amount that they gave last year, which at first, originally in 2020, it was $7,500, and then they gave that additional $3,000 to increase the patrols on the forest lands. So they came right across and just gave $10,500 for this year. That'll go through December 31st, but we end it right about the last, the 4th rifle season, so it's at the end of November.
How do they determine those numbers?
You know, I really don't know.
Yeah, because
Commissioner,
they had-
I don't know how they do that. I've asked for more and more. We used to, years ago, back in the mid-90s and stuff, when I was doing this, that I would get $25,000.
Yeah.
But it's been a squeaky wheel screaming at them all the time for me about, it's like,
Because
how
of the
about some more funding?
source is not there.
Yeah, so they did show in that contract that it was split from the forest and from the state national forest level. There was two combined, apparently, funds that came out of their budgets that gave us $10,500.
Well, your National Forest Service exposure up there is dramatically higher given the amount of people that are up there.
Exactly, exactly.
Well, they're supposed to be providing
Yeah.
some of that law enforcement also.
They are.
Within their
and-
officers, so.
And they are, you bet. The only thing that we can enforce is what the state statutes allow us to enforce. I don't enforce U.S. Forest Service
Which is-
codes or federal
yeah.
codes or anything like
Which is
that.
probably just traffic violations.
Traffic and, of course, the alcohol and the
Right,
drugs,
right.
if they're driving, that kind of stuff. The disturbances that will happen at these dispersed campsites. We've already had one report of careless handling and discharge of a firearm up above Mancos near Jersey Gym. So, you know, those are the kinds of things that we need to be at least seen up there. And we do, and I'd much rather them pay for that than me having to use my budget to do that. So this is additional hours for the deputies.
Want to move that one forward, Joe?
Didn't we just do that?
This is a different one. This is the Forest Service LEO contract. So this is just additional funds that we've got in. Do we need?
We don't have any. This comes annually.
Okay.
Yeah, and it usually shows up in the month of April, but I just got it last week. So that's why I can't. All I could do on during budget time every year, I give you what is what I believe they may give, but I don't have the money in there because it's a reimbursement. So we keep accurate records for that so that we get reimbursed that full amount that is used. Yeah. But the contract would have to be signed digitally and then, as I explained, sent back to me so I can get the other 2 signatures, and then they send them back, and then I can provide that to all of you as well as the county clerk.
Okay.
So we just need a motion to
So do we
sign
need
the
to move it?
contract.
Sign it. Yeah.
I would move that we sign the agreement between the Montezuma County Sheriff's and the Forest Service LEO contract for 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded to sign the contract to the Montezuma County Sheriff and the Forest Service LEO contract for 2021 in the amount of $10,500. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And just to let you know that the every single holiday, there will be a deputy out there every holiday weekend that pays for this, as well as 2 boat patrols over the 4th of July weekend on M.P. Lake, if there's any water left. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly where we're going to be able to put in,
We
but
can do that with a canoe this year.
it may be. I don't want to go all the way up to Dry Creek to try and launch a boat. So if House Creek is not available or the McPhee Marina, I don't know what we're going to do. I just don't remember how deep or how long that McPhee boat ramp is.
It's long.
It goes down quite a
It's
ways.
not long enough.
I'm afraid that it may not be long enough, okay? But it will be interesting to see if we recover any more stolen vehicles when the water level drops like we have in the past.
Yeah.
So, you know, yeah, that's happened before. So, so anyway, that's what I have. Have you made any decisions about the retirement?
We have
I'm
not.
not going to let you retire.
We have,
Okay, that's fine.
If you could
That's
just
up to
work
the
till you
people.
expire, that'd be great.
Okay.
we actually did have obviously the presentation that you saw here with FPPA and CRA together. Then it was going to be, it sounded like it was going to go back to have a discussion because of the 457 funds to your department to see if they understood the 457 fund that they have the opportunity to enroll into. And then the other component of that was I think it went up to 13% right now. Their contribution level is at 5%, but the contribution level, if they go into the FVPA program, was up to 13%. So
That's with that first one. Yeah.
correct.
Right.
So there was we were kind of waiting to hear back a little bit from you guys, and then we also had to put the numbers together for us to see where we were going to be as far as our contributions on this side, and then what we could do with CRA also, because of the recommendation from CRA was to actually contribute up to 2 or maybe 3% into the 457 fund, which actually moves that and makes that incentive a little bit better, possibly for the people that are looking at it. So
Yeah.
we have not.
Like I explained to you
We
when they
have
were
not.
there, that was what I'm looking at for seeking approval would be the Social Security Supplemental Defined Benefit Plan, which is the 5%. It goes up to 6%, and that's where it stays. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, that's that middle one there.
Right.
not the hybrid. That's where most of the sheriff's offices that have switched have gone to, is the hybrid.
Which then they are not paying Social Security.
Right.
Which
But we do.
The
So
little one would be for the Social
that's where I
Security
wanted to
benefits.
use be able to get approval for that Social Security component of the defined benefit plan from FPPA. It doesn't cost anymore, so, but it gives them that benefit.
And I guess my question on that was with the 457 that I'm not sure that anybody realized that was available. Was
Mhm.
that option given back to those people through CRA?
Yeah. I think they are, but the thing is that what I need to move forward is a resolution to be able to explore that, because I have to bring in FPPA and CRA to the sheriff's office employees to explain both, okay? So that they can decide which way they want to go. Now, if they want to stay with CRA, they can, okay? Those that want to go to a defined benefit can go that way. And it doesn't really, I know that there could be some, I don't know if it would really be a financial burden to where you have some that stay with CRA and some that go to FPPA.
I think
don't
that
know.
people beginning their careers would probably look at FPPA, and the
Mhm.
people that are
They would.
midterm or longer than that, probably not going to look at
Yeah.
FPPA at all, just
You're
because of
absolutely
what
right.
CRA
Yep.
has to offer in that. From the presentation that I saw, or what I can remember. But no, we have not, and we will get you an answer. We were waiting on, yeah, so here's what I was looking at.
Right there. Oh, you were looking at the, okay. Prior to.
So the mandatory member contributions, yeah, so you're at 11.8 right now.
Yeah.
So as long as they understand that they are going to go from that, they understand that there's a substantial increase for them to get to where they're going to be in 2020 or 2030. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it'll go up 0.25%, you bet, up to 6. But they're already right around 5, was it 5.5?
They're at 5 right
Five-
now, and
five
if they've
even.
been here more than 10 years, the county's putting in 6, and if they've
Yeah.
been here
Yeah.
more than 15, the county's putting in 7.
Which was an increase.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, anyway, other than that, I don't know if there's anything, I'm sure I'm missing something. I didn't have a note with me, so.
I actually have one question,
Okay.
unless. you
No.
guys have-
Go ahead.
So I did, so the dispatch center, what's going on there? What, I mean.
Yeah, what
I'm
is
just-
going on? What is going on with that? Yeah.
I mean,
Um,
just curious of where we're at, what's the resolution that we've had?
You bet.
It sounds like, anyway.
It needs,
there's the
it's going to
question.
change, and so it needs to change. The thing is that when we started this earlier last year, okay, it was always felt by the users that it was the user's dispatch center, okay? It has now, in fact, this intergovernmental agreement that they have right now is something that we got from Montrose Regional Communications Center, okay, as a go-by. Not as complete, but as a go-by to start with. And so they wanted me to go through that and draft that. And so I did, and that's where it started earlier last year. And as it progressed, myself and the county administrator, the Mancos town manager, the Mancos marshal, Chief Knuckles with the police department, and the city manager of Cortez, John Dougherty, we started meeting to start going through and changing some of the wording in there. And so the biggest thing was that the users needed to have a say, because we didn't. We never had one. And my biggest complaint, as being the largest user of that radio communication center, is that the costs just keep going up. And what really caused the alarm is when I was instructed that we were going to actually see an increase of close to $200,000. And there's no way. I mean, that's not right. I keep coming to the county commissioners every single year giving you an increase for our dispatch costs. There's got to be a fair way to do this, and determining what the call cost is per call and what defines a call. Still hasn't been determined yet. But in the last meeting, there was, apparently it was changed. Instead of having the users being part of that agreement, it was now to the government entities, which would be the county, the city, the town of Dolores, the town of Mancos, and the county of Dolores County. I don't know what they're going to do with Mesa Verde National Park, because that's the Department of Interior, and they may have to go to Washington to get somebody to agree to that. I don't know. But the thing is that all of the others are such, they're only 1%ers of that total bill. The problem is that we've never received an audit of what that cost is.
Yeah, that's
So what is the cost for that dispatch center? And I had an issue with, on the last page of the agreement, they put in that the dispatchers are employees of the city of Cortez. Well, we have no control over that. I mean, as users, we don't. Of what their salaries is, what their benefits, or anything else. But they're claiming that the city of Cortez owns that dispatch center. And I don't agree with that. And I never have, and I never will. But I don't know that I can make any difference in here. And so like I explained to Shaq, is that we all have to work together. And I don't want to be throwing things out there that will really make things difficult, because that's not right. I just don't think that the county is being treated properly with all of the historical agreements that there has been between the city of Cortez and the county of Montezuma when that dispatch center was abandoned by the state patrol. Okay? It was moved over into the police department because that was the only available space that there was at the time. And so it got pretty much controlled by the chief of police there. And Roy had done a good job with that and tried to, but we never knew exactly what the costs were, ever. That's our biggest problem. We don't know what the costs are. And when I keep hearing about how with the Montrose Regional Communications Center that the Montrose County Sheriff's Office pays $600,000 a year. I don't want to see that happen here, and I don't think it should. But we have to have communications for everything that we do in public safety across the board. And so it is very important for us all to work together. I think that I've always had a dispatch fee in the sheriff's budget. Okay? The Cortez Police Department never has. They just tell you what the costs are and what they show their costs are, but we don't know that because there isn't anything. Because they feel that they hold that the Cortez city government owns the dispatch center. And if that's the case, then there's got to be some type of agreement between everybody. And I think that the more that we bring to this table, the better it's going to be, because I'm afraid it's going to be dumped on you. And so I'm going to be removed out of that, okay? It's going to be up to the governments, the local governments, to decide who's going to sign this, who's going to agree to it. The town of Dolores has never been involved in any of these discussions because I have had them contribute to those dispatch costs through the sheriff's contract, okay? So they've never been part of this, but now they're going to have to be. because they're a government, that they're going to have to be a signer to this agreement if that stays that way.
So the way this current draft IGA would work would be that the county would, by resolution, send somebody as a representative to the board. In all likelihood, that would be the sheriff, because none of us are listening to the radios and know the concerns about what's going on. So the sheriff would be the representative for the county at this board upon resolution. And I would also note that none of the governments have signed this agreement yet.
Yeah.
Because, as the sheriff mentioned, they're still waiting to see how the city is defining a call. The $200,000 additional that was going to go up was something that Ben Burkett had put in there before he left. That has since been pulled off the table.
Right.
Right, because that was where he was basically charging for, gosh, I remember.
Basically
seeing one
rent.
of them.
Rent.
Everything.
Rent and
IT,
utilities.
maintenance, electricity, telephones.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm with Steve. I think we need a justification of the expenditures. I mean,
Yeah.
which is basically an audit.
Yes.
And
they
I would
can't-
like to see.
They can't provide the audit yet? Or, because I know that we had asked for that independently.
We did ask for an independent audit, and I think we were told at the time, correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, that they couldn't independently audit the dispatch because it would screw up the process of how they're auditing the entire city.
Yeah, that's what we were told, yes. And I don't know how that happens, but that's what we were told.
And I asked Shaq for basically a record of expenditures through the E911 fund for the
Yeah.
last 3 years.
Which is easy to pull, but
Right.
that is not,
just equipment.
that's
Right,
not
that's
the
equipment, but
city's part of that.
That's part of our contribution to this center that they're trying to charge us for.
Well, there you go.
Well,
Again,
that,
I don't agree with
that is not
I
a
don't know.
county contribution. The county collects a surcharge on every cell phone in Montezuma and Dolores counties.
Right.
That's a contribution by the citizens of Montezuma and Dolores counties.
Exactly.
The county is only the pass-through on that. However, the county commissioners for that particular pot of money are the board that governs the money, not
Yeah.
only for our county, but for Dolores County as well.
Correct. And
Exactly.
we just increased those fees.
Doubled
last
it.
2
Yeah.
years.
We doubled
Years
it.
ago, last
And so, I mean, we need to take a look at that.
Yeah.
Be, you
So
know, on our-
is your
on our
intent
side.
to sign this or to pull away from it? How much longer, or are we gonna get any?
That- If
record?
it stays this way, one of you's gonna have to sign this, okay? Because that's what it's addressed to.
Well,
If,
one of you would have to, well, the board would have to agree to it, and then by
Yes.
resolution, appoint a member.
yeah, I'm not signing anything, okay? I'm telling you this. In fact, I've just sent a letter to the city of Cortez and the chief of police that under the current contract that I signed last year, okay, I have to give notice if we're not going to continue with that by October 1st. I sent that notice, just so you know, because I don't want to be held to that. It's up to you gentlemen, okay, of where this should go. And so I just want you to know that I want to protect myself as well as the county.
So
That we're out
let
of
me play
this.
devil's advocate for a second. If you send a letter to withdraw, and they're like, okay, you no longer receive dispatch services January 2022, what's your plan?
Well, it wasn't a letter to withdraw. It is a letter to cancel the contract that is already standing in place.
Well,
Okay.
is that going to happen anyway? Doesn't this IGA actually nullify everything before it?
Well, I think John has seen this, and I think it's proper that we let them know that we're not going to continue with this agreement as it has been for year to year. We needs to be done right, and it needs to have a new one. And that's what was addressed in this, is that there's going to be a new agreement somewhere. I don't know what that is, but I did not want to go past October 1 and then find out that we're stuck. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I don't want to do that. So we have to stay on top of this so that we know what's going to happen. And I know that they're pushing the time, and I don't know where that is. But I need some guidance, and I think that we have to have a lot of questions answered so that you can make a good decision. I really do, and come to a good agreement. I don't know what will happen if it goes to December 31. We don't have anything. I mean, I don't know.
I don't want to speak for any of the other districts, but I think they have the same concerns.
Yes, they do.
I mean, just in those meetings that we participated in, that they really do. They want to know where their money's going.
Well, can't as members, all of us get together and demand an audit?
We did.
Just
We
tell
pretty
them-
much did
We
that
did.
a year
They
ago.
told us they couldn't.
A year ago.
We did.
They can't, it sounds like they can't dissect that component out.
Believe that.
I don't know. And,
You know, I'm no auditor, but I can't understand that.
well, I can't either, and that's where everybody, all the users and the city have been told this from me. I just don't understand where those dollars are at. I don't know where they'd arrive with this amount, okay? So, I don't know, that's where it's
All right.
kind of at.
Well, we'll have to take that under advisement with our attorney and then figure out what we're gonna do.
I know, we need dispatch services.
Well, we have to have them. We don't have a
Go
choice.
back to the old fire phone, you know.
And then the last question I have for you was, we had went over the ordinance that you had presented to us, and it had a lot of things that were not applicable.
Right,
to
and I'm
us.
trying to cut those
Staff,
out. Yeah.
I think, I don't know if you guys have had the opportunity to get back and forth, and.
No.
We've gone back and forth on it, and he's working on it.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I
that's
just
all
want to make
needed.
sure that
I'm
it's at
just-
least something that you can work with as a draft.
I'm just touching base to see. 'cause
By the
it
end of the
came to
month,
us, it's
that's
back
what
to
I'm hoping.
you.
By the end of the month, okay?
You know, it's kind of going back and forth, I guess, so just not to drop it.
No, oh
I-
God, no. Yeah,
My notes have to be as good as I can make them so that we don't
I know.
drop anything, because
You're putting a lot of pressure on me, but
it
that's
seems
okay.
like things get kicked under the,
Along with everything else that's going on, so.
all right.
Okay.
With that, we are going to, Clarissa, you get a free pass.
I do?
She
You buying
actually
lunch or what?
says she has an update.
Oh, okay. Sheriff, are you done?
I'm done, sir.
Okay.
Um,
You've got,
Thank you.
you've got 3 minutes.
I need 2 seconds.
Oh.
No, Matt, just want to say, good news is we've had 5 jury trials. Bad news is we need to educate Montezuma County on the acts of domestic violence and cycle of domestic violence, probably. So we're going to work there. We just had a training on it. The state came down for a sexual assault training, and they had some good ideas about how they did informational radio talk shows and advertisement kind of on that topic and how it really helped them in their domestic violence trials. So we might take some of those tips from them and hopefully start.
And when you're
working
ready to
something.
roll on that, you have complete access to our PIO.
Okay, great.
So whatever you need to help get that out.
Awesome.
It's just,
Thank you.
It's just getting it out. There's so many, line of communications,
Mhm.
kind of really fractured.
Yeah.
With all the amounts that we have, people are gathering from different places. But still, our PIO and our webpage garners quite a few.
Yep. Yeah, so we'll probably utilize.
And our PIO
whatever
can
we
do more than Facebook. She'll push it out to whatever media source
Right,
you
we
want,
can
radio,
use
newsprint.
whatever media we
Okay.
choose, so.
Great. Yeah,
there's more
I'm
than that.
gathering articles and maybe we can bring in, we've had a couple people that they volunteered, do some kind of radio segment or something. I know KSJD does specific interviews every once in a while on specific topics. So, and then we'll get some articles out and whatnot and educate the masses.
Okay.
So that was it.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless you had anything else.
How's
know
your
you're-
window?
It hasn't been installed. They have the frame installed, but I don't think the window itself has come in.
Okay.
Is there a glass shortage now?
Yeah, I don't know. And that's why I was wondering, because we have the old window. and
Well,
it's
it's
like, maybe
quicker-
we can just
it's-
take the glass out of that
No,
one.
you can't do that.
Come on.
We
So,
can use a little farmer ingenuity here.
Right?
There can-
Maybe
So
you could
we'll-
borrow some plexiglass from
Don't
the
never
clerk's
say
office.
no. You can always
Funny.
accomplish something.
Yeah, so it's going well.
Okay. All right, thank
Progress.
you. Gentlemen, it's 12:30. I think that we should probably reestablish at 2 p.m.
Well,
We can call and make those arrangements. Otherwise, I'm not sure we can get back here in an hour.
Works for me.
Okay.
okay.
We will reconvene at 2
I'll try
o'clock.
to notify those who will be attending on Zoom.
If you don't have his number, I will.
My name's Ed Millard. I represent Montezuma County on the Southwest Roundtable, and I represent the Southwest Roundtable on Colorado's Interbasin Compact Committee. I did a presentation on demand management for the previous board 2 years ago, but we felt it appropriate since we have an all-new board that kind of go over it again. Some of it's going to be the same as I did 2 years ago, but obviously a lot of things have changed, so there'll be some new stuff as well. Demand Management 101 is probably a misnomer because it's going to be a graduate course and it's going to be a fire hose, so hold on. I'll also be talking about drought contingency plan as well, so next slide. You'll remember I did a presentation on big river issues and the Colorado River, Law of the River for Representative Bobart in February, and I'm going to kind of quickly recap so that you know the context from then. Arizona removed the Gila River around 2 million acre feet from the Colorado system in 1922, 28, and finally the Supreme Court finished it in 63. 1922 Article 3B gave California an extra million acre feet over their 4.4 million limitation agreement. The Mexico Treaty should have been limited to 750,000 to 1 million acre feet. Instead, they got 1.5 million acre feet in 1944. With the removal of the Gila, there is no spare water in the lower basin to cover that obligation, and it is a very high priority obligation. 1963, the Supreme Court in Arizona v. California gave Arizona their full compact entitlement, which is an extra 1.5 million acre feet for CAP, Central Arizona Project. Arizona now uses around 4.4 million acre feet out of the Colorado system with the Gila, and they also use aquifers, so are taking about 7 million acre feet total every year. In 1964, Royce Tipton did a study and discovered the lower basin had a structural deficit, all of Mexico obligation, and there was at least 2.5 million acre foot shortfall, and that shortfall came out of our entitlement. In 1968, the Colorado River Basin Project Act authorized Central Arizona Project, the Dolores Project, and others, and it specified that the Bureau should start doing a study on augmentation to the Colorado River to fill that gap. They were hoping to get water from the Columbia, Northern California, maybe the Missouri. In 1975, the Westwide study was released by the Interior, and they pretty much kicked that can down the road forever, so the augmentation never occurred. And the upper basin today is using 4.5 million acre feet. A bunch of that is evaporation losses, storing water for the lower basin. We actually use less than 4 million acre feet out of our 7.5 million acre foot entitlement. Due to drought, climate change, temperatures, declining inflows to Lake Powell, there is a case upper basin use needs to be further reduced below that already low number to ensure Article 3C and 3D compliance. Article 3D says we have to deliver 7.5 million acre feet to the lower basin on a 10-year moving average, and 3C is that Mexico obligation, and we are obligated legally to provide half of that, so we have to deliver 8.23 on a 10-year moving average by most reckonings. Next. And I'll try to slow down. I want to get through that fast. That's basically stuff you've already heard from me. This is a slide that shows the level elevations of Lake Mead and Lake Powell. Mead is in red, Powell is in green, and then blue is the combined. You'll notice that in the 80s and 90s there were some pretty good periods. Lake Powell was full, and then around 2000, especially 2002, is that precipitous crash on the blue line. In 2004, that green arrow bottomed out, and that was when the most recent crisis before the current ones occurred, and that's what triggered the 2007 interim guidelines negotiations. The upper basin was deeply concerned that Lake Powell was going to crash, and they were trying to get relief from releasing water to the lower basin. It wasn't very successful. And you'll notice today that we're actually in worse shape than we were in 2004 by the projections for Lake Powell filling this year, because there is not good forecast for water going to Lake Powell this year. We had some pretty good years in 2019, 2020, we didn't have a monsoon flow, soils are dry, snowpack mostly disappeared. So we're back in the pressure demand managed probably went off a little bit in 2019, but it's back and it's probably worse now than ever. It should be noted that the combined of the two reservoirs, we're really just back to where we were before Lake Powell came online. So what this picture tells you in some extent is we have too many reservoirs, too big reservoirs, and they unfortunately generate a lot of hydropower, so the Bureau and WAPA want to keep them operating, and so does the upper basin. But we really could just abandon Lake Powell. We wouldn't really be in a situation much different than we were before Lake Powell came online in the mid-60s. Next. This is a graph of California's water use, and again, they have a limitation agreement that says they can use 4.4 million acre feet, but that Article 3B says that if there is surplus water in the system, they're entitled to use at least half of another million acre feet, and if if Arizona's not using it, they actually can take 5.4 million acre feet. And that's what they did during much of the 80s and the 90s. In 2002, with the drought, they came to the realization that there was no surplus water, and they were forced, you can see where that red arrow is, around 2004, they were forced into demand management by Bennett Rayleigh, who was then Assistant Secretary of Interior. He now is a lawyer for Northern Water. The upper basin was using way too much water when we went into the 2002 and 3 drought, and that was one of the reasons we had that precipitous crash in that drought period. And we ended up with losing all of our reserves, because that's what Lake Powell and Lake Mead for. They're reserves to make sure we can meet those obligations, and we lost it very, very quickly because the lower basin was using so much water. California is doing much better now. They are staying under that 4.4 million level, and you'll notice there's a little peak out there about 2011. 2011 was the last time we had a really big inflow year to Lake Powell, and there was surplus water, and California immediately grabbed it. And that's kind of the story of Lake Powell is kind of a bathtub where the drain is open. Anytime we put a little extra water in it, the lower basin takes it out. So we're not gaining any ground as far as keeping Lake Powell full, and that's why we're in a situation where Lake Powell's on the verge of crashing, and people are saying we need to put more water in it. But more water goes in it, goes to the lower basin often. Next slide. This is an Arizona side of the story. This is their water banking authority. They noticed that California was taking all their extra water around their surplus water from CAP because CAP wasn't using it all, and around 1997 they started pouring water into aquifers in the ground. So the blue lines is how much water CAP was using, and as it ramped up and came online. The yellow is when Arizona started putting water into holes in the ground basically to store it. Those yellow lines over the history between Arizona and Nevada, there's about 4 million acre feet was shoved into the ground. It was probably an okay thing to do when there were surpluses, but when the 2002 drought hit, it was basically taking water out of crashing reservoirs and putting it into reservoirs where only they can access it. It's been a long-running controversy, but again, the lower basin's using too much water. Next. This is how much water the upper basin uses. We were entitled to 7.5 million acre feet, and this is how much we've been using for a very long period. Without counting the reservoir evaporation on Lake Powell and the crisp reservoirs, we actually use less than 4 million acre feet, which is what that orange line is. And with reservoir evaporation, we use more like 4.4 million acre feet. So the blue lines are how much we actually use, and the gray lines add in the evaporation losses and all those reservoirs storing water for the lower basin. The lower basin has not had a shortage pretty much since those reservoirs were built. They may have one soon, but we have shortages every time there's a drought because we don't have a lot of storage up here, and we're running on surface water. We don't have a lot of aquifers, so every time there's a drought, we use less water. And our reservoirs go empty, which is where we are today, and then we have to refill our reservoirs. So we just don't have anything like the luxurious arrangement the lower basin has, where they've had huge reservoirs and an endless supply of water. But that may be coming to an end soon. Next. I'm going to start going chronological now. There was a really interesting article in Arizona's Water Resources Center at University of Arizona, and it was talking about, they have an invitational conference at Santa Fe every year on the Colorado River, and it was recounting it. It's worth reading. Larry McDonald, he's an upper basin lawyer, he was talking about the introduction of demand management in the lower basin, and it was involving Imperial Irrigation District, Palo Verde, San Diego County, and Metropolitan. They were basically going to start trying to dry up Imperial Irrigation and sell the water to Metropolitan. And again, that was to get that 5.4 million acre feet that we're using down to 4.4, which they were supposed to be using. And the other key thing, Bruce Babbitt's in Arizona, and he was the Interior Secretary then, and basically he said the federal government supports the transfer and marketing of Colorado River water. The other thing here is there was a Wall Street Journal article that basically said why markets seem inevitable. And this was in 1997, and you may remember earlier this year there was a very similar article in the New York Times that basically said hedge funds were jumping into the market, buying up water, and it's basically what's happening today. Companies, hedge funds like Water Asset Management are trying to create water markets for the Colorado River and basically buy water from farmers and sell it to cities or the lower basin where it can fetch a higher price. Babbitt said, without water markets, we can't solve the problems of meeting the future water needs of the West. And this was in 1997. It was during a water-rich period, but they were already anticipating the river becoming fully utilized. And the first time there was a drought, which there was in 2002, they were going to look to water markets and demand management as part of that. Next. Larry McDonald described three areas of the Colorado River. The first generation was when the compact was apportioned between the upper and lower basin in 1922. The second generation extends from them until 1997, and that was basically when everybody was trying to develop as much water as they could, as quickly as they could. And the lower basin and upper basin were competing. And he was talking about the third generation. Water marketing represents the third generation of the division of the water of the river. And market forces are likely to gain greater influence. This was not received well in the upper basin in general, but it's probably a reality today because everybody is trying to establish water markets now. Next. This is from the LA Times 2004, and it's from Imperial Irrigation Director, and it's talking about Bennett Rayleigh introducing demand management to the lower basin to Imperial Irrigation in Palo Verde. To forge the agreement, Rayleigh cajoled, imposed cutbacks, questioned Imperial's water use. No agency got what they want, and numerous prickly details are still being resolved, including a controversial plan to fallow farmland in the Imperial Valley. This was when demand management was first introduced into the Colorado River Valley. It occurred in the lower basin. Imperial Irrigation has done it for a number of years. They've hated it all the way through, and they've talked recently that they're not going to do it anymore. Demand management in the lower basin is much easier than it is the upper basin. There's a few big diversions. It's very easy to stop a diversion to Imperial and have the diversion go to Metropolitan Water. And Metropolitan Water in San Diego are basically just paying them for the water. So there's a buyer. They pay for the water. It's a much simpler demand management implementation there than it is up here. It is so much harder to do this up here, but since they did it in the lower basin, that did kind of bring justification for doing it in the upper basin too. But we are still struggling to try to make it implemented up here today. This was 2004. Again, Bennett Rayleigh, he was the Assistant Secretary of Interior, and he was managing the Colorado River then. He's now a lawyer for Northern Water on the Front Range, and he is a principal. You'll see him again. 2010 is when Doug Kenny from Colorado University's Getchis Wilkinson Center wrote the first paper on doing upper basin demand management. And the arguments, I'll just read this in total. The upper basin's fears of significant institutional change is rooted, at least in part, on past reform proposals emphasizing interstate water marketing, which is what I was just talking about. Another of the taboo topics, and it has been a taboo topic for years, it was certainly up till 2010, past proposals have largely been motivated by the desire to convert upper basin apportionments, either used or unused entitlement, to lower basin ownership and use. So that's basically saying the lower basin wants to buy our water. They've attempted it multiple times, and there's been an aversion, which I'll get into about demand management, that it may happen again, although at this point demand management is not taking water to the lower basin. The arguments in favor of such proposals are primarily economic and environmental. Environmental because it puts more water in rivers and the NGOs want more water in in-stream flows. And economic because putting water into hydropower is very lucrative, and they could easily generate $140 million just on the power benefits. Next. The Nature Conservancy has been doing a green sheen project with Anheuser-Busch, and they were talking about what they're doing in the Colorado River today. This was out April or March in 2021, And they were talking about their accomplishments in the Colorado River. Restoring natural flows to the Colorado River Basin by decreasing consumption, establishing water markets, and in changing management and design of water infrastructure so rivers and aquifers can support the needs of people and native wildlife. This is, again, the Nature Conservancy. Our CWCB director is from the Nature Conservancy, and it is a fact of life that demand management, one of the reasons for doing it is it puts more waters in the river, so it improves environmental flows. And demand management is establishing water markets, just like they talked about in 1997. And again in 2004 in the lower basin. Moving ahead to 2012, Eric Kuhn, who was then the River District's general manager, Colorado River District's general manager, he wrote a paper called Risk Strategies for the Upper Basin. It has a detailed explanation of all of the strategies that they potentially could use to resolve these shortfalls. He started talking about demand management, preemptive curtailment, and he also talks about the formation of the Water Bank Working Group. And if you haven't heard about it before, the River District and Southwest Water Conservation District represents us, formed a Water Bank Working Group to start trying to figure out how to bank water into Lake Powell so that cities could protect themselves with water that was banked in Lake Powell, and it's pretty much where the concept of upper basin demand management began. You'll note again that the Nature Conservancy joined soon after it was formed, the Colorado Water Conservation Board joined, and the Front Range Water Council joined, which represents all of the large cities on the Front Range. And CWCB funded it with a grant in 2011, which helped Eric Kuhn develop his strategies. Next. A couple of things that Eric Kuhn talked about in his risk management strategies was preemptive or anticipatory curtailment. You should be aware what that is, because that is the worst case scenario for us. If the Colorado River starts crashing and it looks like we're going to be in imminent compact curtailment, there are entities, UCRC, Front Range, who know West Slope, who may want to start curtailing water rights of junior water rights holders, even though there's not a compact call, in anticipation of a compact call, and start sending water to the lower Lake Powell so that we won't actually be in non-compliance. They will start putting water there before we're in non-compliance. So it's anticipatory or preemptive. Or it would be highly controversial, and the other risk is there's a chance that they weren't going to follow prior appropriations, so they would say that the cities, for example, are exempt because they're critical municipal water supply, and they would focus preemptive curtailment on agricultural water rights users on the West Slope. So this was a boogeyman, and you're going to see it pop up again in a few years. But this is a term you need to know, and if to manage it fails, and we approach our curtailment, which we are, it may come back. 2015, following on Eric Kuhn's suggestions for a demand management pilot program, they started the System Conservation Pilot Program, and that was the first attempt to do pilots for demand management. There were questions raised about lower basin, the Bureau funding it, the purchase of upper basin water, because it's against Article 3A in the compact. The funding was steered through Denver Water. It's a little murky whether there was lower basin funding or whether it all came from the upper basin and maybe the federal government. The UCRC ended it in 2018. Basically, they were paying farmers to fallow their fields and send the water downriver. They didn't store it. They didn't have a storage pool. They didn't shepherd it. They just basically paid farmers to fallow fields and put money back in rivers. The water wasn't being stored. They didn't have a storage account. There was no shepherding. There were legal questions raised, Article 3A compliance, and whether water courts were required to shepherd this water around other water rights holders. There were only 1 or 2 municipal participants, and they were both on the West Slope. The Front Range didn't put any water into it at all. I know Eagle River and Vail did, but it was a question whether it was actually conserved consumptive use. Ute Conservancy might have as well, but it was almost entirely focused on farmers on the West Slope and ranchers. The Grand Valley Water Users Association was a huge participant. They had a Sea Cups program. They put a huge amount of time. They were one of the biggest participants. Wyoming was actually the biggest contributor, especially in the later years, and there was a question whether they were doing it because they were gaming the system. They were basically doing deficit irrigation on high elevation mountain pastures, and there wasn't very good tracking on conserved consumptive use, so many of them claimed that they were basically being paid for water that they didn't have or didn't put in the rivers anyway. But that's a controversy. Anyway, let's keep moving. I know you guys are tired. You had a long day, so I'm not sure you can handle all of this, but we'll try to get through it. So we're going to jump to 2017 now. The Water Bank Work Group had been running for about 10 years, but the Front Range Water Council didn't like the direction it was going. And again, this is all of the big cities on the Front Range, or in the Front Range Water Council, Denver Water, Northern Water, Aurora, Colorado Springs, et cetera, Pueblo. They basically said the Front Range Water Council does not agree with paying for reduced West Slope agricultural consumptive use, which is demand management, and reducing their own municipal use in a program of demand management. Paying for it is sufficient. They basically said they wanted to pay for us to reduce to demand manage, and that's all they were going to do. We explained we won't go through that. Municipal providers do not have the financial resources to pay for banking, so they said they would pay for it, and then they said they didn't have the resources. They said there is no foreseeable need for water banking, no present risk. This was in 2017, so we weren't in the 2018 crisis yet, so they said the risk wasn't high. And then importantly, they said the real risk, which is probably true, is from climate change, and water banking cannot do enough to mitigate that risk. And that's a pretty important statement, still true today. 500,000 acre feet of demand management is not going to fix it if climate change keeps hammering our snowpacks and the temperatures keep increasing. Anyway, the Front Range Water Council walked out of the Water Bank Working Group and it pressed ahead, but it was a West Slope and TNC and Tri-State only and the tribes. Next. Let's see if the video works. This is Brenda Berman, former Reclamation Commissioner, threatening Arizona if they did not agree to take shortages under the drought contingency plan.
And with this information,
Turn the volume
keeping fingers crossed and hoping for good hydrology, that just a couple wet years might buy us out, or waiting for this or a future secretary to somehow ignore the law of the river and the junior status of Arizona is not how Arizona wants to deal with this risk on the system. It's not how we've dealt with it in the past. And it's not how we're going to deal with it going forward. Against the backdrop of that risk, all 7 states and Mexico agreed last September on a framework for drought response actions that would ensure that the United States and Mexico are working simultaneously to protect dwindling supplies in our reservoirs. And as we stand here today, we see growing momentum of the 6 other states to act this year to protect the system. We know that Mexico has already agreed to the drought response actions that will be implemented immediately if, but only if, the United States plan is adopted. So what are the arguments against taking action to better protect Lake Powell and Lake Mead? Perhaps one argument is that adopting the DCP is just too hard. It's too painful. And it may not be necessary if the hydrology improves. Or some say that even if Lake Mead declines to critically low elevations, the hard landing of the 1968 Act is unenforceable in a modern world. But if we're honest with ourselves, neither of these arguments will really provide certainty to protect Arizona's interest in the basin, especially if Arizona is the only state unwilling to join a basin-wide consensus. In the absence of a drought plan, I predict enormous pressure from the rest of the basin on the Secretary to limit Arizona's diversions from the river and to use only Arizona's internal resources to fix Arizona's problems. I see the near certain likelihood of litigation, and I see the absence of those multi-state partnerships that we've come to rely on that have kept us out of shortage to date.
So the hard landing she's talking about there, under the 1968 Colorado River Basin Project Act, Central Arizona Project was declared as the junior water right in the Colorado River. California kept their 4.4 million acre feet. Arizona has 1.3 million of senior water rights, and the upper basin demanded protection for their water rights, their unused entitlement. The hard landing is if there was a huge shortage in Lake Mead and the Colorado River, Central Arizona Project was supposed to be shut off entirely, its entire 1.5 million acre feet. They were not happy with that, but it was the price they paid to get authorization and funding for Central Arizona Project. And once they had become massively dependent on Central Arizona Project for water for North Phoenix and other cities, Tucson, They didn't think anybody would actually do the hard landing and shut off Central Arizona project. But Brenda Berman, who was the Reclamation Commissioner, had that authority, basically said if they didn't agree to the 2018-2019 DCP, that a Reclamation Commissioner would in fact shut them off. So that is the hard landing. It ties into Section 603 because we were supposed to have our entitlement protected, and if there wasn't enough water in the river, CAP was supposed to be shut off first, and that is exactly what she threatened. Okay, this colorful chart is out of the drought contingency plan, and it's out of the lower basin plan. There were shortages that were agreed to in the interim guidelines in 2007 when Lake Mead hit critical levels, which is what is on the left. They were supposed to start cutting back on their use of water. So you'll notice for Arizona in 2007, in the worst case, they were supposed to take 480,000 acre feet of cuts. California took no cuts because, again, they have that 4.4 limitation and they're considered senior. Nevada takes small cuts. Mexico took small cuts. The hard landing, however, is 1.5 million acre feet in cuts, and they were only agreeing to something much smaller than that. I think it was 500,000 or something like that. So the price that Arizona had to pay in the 2018-2019 DCP is they had to take much larger cuts. And those are in the circled columns. Arizona is supposed to take 720,000 acre feet of cuts in the worst case scenario. But for them, that's a win because, again, they're supposed to take 1.5 million acre feet of cuts. So the DCP is actually a soft landing for them. They're only going to have to take 720,000. And the other lower basin states, as part of that collaboration and cooperation, agreed to take larger cuts. So Mexico's taking larger cuts, and California actually agreed to take cuts even though they don't have to. So Mexico and the other basin states made up the other 750,000 acre feet of cuts. So this is sort of a soft landing. I've recently heard of a city manager in Tucson that said they can live with a soft landing of a 750,000 cut. Tucson would start running out of water if they had to take the full 1.5 million. Phoenix would suffer, but again, Arizona has 3 different sources of water. There's 90 million acre feet underneath in the aquifers underneath Phoenix, as long as they're willing to pump it out and get all the pollutants out of it. They also have water from the Gila and Salt and Verde. They just have to switch them over. So they could write out a 720,000 acre foot cut. But the other key thing about this, these shortages are coming too late, and they're probably too little. They still have not yet taken any shortages. They're taking tier 0, which is not really a shortage. They're just putting water into intentionally created surplus in Lake Mead. They'll get it back. They may start taking tier 1 shortages next year, which Arizona will, for the first time, start taking cuts. But they are going to be switching over to aquifers and the other tributaries. By the time they get down to those 1.5 million acre cuts, Lake Mead's probably pretty close to gone at that point. So. But this is basically and Don's talked about importance. It is important that Mexico agreed to take these big cuts in California. It does help. It's a good thing. But there's just a question of whether it's enough, especially after all the years when they've been taking too much and the reservoirs are already crashed. It's kind of late to start taking these cuts. Next, if you have any questions, this is kind of complicated, I realize. So Brenda Berman was talking to Arizona in June. This was in the height of the 2018 crisis. You know, there was a severe drought that year. Everybody was suffering. The DCP started rolling out in September, but in August, there was a Colorado Water Congress meeting. Andy Mueller, who's the Colorado River District General Manager, was not in the loop on what was being proposed in the DCP, and he was getting very upset. And he made this famous quote that made it into Aspen journalism: "We're going to end up putting the West Slope agriculture as the sacrificial lamb on the altar of the Colorado River." Hasn't happened yet, but that potential is still there today. And I'm going to go into what that means a little bit later. Okay, this is September. The DCP was about to roll out, and there was a string of letters and memos that started flying. This one is from the Front Range Water Council. Again, it's every big city. It's where all the votes are, all the power, and all the money is in the state. And they started talking about what was going to happen in demand management in this DCP. It hadn't yet rolled out, but they sort of knew what was in it. Some of it's good. In this one, they say no water user would be required to contribute conserved water for this purpose. This is demand management. And no entity or person would be expected or required to contribute funds for this purpose. They wanted it to be an entirely voluntary system. But the next page. They also wanted to be proportional, which is something we still have today. Derived from water rights used both east of the Continental Divide and west of the Continental Divide in a manner that recognizes the respective proportionate share of total historical post-compact depletions in the Colorado River and tributaries. So this is what proportionality is, and it's worded this way in the CWCB policy that followed. Basically, all the junior water rights to the compact would have to contribute voluntarily water into this demand management pool. They're agreeing to it, and they're agreeing to put water into it, which is not what they said in 2017 when they walked away out of the water bank work group. But the red is where the problem starts. If the quantity of conserved water made available through a voluntary compensated demand management program is not sufficient to ensure compliance with the Colorado River Compact, the state of Colorado and the Upper Colorado River Commission may need to adopt alternative measures to generate water for storage in an upper division storage account. And the way the West Slope interpreted that, they were talking about preemptive or anticipatory curtailment. So the first part, they're talking about an entirely voluntary program. But if there isn't funding and volunteers, then they're talking about preemptive curtailment. And that potentially would mean they would shut off the Dolores project. We wouldn't get any compensation. They would take our water, the junior water rights at least, not MVI senior water rights, but they could potentially send it to a demand management account in Lake Powell.
What about the diversions to the east slope from the west slope?
Maybe, but there is a clause in the Colorado Constitution that says municipal tap water and fire water for safety does take priority over agricultural uses, and it's never been done, but they in theory can start condemning ag water, and that certainly was a threat that we've heard multiple times over the last 2.5 years. I personally don't think they could or would do it, because one of the problems they have is a lot of that water is going to lawns and gardens and parks. I don't think they would have to divert water if they were only using it for tap water and safety water. But there is a veiled threat out there that they may protect municipal water, and ag water would go first. And CASO, who's a principal in advocating for this, has always said the burden for this is going to fall on ag. We obviously use 80% of the water, so that's part of the reason, but it's anybody's guess how, when this mud flinging starts and if we're actually in a crisis, how the cities are going to respond, how the lawyers, how the courts are all going to respond on whether they can take water from ag first. Don Schwinn will tell you that the whole purpose of mutual ditch companies is they were going to use the water first. They were the senior water rights early, but it was always intended that as the cities needed the water, they would eventually buy them out and take the water over, because municipal ditch companies have shares and they're easily bought. And then you also have the threat of condemnation if we're in a real crisis.
What in the world is that doing in the Constitution? Where is it?
Well, it's true. I mean, if you have people that don't have water to drink and there's a really severe drought, I mean, you're going to sacrifice ag before tap water and fire safety.
Probably Article 5. That's where the right to divert is. And they use domestic, not municipal.
Yeah, I'm sorry, domestic water, but more or less the same thing.
I can't believe they thought of that.
Well, I mean, obviously you got to keep tap water going, but you shouldn't have water for watering lawns, but ag's kind of in the same boat as you can. I mean, farmers can survive without it, whereas if you don't have drinking water in cities, people would start dying, so.
This may be out in left field, but when we fight wildland fires, we're dipping out of all kinds of storage facilities, ponds, lakes, anywhere they can find them.
Ken can explain the rationale for that and the water rights involved. I mean,
it's a place where you can't stop firefighters.
it's public safety.
Every pond, every stream, everything we have is safety water, right?
It's public safety, yeah.
Yeah. Nobody will deny that.
Anyway, needless to say, this started developing a lot of concern on the West Slope at Colorado River District, and again, Southwest, which represents us. So there's some more shoes will drop in this controversy. This was an article, it was, I can't remember, Aspen Journalism or somewhere, but this is, again, we had, James Eklund was our UCRC commissioner. He was working for Squire Patton Boggs. He was working for a private law firm. When I started in this October, I said, wow, that doesn't look good because of potential for conflict of interest. He wasn't a state employee. He was working for a private law firm. He was our former CWCB executive director up to the water plan. I think he left in 2016, 17, somewhere around there. Maybe it's 15. He was our UCRC commissioner, and the problem with those negotiations is they are closed door, and it is possible for the UCRC commissioners to exclude pretty much anybody they want to. And Andy Millard, the River District, Southwest were being excluded from the final iterations of those negotiations, and he was not happy about it. So he said, we have a very serious concern that we haven't seen the demand management document. We haven't seen what is in our Upper Colorado River Commissioner is potentially going to sign within the next month. We haven't seen these documents that are about to be executed. We've been told that we don't need to see them. We're not okay with that. We don't think it's acceptable. And it's not, because the Colorado River District and Southwest were given statutory mandates that they were supposed to protect our Colorado River entitlement, and that predated the creation of the UCRC. That was back in the 30s. Unfortunately, the UCRC was created in the 40s, and that was kind of took over these 7-state negotiations. And for whatever reason, James Eklund decided to cut the River District out of the entire process, and they were not.
Holds true today.
Well, the River District is, Andy Mueller is one of the, on the legal team for the UCRC commissioner now, so he will certainly be in the room this time, but we won't probably see what's happening in there. There's a question whether the NGOs and the tribes will have a seat in there. They may have a better seat to what's happening in there than we do. But Steve Wolf, Beth Van Verst, those are your representatives for Southwest. They may not be in all the meetings, but they will hopefully be in the meetings this time. It was just, I don't know what was going on there. You'd have to ask the principals, but it was a pretty ugly situation. And again, it didn't look good because Eklund at that point, he was a private practice lawyer and he didn't really have any responsibility. He was a protege of John Hickenlooper, and that's how he got that job. Polis wasn't that enthused about him, but he is still a protege of John Hickenlooper. So he had a lot of power at that point in time. Again, you know where he went after he left. He's the lawyer for water asset management now. And he's been buying up farmland in Grand Valley ever since he got out of his 6-month conflict of interest period. So it doesn't look good. I raised issues with it in November of 2018. As soon as I saw what was going on, I raised issues if he had conflicts of interest. And maybe he didn't then, but it doesn't look good that the person that negotiated this demand management arrangement is out buying up land with the intent of potentially speculating on it, or certainly selling the water into demand management. But I won't impugn his motives. He certainly has a good case. He's a smart man, and he has a good case. He's basically saying he's trying to help save the Colorado River, and he has a case. He wrote a paper on it a couple of months ago that you should read if you haven't. So it's just, it's hard to figure out what people's motives are until this all breaks. Until the crisis hits, you're not going to really know who's going to do what. There's a lot of maneuvering, and you just don't know what's going to happen. So the Colorado Water Conservation Board was next up, and they had to sort out this simmering feud between the Front Range Water Council and the West Slope and the two river districts. The CWCB board meeting was in Steamboat on September 15th or something, soon after this. So CWCB staff, for each of the agenda items, they write a memo with staff recommendations. And Brent Newman, who was great, he was the person responsible for interstate back then for CWCB, since moved on back home to Louisiana. He wrote a memo, and it was for the agenda item 13, so it's called Memo 13. If you haven't read it, I just went back and read it 2.5 years ago, and I didn't know what all of these issues were back then. I do now, but it's just a very illuminating document. Brent was incredibly gifted and well-informed, and he nailed everything that's happened since. He nailed every key issue. So you should probably read this memo, if no others. He said, whether the program would be limited to temporary, voluntary, and compensated conservation activities, or be expanded to include something more. And you'll see something more 2 or 3 times in there. And that, again, set off alarm bells. Something more might be anticipatory curtailment. Who knows? But the West Slope wanted temporary, voluntary, compensated, and that's what we were talking about. But there was this constant implication that they were talking about something more severe. And again, preemptive curtailment means they just take our water, that we don't get paid for it. It's basically like a compact call, but they would be doing it before there was an actual compact call. Identifying the source of funding for a temporary, voluntary, compensated demand management program is a problem. Again, that was mentioned in the Water Bank Work Group. It's still a problem today. Whether the program would be used to help assure continued compliance with the Colorado River Compact, and again, or something more. What is or something more? Today, we only talk about compact compliance, but back there, this memo was talking about something more. How any demand management program would operate to share the benefits and burdens associated with it, and this is talking about proportionality again. And most insightfully, how to avoid water speculation as a result of the program. And again, it's possible that the UCRC commissioner negotiated it, is participating in water speculation. By starting this demand management is sort of a Trojan horse for water marketing. You're starting to pay people for water and you're moving it down to Lake Powell. So instead of buy and dry, it was supposed to be an alternative to buy and dry. That's why the water bank work group was formed. But when you start paying money to farmers for water, I mean, you're establishing a water market. And they knew it was a risk then, and you're going to see later on that, they knew that this was one of the risks of doing demand management is we're going to create water markets and we're going to bring in speculators, and that seems to be exactly what happened. Next. This is still on the same memo. How would the program be operated consistent with Colorado law? Still hasn't been resolved. One key thing I should talk about this presentation now, there was a lot of stuff happening then. This was November, September, October, November in 2018. Amazingly little has been resolved since then. CWCB is spinning their wheels. Maybe they're resolving stuff behind the scenes, but any of these same questions, you'll recognize them because they're still being asked today. They haven't been resolved. Funding, water injury, consistency with law of the river, and he lists some of them, avoiding injury to other water users. For example, if you dry up your field, you're taking water away from the people that are below you and around you, so that injures other water rights holders, and you have to deal with it. Very complicated. They don't have that kind of complication in Imperial Valley, really. Shepherding water to designated storage facilities, huge problem, and I'll go into that a little bit later. You have to get that conserved consumptive use from where it occurs all the way to Lake Powell, and there's just hundreds of miles of river and diversions in between there. Very difficult. They don't have that problem down in the lower basin. And this one I want to bring a special attention to. Assuring that participation in the program will not constitute non-use for purposes of change cases or abandonment proceedings. He's talking about the Division 7 exemption statute. They made these changes in the abandonment statute last year. The controversy I had with Southwest, whereas I said I don't want you to take that Division 7 exemption out because it's paving the way for demand management, and I was told that I was a liar and I was propagating conspiracy theories. I'm pretty sure Brent Newman put it in a memo in 2018 that they had to do that to clear the decks for demand management. I didn't remember it at the time, but I'm pretty sure that he's saying the same thing I was saying in 2018 when I was being called a liar. They basically have to say if you do that conserved consumptive use, you can't injure your water right if you go to a water rights case. And if you do it for 10 years, you would have abandoned your water until they made the amendment and the statute change last year to the amendments. If you're doing demand management for 10 years, that's not temporary, right? And you're abandoning your water. So I didn't care about that amendment last year, but this is Brent Newman in 2018 saying they were going to do what they did in 2020, or tried to. And rules for compact administration before considering a pivot from temporary voluntary and compensated demand management to something more akin to mandatory curtailment. And it's not clear if he's talking about anticipatory curtailment again here, or if he's talking about actually getting ready to do mandatory curtailment, which the state engineer is working on. We do have to start looking on how it's going to work if they do mandatory curtailment. So anyway, this was leading up to a CWCB meeting. Go to the next slide. This is a staff recommendation. The Colorado River District and Southwest were extremely upset at this point. They were concerned that this is a letter that's the Colorado River District along Southwest. They sent to Commissioner Eklund. Stolpa and McLeod were the deputies. Becky Mitchell was the CWCB director then, and the state engineer, Rain, who still is. And they basically asked, they wanted sorry boards on the demand management program so that to ensure that it was voluntary, temporary, compensated, and they wouldn't go to preemptive curtailment. So this letter is where all of that stuff you heard ever since, that's where West Slope demanded it, Southwest demanded it, John Porter, I guess Don was probably there then. And they said, to clarify, we believe there is agreement between the West Slope and the Front Range Water Council. Most of the stuff in the Front Range Water Council letter was okay. However, we are concerned about recent discussions that a demand management program might morph into a mandatory anticipatory curtailment program or something else that has not been publicly vetted. So if you wanted to know why they did the sideboards, they were concerned about this anticipatory risk. They had a reason to be. Anticipatory risk is basically they're going to take our water and we won't get paid for it, and there's not a compact call. So that was kind of the worst case scenario. There's a question whether they meant it. The other possibility is they were just threatening us with that because it motivated us to go along with voluntary temporary So it's a question whether they intended it or it was just a big stick to get us into demand management. You have to realize there's a complicated game going on here, and you realize that the West Slope didn't want to demand manage voluntarily, so they might have thought they needed to use a big stick, and anticipatory curtailment is that threat. So September 19, Steamboat, there was a very intense meeting. If you want to figure out what was going on, Dave Merritt from Colorado River District, Andy Mueller, Bruce Whitehead gave the presentation for the sideboards. They had them all written out. Again, it's voluntary, temporary, compensated, all the stuff that you've heard since. And then the Front Range Water Council came up, Jim Lockhead, Brad Wind, and they basically, every big city on the Front Range got up to the mic. They told you how many voters they represented, how many people they provide water to, how much money and power they had. And it was pretty intimidating. And I'm going to try to do a few quick clips out of this. Go to the next page. And if this gets too long, let me know, and we'll kind of short circuit it and jump. Did we go into 3? Or
initially, for the record, I thought the staff memo was fine. I read it as described by Brent, and so it was fine by me. Just so there's no doubt about the stake of Denver water serving a quarter of the state's population in the Colorado River, I think everybody on this board realizes the fact that Denver water secures about half of our water supply from the Colorado River Basin, and the vast majority of the water rights that provide that service are post-compact water rights. So we, along with other members of the Front Range Water Council, stand to be curtailed essentially completely half of our water supply in the event of a compact curtailment, which is why we have pressed forward very strongly for a proactive approach by the state of Colorado in cooperation with the other basin states and the Department of the Interior toward avoiding a compact call from happening in the first place. We also recognize that as Denver Water has something at risk with the Western Slope, we would expect to contribute with the Western Slope and with the rest of Colorado to that solution. We are not looking to shirk that responsibility.
All of this. So. Anyway, Brad Wind was at next, Northern Water, and then Bennett Raley's Northern Water's lawyer, and this was the most impactful statement of that meeting. And some of the text of the money.
Just a couple brief observations.
Man managed Imperial Valley.
With respect to Brad's tool, I would submit that the issue of whether or not the state moves to a voluntary plan for meeting its compact obligations or mandatory one is not in the sole control of anyone in this room. If the drought continues, there's two paths. If there's an infinite source of money, then voluntary works. Great, we're all happy. If the drought continues and there's not an infinite source of money, then the state will go to mandatory. The Supreme Court will ensure that sooner or later. It's not a question. So the question is, do we have this tool in place, whether it's voluntary or mandatory, to stop extra water from going down to the lower basin? I'd offer that that tool is incredibly valuable regardless of which course we will take. The other brief comment I want to make, and I actually have a pretty sordid past, twice on Senate staff and once in Interior. The thought that you, as a sovereign, can or should commit that the state's compliance with the Interstate Compact should be subject to consensus, I find stunning. I draw an analogy to the Colorado River. If consensus were required on the Colorado River, California would not have been shut down to 4.4 million acre feet. It would not have happened. There would not be a Colorado River delivery agreement. I'd submit there probably wouldn't be 07 guidelines for sharing shortages, because at the end of the day, what, What forces those consensus actions is the knowledge that if the parties don't reach agreement between themselves, the sovereign will do what's best for the interests of the people they represent. So I find it stunning to suggest that you give away that sovereignty, unless, of course, you want to give it to Northern. Thank you.
Anyway, he's a powerful man. Northern Water is a powerful entity, so there's, again, a threat that they were going to go to mandatory if we didn't start putting water down to the river. So this is Kathleen Curry. She was a West Sloper. She followed that, and she had some pretty powerful statements in the other direction.
I'm going to take those two organizational hats off, because we're doing a lot of general speak here today and talk to you as a water user, as an agricultural water user on the West Slope in possession of both junior and senior water rights using the 1922 cutoff date. And what we have at stake is not whether there's going to be a curtailment at one of the Trans Mountain Diversion tunnels, which might result in a water user on the Front Range having to irrigate their lawns once a week instead of twice a week, or maybe another subdivision can't be approved, or maybe a supplemental agricultural water supply would be impacted. This is our livelihood. This water is what we depend on. We count on those seniors. We count on those juniors. Our economies count on that. If we move in the direction of mandatory curtailment, and if it isn't equitable, and if we go down that path, you're going to have significant impacts to the water users in the state of Colorado. And I can't stress that enough, especially on the Western Slope. I mentioned I want to be part of the solution, but I guess I'll close with this statement that I hope that the treatment isn't worse than the disease. We are so worried about forestalling compact curtailment, but at what expense? Turn the appropriation doctrine on its head? Significantly impact the viability of agriculture on the Western Slope? That's what's at stake here.
Okay, quickly, last one. It took a lot of guts to stand up to all those cities and states say that, and this is the counterpoint from Patty Wells, who was then Denver Water's general counsel, and she was not happy with what Kathleen just said.
The other thing I want to say about demand management, I always get concerned with terms like target, I don't think victim is used, but other words, target on the back and, going to ruin West Slope Ag.
Okay, well, maybe I cut it, but you got the gist of it. Kathleen Curry, she stared her down, and she was looking right at Kathleen, and she basically didn't want to hear it. Let's do this one really quick. This is September 21st. It was the Colorado River District's Forum, and this is
But it's important
talking about what really is
to
the
be really clear from the Upper Basin's perspective. There is a, quote, structural deficit in the Colorado River. It's in the lower basin, and it has to do with overuse. And that's what we really call it. They're using too much water in the lower basin. This is a slide on the left there from the Central Arizona Project, and it addresses what they call the structural deficit, and it says they're using 9 million acre-feet of water a year down in the lower basin. But it fails to account for the approximately 1.3 million in additional evaporation from their reservoirs and transit loss in their system. So in reality, they're using vastly more than the 7.5 million that was allocated to them under the compact. Furthermore, I
just have a question. So was that never calculated? I mean, that's a lot of water, that 1.3 million acre feet.
Well, when the compact was negotiated, they were operating on the assumption that they had huge surpluses, so they were actually more concerned about divvying up the surpluses in 1963 than the potential shortfalls. It's a complicated subject, but the key thing again is the Mexico obligation wasn't resolved when the compact was signed. It was an open-ended obligation. There wasn't a number on it. And again, the Gila was supposed to be in the Colorado River system when the compact was negotiated. So, but Arizona wouldn't sign the agreement if they took the Gila out of, put the Gila in the system. But for the lower basin to have the water to satisfy the Mexico obligation, their half, they would have had to take it out of the Gila River, and it was removed. So it was just a bunch of unfortunate circumstances, which I went over last time in 1922 and 28 and 63, that basically they expect to have 7.5 million acre feet come out of Lake Mead. We're actually the ones that have to cover the evaporation losses and make Lake Mead, and there are allusions to that in some of the documents that I've read. We cover it on Lake Powell, we cover it on Flaming Gorge, we cover all the evaporation losses in the system, and it's a huge burden for us. But they expect 7.5 million delivered out of Lake Mead. It's what their expectation is. They have been working on the carriage losses in the lower river below Mead, which they do have to deal with. But again, it was just an oversight, and it was fine when they were looking at surpluses, but the surpluses just weren't there. And now that they're gone, you have to take care of those carriage losses someplace. So the Mexico obligation is the big one. There's 1.5 million acre feet that it used to come out of surpluses before the river was fully developed. But once CAP came along, Dolores project, the river was fully developed, there just wasn't any water left to cover it.
So nobody calculated evaporation at all?
Well, again, we're charged with the evaporation losses on all the reservoirs, so. There's an argument about Lake Mead. I mean, Andy Millard and others say that they should be charged for evaporation losses and make Lake Mead. But Lake Mead was supposed to be 5 million acres, and it was acre feet, and it was just supposed to be enough to handle the spring runoff, and then they would buffer it out. It wasn't supposed to be 20 and 30 million acre feet, and then we built another 20 and 30 million acre feet, 3 or 4 million in Flaming Gorge. I mean, it was good when we had surpluses because we stored all that water. We would have been in crisis a long time ago without all those reservoirs, but now we're paying a price for them because we're paying for huge losses, and there just isn't enough water to cover them. So
the West is out of water?
Yeah, it's controversial, but I'm not the only one. The Glen Canyon Institute is saying the same thing. We really need to get rid of one of those reservoirs, those big reservoirs. It would save us hundreds of thousands acre feet a year just getting rid of it, but we're wedded to those are cash register jams. Mead and Powell, they produce a lot of power, a lot of money, and we're addicted to the power and the money, so it's pretty controversial to say that you would just breach one of them, but it's still possible. The Glen Canyon Institute's been pushing it for years. They have all the plans worked out, and it may come to that. Who knows what's going to happen if this crisis really comes to pass, but anyway, we better move because we don't have much time. Anyway, he's talking here about there's 11 million acre feet that the lower basin took out of Lake Powell since the 2007 interim guidelines, that they basically got surplus water. That huge bars, that huge 2011 inflow, they basically took all of it. Versus 7.5, they took 17 million acre feet. If we had that water in Lake Powell now, we wouldn't have a problem, but it all went to the lower basin. So anyway, we better keep moving quick. This is going to go fast. I'm sorry. So. I started late.
Operation of the 2007 interim guidelines.
Next slide.
And the way they've been interpreted.
Some of these you can just read through and you'll get the gist of them. This is a slide that he shows later. He has a conversation about it. This is the sweet spot. If you keep it in that green zone, the lower basin gets 9 million acre feet out of Lake Powell, and they were actually timing how much water they took out of Lake Powell when they could leave water in ICS, and they were keeping it in that sweet spot for the last 6, 7, 8 years. And they actually put it on the internet, and everybody saw it, and the upper basin was quite upset about it and sent some letters down. They got to stop gaming the system. But this is where gaming the system in the lower basin came from. And again, those 9 million acre foot releases are the sweet spot. If you go above it or below it, it's 8.23 or sometimes 7.5. We may finally be getting into the 7.5 genre next year, but we'll see. Next. If you want to hear the explanation, Andy Miller goes into it in detail. It's that upper elevation balancing tier. These are the actual side-by-side charts from the interim guidelines. The tiering, Lake Powell's on the left, Lake Mead's on the right, and it's that upper balancing tier is where the 9 million acre foot releases happen, and they basically have to stay in that tier or they can milk Lake Powell. And somebody needs to push page down now. I'm going to skip over this one. If you want a good webinar that explains everything that they were pitching, this came out right after the documents were finally unveiled for the DCP. This is James Eklund presenting. He was our UCRC commissioner, and Karen Kwan. They go through in detail It's a pretty long webinar, but they go through in detail all the rationales, and there's a case for it. I mean, we do have to meet these obligations, but I don't have time to do it here, so let's keep moving. I'm going to talk really quickly. These are 3 slides out of that presentation. One of the other parts of the Upper Basin DCP you don't hear as much about other than demand management is they basically said they can reoperate these crisp reservoirs and release water from Flaming Gorge to Lake Powell to keep it above a certain elevation. The Bureau has said they already had the authority to do this, but it created a somewhat better framework so that UCRC does have some say in when we start releasing them. We are probably at a point very soon where they are going to start releasing water out of Flaming Gorge. Flaming Gorge is nearly full, and there's probably 3 million acre feet there to spare, and they are probably going to start moving that down from Flaming Gorge to keep Lake Powell above some of these critical elevations. So that will buy us a year, but once we start tapping out these 3 reservoirs, then we're going to be starting to stare down the barrel of curtailment. So.
What's Blue Mesa look like?
It's pretty not great. It's like half full, I think, something like that. It's not good, but Flaming Gorge is good. No, but there's no ag demands on it. It's our full. All they do is they release water from power generation, so it tends to stay full. That's the one that's going to do most of it. Navajo's got a little water to spare, but it's not great because this is the Upper Basin. Once they wiped out Powell, now they're going to be reaching up into the rest of the crisp reservoirs. And we've built so many reservoirs, so much evaporation loss, and it's also that they never have a shortage. At least they haven't so far. Anyway, next. This was the big slide, and they emphasized this so much. They did not want to lose power generation at Lake Powell. The funding, again, for CRIS projects, operating Glen Canyon, Aspinall, again, it's a cash register project. Endangered species funds was a big one. Ken certainly emphasized we can't just let those endangered species programs die. Salinity mitigation gets water from it. And we get subsidized power for the Dolores project from WAPA Power, so it's really important that we sort of have Lake Powell there, but they were basically emphasizing we needed to start putting this demand management water into Lake Powell to keep those power levels up. And I immediately started pushing back on it with the next slide. Article 4B of the compact says, subject to the provisions of the compact, water of the Colorado River system may be impounded and used for the generation of electrical power, but such impounding and use shall be subservient to the use and consumption of such water for agricultural and domestic purposes and shall not interfere with or prevent use for such dominant purposes. So if they start preemptively curtailing us to put water in Lake Powell for hydro purposes, it is a violation of the compact. And there's a question if anybody will litigate it. Anyway, I started pushing this at every meeting I went to. Every time they started talking about keeping water in Lake Powell, I said, you can't do that. I mean, if we voluntarily put water down there, yeah, maybe, sure, but they stopped saying that. Now they just say compact compliance. They don't talk about the power head. But there is a problem. If you lose the power head, then pretty soon you can't release water from the reservoir, and then you have trouble delivering water to the lower basin to meet our compact obligations. But if they ever say you have to release water to protect the power head, it is a violation of the compact. So they would have to amend or throughout the compact to do it. Next. They also talked about how much water we were entitled to, and this really ticked me off because they're talking about the Colorado River Compact obligations, which our entitlement under the Upper Colorado Compact is 3.8 million acre feet. They would not talk about how much water we were actually using. They would not talk about how much of our compact entitlement was unused. And the next slide, you'll recognize, I emphasize this over and over and over again. This is what they're talking about. That's how much water we're entitled to under the compact. Colorado gets 3.881 million. On the next slide, that's how much water we're actually using. So we're not getting anywhere close to what we were promised. And I take a big exception to that when they say that we're the ones that have to start cutting back here because, yeah, we've been through this whole story. Next. Anyway, November 15th, CWCB put out their sideboard demand management policy. You know it well. It's voluntary, temporary, compensated, proportionate, and I gave you a link to it if you want to read it. These are the actual sideboards that we're operating under if they do establish a demand management program. Next. And that was to address all this controversy we had for. Let's try to get this video in quick. It's hugely important. This is John Ensminger at CRUA, December.
Right, the law of the river isn't carved on stone tablets.
Audio. There we go.
I think just since we sat up here last year, we've learned not to disincentivize the upper basin from putting water into Lake Powell, right? We were like, oh, but the law of the river says, blah, blah, blah. It's like, who cares? It's like they want to put water into Lake Powell. Guess what Gravity works. Eventually it's coming to us. So
There's laughter in the crowd at this point.
we need to be flexible.
The carved in stone, he's basically making fun of the fact that we actually want to put water in Lake Powell because once we put it down there, we can't get it back. I mean, it's going to lower basin or it's going to evaporate. And he calls upper basin demand management heavy lift. I don't think he thought we ever seriously should have tried. I don't think the lower basin wanted to do us. It was between the Bureau and the upper basin, and Eklund in particular, and the environment NGOs are the other ones that wanted it. I think he was talking about Article 3A in the compact. It is the thing I'm pushing the hardest when I go to meetings. Article 3A says, there is hereby a portion of the Colorado River system in perpetuity, the upper basin and the lower basin, 7.5 million acre feet, and the key part, it says exclusive beneficial consumptive use, which means we have to use our water rights exclusively to a beneficial use in the upper basin. When we put it into Lake Powell, we're buying our water rights out, putting it in their place, the only place it can go to the lower basin. I'm not a lawyer. I've asked CWCB and IBCC multiple times to give us a legal brief or reading on this. I don't think the demand management comports with this. And the problem with the compact is Article 3C, 3D, 3E, 3B are carved in stone because they give water to the lower basin. We cannot ever get any kind of flexibility on them. But Article 3A protects us, and it's suddenly not carved in stone, and we threw it out. So this is a really important issue, and I'm going to keep pushing it, but I'm getting absolutely no response back from Southwest or CWCB or the IBCC. Okay, we're going to go even faster now because I'm past my time. So
You got 2 minutes, Ed. I'll give you the 3:10.
We'll skip over this. This is Jay Becklin testifying in front of the House to get that, and he's basically saying he uses the term environmental flows, social justice multiple times. And I think he's a pretty left-leaning person. He's a Democrat, and you should look at that video. And Becky Mitchell, who's our UCRC commissioner now, she said pretty much the same thing into the Colorado State Legislature. Demand management efforts have the potential to align with several other water plan goals, including dovetailing conserved consumptive use efforts with in-stream flow goals, endangered species recovery, and other integrated watershed management planning efforts. And this is basically what the NGOs are for. They want to basically demand manage ag, put water in the rivers, and they get the in-stream flows they haven't been able to get any other place. That's basically what Eklund was saying in front of the House. Next. These are the actual documents. Drought Contingency Plan Authorization Act from the House, agreement concerning drought contingency management and operations is the main one. There's 3 attachments. A1 and A2 is the upper basin, and B is the lower basin, which is extraordinarily complicated. A1 is drought response operations, which is taking water out of Flaming Gorge, and the demand management storage agreement. Next. But-for clause, really important. It basically has the stipulations on what qualifies as a conserved consumptive use, and it's very restrictive. You basically have to take water that you would have otherwise put to beneficial use, you have been putting to beneficial use, and you have to prove that you're sending it to the lower basin with shepherding, and it may disqualify, for example, using the windfall we're getting from shutting down all the power plants because it's not but-for specifically for this program. It's pretty complicated, but it's pretty hard to qualify for this program. Next. Eric Kuhn was talking about this in 2016. The current pool is 500,000 acre feet. He's saying if we have a real drought, we need 2 million acre feet. 500,000 is just a small pilot. The Colorado River District says all the time it won't make much of a difference. Next. He says if we have one of these severe droughts, we may need as much as 200 to 400,000 acre feet per year. That'll really hurt. Next. What does temporary mean is being portrayed as a Band-Aid or a stopgap, and this is from Mark Harris, one of the big participators, and he basically says if you think this isn't going to be happening from now on out, you're not thinking too straight. Next. And this is going about water speculation. Will implementation of DM program under any system increase speculation in water under the system? And by now, he's talking about the 900 acres that Water Asset Management about in 2018. They buy it 4 times that now. So the answer to this one is yes, it is contributing to speculation. Next. This is greasing. That was called greasing the skids. This was a famous one. What does voluntary really mean? And this is a guy from the N.M.P.M, I think. He said, you can voluntarily walk the plank with a musket to the back of your head. And a lot of people then thought that's what voluntary was because they were threatening with anticipatory curtailment. And there's some talk about proportionality as well. Next. Shepherding, they attempted to do a shepherding experiment. It was Aurora in Colorado Springs. They released 1,600 acre feet from Root Eye Reservoir. They couldn't track the water to the state line. It basically disappeared. And it pretty much proved that they're not going to be able to shepherd this water unless you're maybe on the state line. And this is Sonia Chavez and Andy Miller saying, if you can't shepherd the water, this program isn't going to work. This is the kind of stuff they should have worked out years ago before they went down this path. Next. I'm almost done here. That Root Eye Reservoir release, it's in that red circle there. It was on the Roaring Fork. They put it in the Colorado River stem, and they couldn't find it by the time it got to the state line. And you need to get it from the state line all the rest of the way to Lake Powell through Utah. So pretty daunting. So what does that mean? Go to the next slide. It means all of the entities that have a lot of water that are sitting on the state line are much more at risk because it's much easier to shepherd water from San Juan, McPhee, Grand Valley, which is why Water Asset Management is there, than it is from the upper Colorado where all those, because it's unlikely you're going to be able to shepherd it down to the state line. I'm almost done. There might be one or two more slides. This was a West Slope lawyer recently. The only people who still want demand management in Colorado are the NGOs and James Eklund. NGOs want it for environmental flows. James Eklund is speculating water, and he sort of wants to implement demand management all by itself. This is the what the CWCB doing, and it's kind of fiddling while Rome burns. They're basically drawing up these huge elaborate slides. They're not dealing with legal issues, administrative and accounting. IBCUC was mostly dropped off of this. There are some references in proportionality. They're basically dealing with all of the parts of this that are pretty easy for a bureaucracy to deal with and get around their heads, and they're not dealing with any of the actual hard problems. Article 3A is a big legal concern. So that's my presentation. There's one more slide. That's Nero watching Rome burn. So we've spent 2.5 years on this. We've spent millions of dollars. We have not done anything to solve these problems. Everything they were talking about 2018, still here today. We have done absolutely nothing to fix anything. If you want to fix this problem, there's two easy solutions. You take that $1 trillion that the Biden administration is printing for infrastructure, you build a pipeline from the Missouri River up to the Front Range, and you convey 200,000 acre feet there. It costs about $4 billion. Arizona has an augmentation committee. They've drawn up all the numbers. It'll cost $2,000 an acre foot to pump it. It's a big pump, 4,000, 5,000 feet. But that would start to take some of the pressure off the Front Range because they would have another water source that's not the Colorado. And you build desal plants and recycle projects down in the lower basin. But instead we're filling while Rome burns, and we're doing demand management, and it'll be years before we do it if it does it all. And these people are wasting time and money, and they're not solving the problem. Forest management maybe is another one, but it's also a hard problem, and it'll take years. So anyway, thank you. If you have any questions, I know you got other people to do so.
All right.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Ed.
I agree with putting pressure on the legislatures to build that pipeline.
Mentioned a couple weeks ago, there was the Arizona legislature, they're actually trying to fund a project to take water from the Mississippi to Arizona, which is a huge lift. I mean, the Missouri, you could build a pipeline from Kansas through the median on I-70, so the easement's already there. You'd have to have a nuclear power plant or some pretty big power to do the lift, and you'd have to get Kansas and the Missouri River users to go along with it, but it could be done if you really wanted to try. These augmentation, we were promised in 1968, they've been cast to the wind, and if we want to fix it, I mean, it should be what they figured out in 1968, and that's what we were promised. The reason we were supposed to have augmentation is that damn Mexico obligation for 1.5 million acre feet. It was done to get water to Texas. It was the State Department. It was the federal government, and we were severely injured by that Mexico treaty. And the solution was it was supposed to augment the river, and they never did it. And that's why we are where we are.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it, Ed. Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Okay, next up, we have Onward.
Thanks, Ed. Sure. I'm on slide 3 right now.
Thank you.
Hello. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you.
Every kid always gets
This might be a little above my level. Yeah.
Don't get distracted by reading this during our presentation, please. I'm going to hand you a book.
This is when the original printing of this was, because I think I've got one of the originals at home.
Do you have it? I didn't even make books when I was that age.
What are we doing?
Can I have you?
Thanks. Okay. Thanks.
Conserve every ounce you have.
Okay. Well, I'd like to thank you for your time this afternoon. To begin, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Karen Sheik. I think I know most of you, and hopefully most of you know me. Vanjie McCoy, who's the Executive Director for the Montezuma County Early Childhood Education. Chuck Forth, who is a local CPA, and he also administers Onward, a foundation that was actually founded here in Montezuma County. Joni Howland, back here. Many of you remember Joni as the Executive Director for the Cortez Public Library. Kathy Marler, I'm sure you probably all know Kathy. She's involved with the Nurse Family Partnership with the Public Health Department. And then Lisa Bunker, who also works for Onward. We are here this afternoon because we are passionate about and want to share with you information about Imagination Library. It's a book gifting program that mails free books to children from birth to 5 years in participating communities. And I want to give you just a little bit of a background about Imagination Library. It was founded in 1995 in Tennessee by Dolly Parton in memory of her father, who was actually illiterate. He could not read. By 2000, they had expanded the program out of Tennessee and had made it a national campaign. In 2002, they began to approach Native American communities. By 2005, they had formed an international community to be able to expand the program beyond U.S. borders. They delivered their 1 millionth book in 2003, and they also today have both audio and Braille versions of their books available. In 2016, they were delivering 1 million books per month with distribution in Canada, Great Britain, Australia, and Ireland. So it has been an extremely successful program that has really gained momentum over the years. The books that are chosen for the program are selected by a panel of experts in childhood literacy. They choose age-appropriate books. They are then purchased by the foundation, and the postage to distribute those books is then paid by a local sponsoring group at a cost of $25 per child per year. The books are addressed to the child. That's something that Parton has been vehement about over the years, is that we're not just sending a book out to a kiddo. That book is personally addressed to that child. They are mailed to their home at no cost to the family, and each child in the program receives their own book. So if a family happens to have 3 children who are age eligible, then each child would get their own book. That's a concept that was really, really important to Parton. The program was introduced here in Montezuma County to the Cortez Rotary by former city manager Shane Hale, and Cortez Rotary sponsored the program for a number of years. They were able to raise enough funds to offer it to all eligible children within Montezuma County, and in 2017 we actually had probably the highest enrollment, which was 650 children, and another 542 at that point had already aged out. Unfortunately, due to a lack of funding, the program was discontinued in 2019. I can tell you that I have spoken with parents and teachers in our community who've told me how important the program was for their children. I visited with a mother who said how excited her child was to go to the mailbox to each day, and especially excited when a book arrived, and then they would read the book together. As a Kemper tutor at Kemper several years ago, I asked one of the third grade classes that I was working with how many kids had participated in the Imagination Library program, and 17 of the 15 kiddos in that group said that they had been Imagination Library recipients. When I asked what they thought about the books, the answers I got were, I still have my books, now my little sister reads them. I liked getting the books, my name was on the book. I still read those books. My favorite book was The Little Engine That Could, which each of you got to take home. I read those books with my parents, and many of them say, I still wish that I was getting those books. Teachers have also said how much they can tell that having that program available to a child makes a difference. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Vanjie so that she can share with you the importance of early childhood literacy.
Okay. Hello.
Can you move the mic, please? That way they can hear you out there.
Okay. Better?
Better, thank you.
So my slides aren't up on the screen, but you have them in front of you. I'm the director of the Early Childhood Council serving Montezuma and Dolores counties. And the bottom slide on the first page where it says if Montezuma County were a community with 100 children, those statistics are pre-COVID because of the way data works. But one of the really important pieces of data is the one that says 59 of those 100 children would not be proficient in reading at the 4th grade level. So that just really shows us how important the early years are. Whether rich or poor, residents of the United States or China, illiterate or college graduates, parents who have books in the home increase the level of education their children will attain, according to a 20-year study at the University of Nevada. So that's a pretty long study, and it says that children growing up in homes with at least 20 books get 3 years more schooling than children from bookless homes, independent of their parents' education, occupation, and class. For a number of years, it was believed that the biggest predictor of children's success was the educational level of the parents. And this study is pivoting that to saying that having books present in the home really makes a big difference. There are several states that have adopted a 50% match, including Tennessee, and program impacts include family reading and children's interest in reading increasing, stronger home literacy packets. They outperform non-participants on language and literacy measures, which those 15 of the 17 that Karen just mentioned would have had a leg up because of this program. And the parents found that they had more verbal interaction with their children, they were more comfortable reading with their children, and were just able to help them be more school ready. And the next slide with the circles on it, all of these 8 factors have been shown to be a result of communities participating in Imagination Library. And one of them that I found especially lovely is that having these books, this program, made the entire community more engaged in promoting literacy, enrolling children, etc. The language gap is vital for reading success in school. By age 3, a child's brain is 85% of its adult size, and so that means it's a really critical window of opportunity for learning words and language. Children's academic success at ages 9 and 10 can be attributed to the amount of talk they hear, including reading, from birth through age 3. And the reason that is really important is because in grade 4, children stop learning how to read and start reading to learn. So that's why you always hear 3rd grade reading scores, is because that is when that change happens. And so we have to get our kids reading proficiently by 3rd grade. I included a logic model from Imagination Library, and I'm not going to go over that with you because it's a lot of words, but it really shows the inputs of the books going all the way out to kindergarten literacy readiness. And so I invite you to look at that. And then I have all of our contact information listed except for Kathy's, but you know her because she's at the health department. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, the other end.
Yes, again, thank you. And, you know, we are here because approximately 2 years ago, the commissioners heard us come to talk about trying to fund this program when it was starting to wind down on that first run. And you guys asked us you would consider a match, and we were going to go try to help find some money. And so what we're also here today is that we actually have a couple things happening that we think really make this program unique this time around. First of all, just real fast, if Shaq, we go to slide 1. No, I'm sorry, 3. Sorry about that. So Onward, our community foundation, we are unique because we manage, we invest funds with a proven track record over the last 20 years. We have received a wonderful gift of $100,000 to restart this program. We have that right now. It's invested in our funds. We also have a second thing happening, and that's the state, starting in September, is willing to pay for half of the program, and Onward has already signed up as the agency organization in Montezuma County to administer this program. So we already have the contract with Dolly Parton, we have the agreement, and it's technically not with the state. They created a nonprofit group to actually administer those funds. And so they will pay for half of our shipping costs. So the $25 per child that Karen just mentioned just went to $12.50 per child, at least for the next couple of years. What that does is it gives us an opportunity to build a fund up that can maybe become an endowment fund. An endowment fund means we want to raise enough principal right now that invested at that 6.5%, we think we can pay for this fund for 40 to 50 years. We already have a track record of doing that. I just wanted to mention a couple things if you didn't know about Onward. We manage the Friends of Recreation Fund. Currently, that fund gives out scholarships to low-income families to the rec center as an endowment. We've been doing that for over 10 years now. We have the Cortez Public Library Endowment Fund, which was created by private individuals to support the library. We also have the Montezuma County Sheriff's Office Employee Fund, a fund that was just raised money for emergencies of sheriff office folks. So just wanted you to know about how Onward plays this role. We have that flexibility to create this fund. We never did close the old fund, by the way. We still have $1,500 that we're putting toward that, plus this $100,000. And we're actually here to see if the county would be willing to match some of that. And what I'd like to do is then I will just go to the next slide, I believe Shaq should be. And then, is that okay? Yeah. Just to demonstrate, Onward is unique because we invest funds. So let's just suppose someone came to us and said, we'll give you $10,000 for the next 10 years to help fund this program. And that's scenario number 2. And in that scenario, we can So you have a combined $200,000 going into the program, but with earnings, we'll make about $344,000 total, and we'll give out 138,000 books. If we could come up with another 100,000 right now, match our 100,000, and we have plans to hopefully raise another 50. Our goal is 250 for this fund. Another 100 right now, with earnings now, gives us 143,000 more dollars over the next 40-plus years, and we give out 37,000 more books. So it's just kind of emphasizing how, for an organization like us who invest funds, trying to secure funding right now for this program to help match what we already are doing really can make a huge difference. And so, please, Joni.
I'll tell you what Chuck just told you, which is the state's going to pay half of our bill, which is quite a wonderful thing. It's just astounding. And so you couldn't think of a better time to invest in this program to keep it going. Oh, you want me to? Okay.
It needs to be on the mic for the people listening on YouTube.
I'm not too swift, so. So yeah, the state's going to pay half, which is we're just thrilled about. I'm just thrilled about, and and I'm really excited about starting up this program again. And Kathy can tell you about the county use of it, and I don't know what else to say. Anyway, yay, money! They're giving us money. I'm all for the state support. Thanks.
Hi. So I'm Kathy, and I'm here representing the Montezuma County Public Health Department. I have been involved with the Imagination Library for a little over 3 years now, and I was the one who operated the database, updated the addresses, tracked the children, etc. So I just wanted to tell you that the County Public Health Department launched the Dollywood Imagination Library in 2012 and have distributed well over 75,000 books. We're proud to be a part of this critical reading program that encourages academic success through the beginnings of free, high-quality books to all families. When this program abruptly terminated in 2019, our database contained approximately 525 children. As of today, there are only 157 in the database as they have graduated, termed out, moved away, etc., and have been removed. Currently, the Nurse Family Partnership, Montelores Nurse Family Partnership Program has 74 children awaiting to enroll, and our WIC program has 438 children waiting to enroll to get books. Debbie Myers, one of the N.M.P. nurses, stated to me that many of our N.M.P. families do not have the expendable funds to buy children's books for their infants and toddlers. As part of our program, we discuss reading to children and starting way back during the pregnancy. We know the more words that babies hear over time, the more words they learn. In addition, we know that reading to very young children increases their school readiness and later school performance. Getting a new book every month was not only an exciting and fun way to connect with the children, it provided a real and practical way parents could make a difference in their children's lives. I have 2 quick statements that were sent to us, not requested, but just sent it to us about the program. This mother says, the program was so important to my boys and family because our 3-year-old is obsessed with books. He would get so excited every time we got his mail in the mailbox. Then, without question, we'd sit down and read this new book. Our 11-month-old, is starting to show an interest in books as of recently. He loves to do nap bedtime story time with us. The Dolly Parton program gave my kids something healthy to be excited about and gave my family something new to bond with every month. This one is, my daughter loved getting her Dolly Parton books, or as she called them, the books from the lady who sings Jolene. Every month she would wait for her book, and when it arrived, she would be so excited. She still keeps all of her books she received on her bookshelf and will get them out quite frequently. She has even started reading those books with her 2 little brothers. The program really helps keep kids interested in books as well as being excited for books. All of the books she has gotten from her parents, aunts, uncles, and grandparents are great, but the ones from the Jolene singer are her prized possessions. So in closing, I just want to say, what better way to invest in our local children than to help them thrive in reading and become better educated to become employable citizens? And that's what the health department wants to stay a part of. Thank you.
Well, as you can see, the Public Health Department has been involved in this program. Our local county libraries have been involved and help enroll children in the program. Hospitals, doctors' offices. When the Cortez Rotary was a little more active than they are today, we would have events at which we would also register kids. And so moving forward, I can tell you that there are plans in place to vigorously market this program. As Kathy said, it looks like we are looking at probably close to 600 kiddos who are ready right now to be enrolled in the program. Just to give you a little bit of a perspective, the cost of what they call a trade paperback book, children's book, is $7. And if you're looking at a hardback children's book, it's going to cost you $19 up. Unfortunately, a lot of people that live in our community don't have that kind of expendable income. There are other things that are more important, such as food and housing, for them to be able to cover. So you can see that providing the opportunity for a child to accumulate, if they're enrolled in the program from the very first date that they're eligible and stay with it until they age out, they can accumulate a library of 60 books. And that's quite a significant number over the 20 that Vanjie just told you were critical in improving success of children in school. So, as Chuck alluded to, we are here to make a request. We did visit, Joan was on the commission when we came a couple of years ago to talk about information library, and at that time we're told that if we could raise some funds that the commission would consider matching that. I know that you all are going to receive the last grant monies, and I never can. Jim's told me several times, and I think it must be my age.
The SRS fund.
Yeah, I never can remember what that program is. It's my understanding this is the last year that those funds will be made available, that traditionally the commission has allocated that funding to the public schools. While public schools can always use more funding, they have gotten significant amounts of funding as a result of COVID relief funds. The fact that, as Joni shared with you, that the state is now on board and recognizes the importance of this program, they're willing to provide half of the cost to provide this gift booking program to children. This seems like the ideal time for the commission to partner with us and help us create an endowment. I truly believe that sometimes there's just a right time for something to happen. And I really, really believe that this may be Montezuma County's perhaps one and only time to be able to step up and create an endowment that will allow us to have a sustainable program for many decades down the road. As Kathy stated, this is an investment in our children. And what better gift could you give to this community than to take those funds and earmark them so that you make an investment that not only has the potential to change the lives of the children that grow up in Montezuma County, but that also can change and benefit our county itself. One of the things that Larry Don used to say quite frequently over the years that he was on the commission was that, you know, we've got to figure out a way for, you know, for our children to be able to come back and live here in Montezuma County. Well, in order for that to happen, we have to make an investment so that they get a really good head start and then can be successful so that they can come back and make their homes in this community. As Chuck said, we have a little over $100,000 right now. I have a commitment from Empire Electric. They have in their budget to make a contribution of $3,000 to the program in the future. I've had some conversations with the Ballantine Foundation about the possibility of them being willing to make a substantial investment as well. The truth is that in order for this to really work so that we don't wind up eating up our principal to the point where we shorten the lifespan of what this endowment could provide, we need a fairly substantial contribution, hopefully from you all. I'm also hoping I presented to the city the other night, and I'm hoping that they may be able to come up with some funding as well. So at this point, if any of you have questions, we'd be more than happy to try to answer those for you. And I certainly hope that you will look favorably upon this request.
Gentlemen? I will say that, you know, thank you guys again. This is the second time I've heard this presentation. It was just shortly after I was seated on this commission, and we didn't, through that SRS funding, those funds were already committed to the school districts of the 50% that is allowable, that we have discretionary capability of. But this is the last year that the SRS funds will be distributed. We already know that. And you're correct. I don't know what the school systems are getting with the ARP money. I haven't even reached out to ask. I don't know. But I do feel that they will be having additional funds that they've never had previously. So, gentlemen, that really, you have not committed that discretionary portion of that 50% of the SRS. We don't know what it's going to be yet. Obviously, we don't. So to commit to any kind of a number, if that's what's decided, you know, we don't know. I don't know what that number is going to be.
When is that funding supposed to be made available, Jim? Do you have a timeline?
It gets here around the end of June. Shaq, is that?
Yeah, that's correct.
About the end of June. So usually by July 1, obviously we know what we actually have.
Okay.
I had requested some research, and now I can't find any of the emails, obviously, because I have an iPad, not a PC. So it makes it a little harder to navigate up here.
If you're asking about, on average, how much money is discretionary, it's a little over 100,000.
So we have, right, and we have 25% that we have to give to the schools, 25% has to go to Road and Bridge of the total allotment. So it gives us a little bit of money in there, obviously, for discretion. So I absolutely believe in early childhood development, and that if you can read to kids, obviously the literacy rate is greater by far. So I'm going to stop, and I'll open it up to you gentlemen and see what your thoughts are.
It's a very worthwhile program. My wife and I, that's all we buy our grandkids is books. We don't buy them clothes or toys, we buy them books. So they may not like us for it, but that's what they get.
Not a bad investment.
But they're all readers, so.
Yeah. Well, you got them started early then.
Yeah.
You've done the right thing.
I was there at the inception when Shane came to Empire Electric, and we were firm believers in education, and especially reading.
Yeah.
Without reading, you can't advance. Just a couple of questions. Have you approached the school districts in any way? Are they willing to participate?
You know, the school district's participation in the past has pretty much been limited to promoting it, you know, making families aware of it. as I'm sure you're very much aware, our school system has been pretty strapped financially. And so we have not in the past solicited funding for them simply because we didn't feel that they probably had it available. But they certainly endorse the importance of this program and are participants in helping make parents aware. And of course, they very much encourage that parents read to their kids and do language development with their kids. And as I said, teachers are able to identify which kiddos in their classes actually have been participants in the program. So it is quite evident that children who have been part of the Imagination Library program get a leg up. And in a community where we have lots of kiddos that come from families that maybe get started at a disadvantage, any kind of a leg up that they could get is important.
And a question for Chuck. Is there any administrative fees taken out of this donation?
So when we invest funds, we do have a 1% management fee that we do assess on them. If it were substantial, we have reduced that. We have some funds that are more than $500,000 and we've reduced our fee.
Okay.
But it is our standard has just been 1%. And so it's coming off of the earnings. So we're usually earning about 7.5%. We're usually paying out about 6.5%.
Okay, great.
And I just wanted to mention too that I think there's potential other fundings through this American Recovery Plan. And I was kind of under the impression that there was maybe some money being earmarked. I know the county's getting a chunk in the city and the schools, but something toward getting kids back enrolled and getting kids caught up after COVID. And that, I don't think we know all the parameters of it yet, but I was just wondering if that's possibly a funding source available too.
I think because we don't know the real parameters, everything is laid out in this 600-page document with a lot of things that could be and might be, but until we really know
Till we see that document, we don't know.
well, until we really know,
Yeah.
It's hard to even look at that. I mean, to even anticipate, and trust me, there are a lot of asks for all of that already. So I'm just talking discretionary funds that we know that we're going to get one time. I don't know what that is going to be, but I definitely think that, within a short period of time, we could probably make a decision. If these gentlemen want to move forward, I couldn't give you an amount specifically because I don't know an amount, but that is within our discretion to do without even looking at the ARP funding.
Okay, sure.
And, from my point of view, not to wrestle these guys down, but I'm willing to participate, whatever we can. One quick question. How will Montezuma County be recognized for our participation?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we're already talking about how we would market this, and I think that's where it's going to be our responsibility to get out in the community and make sure that the word is spread over radio airwaves and with our local newspapers and visiting with nonprofit organizations that may work with children and families, and just get the word out to the community so that they know. I think this is where you all can play a little bit of a role too. You have an audience that tunes in to your weekly meetings, and from time to time, I will tell you that I think you've got lots of people who are here today who would be willing to come on a semi-annual or annual basis, whatever works for you guys, and keep you up to breast of exactly how the program is doing and how many children we have, and maybe share some anecdotes of those children and families who are enrolled. so that it doesn't just be something where you've given us a donation and now you never see us again.
I like that.
And correct, big correct.
I mean,
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, the logo is even up on that slide there, and I would think that all the branded materials, we could easily do that. And we have a lot going on, early literacy-wise right now, that this really complements. But why I really popped back up here was to let you know that with the state match, one of the goals is to have it statewide by 2026. It's supposed to be amped up enough with enough funding from the state that they can help support half of the cost for every child under 5 in the state. That's their goal, 2026, to be fully funded. And one of the things that they're doing is talking to all the superintendents of school districts and to include on kindergarten enrollment just one little check mark whether or not their children participated in this program, and what a great data point that would be for us. And I believe that Montezuma County cares for kids, and so I just think it's a great opportunity for us to help our youngest citizens.
Well, and the other
Concrete
thing.
way.
I'm sorry.
It's a concrete way that we can show, we talk about in this community a lot that we value education, our kids are important, education is important. This is one way where we can actually put our money where our mouth is, because the truth is that educating a child and helping that child become literate, there's an expense involved. As well as a commitment from the community. So it gives us an opportunity to demonstrate that.
And I would actually agree with that also, because
Yeah.
education, if we decide to do this with this funding, we're still putting it towards education. We're just changing the age group of the education that we're putting it toward. So we've always obviously believe in education. I think everybody up here now believes in education. It's just those funds could be shifted to early childhood development instead of reading to learn or learning to read.
Yeah. I was just going to mention that one thing I'm going to be working on is Montezuma County recognition from the state. We may, and I have to confirm this, but I believe we were the very first county this year to apply for this funding from the state through the Colorado Imagination Library nonprofit fund. So I think that's really kind of a neat leg up, if you will. And I'm hoping that it will give us a little bit of notoriety in the state, and hopefully we can become a model county for the other counties that aren't participating, particularly the rural counties. Because participation tends to be lower, even from a percentage standpoint in the rural areas. And I think some of it just has to do with lack of administration and just fewer people to actually get up and make this happen. So I think that Montezuma County could really
shine in this.
could really shine. And we're going to keep pushing for that with the state. So.
Well, I know one of the things, too, that Lisa had talked about in her conversations with the gal at the state level that's administering this is because we probably are the first to have enrolled in the program, to bring her down here and create a precedent for that.
And maybe even have Dolly Parton record something cool for the,
It's not out of,
I think if you talk Dolly Parton into playing at our county fair a couple of times, we'll be in more of a negotiating mood.
You won't get it until you ask for it. But even a recorded message to Montezuma County congratulating us on being, the first in the state, or obviously she has a whole lot of passion surrounding this. Obviously this group does as well. But if you don't ask, you won't get it. And I'm not afraid to ask. So I don't think any of us are afraid to ask. So I just wanted to throw that in there as well.
Yeah, well, I think we've demonstrated we're not afraid to ask.
The regional director for the whole western part of the United States said, if you get your whole state, if every county in the state would participate, Dolly will come and visit you.
Hey.
Every
Well,
county in the state, all 64 counties, that'd be
Talk it up among your
Yeah.
fellow county commissioners.
pretty big task.
If we get every county in the state to participate, Dolly Parton plays our county fair the next 5 years straight.
yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, well, you asked.
And
you
she
asked for the
brings
Lord.
some of her other previous singing partners,
Oh, with
not
her.
Kenny Rogers,
I
with
got
her.
So I think, gentlemen, unless you have any questions.
I'm not, he knew when to fold them.
I play a
Very
great
good,
streak there,
Jack.
don't I?
No, I think it's a very worthwhile deal, and as soon as we find out what that SRS money's gonna be.
I think if I hear you correctly, that we have a commitment
You
of
do for me.
moving it forward. I just can't give you,
Does someone wish to make a motion?
can't give you a number because obviously I don't know. I know what your ask is, but it may not be anything close to that, or it might be.
How soon do you need an answer?
I don't
The
know.
SRS
I
funds,
d-
25% of it's already going to the schools anyway.
Correct.
Yeah.
So they're not-
By statute, that has to go to the school. So they are.
We're
still gonna receive-
anticipating opening the program, I believe it was September 1st.
Okay.
That's what we're shooting for.
So we would have plenty of time to decide that. So, gentlemen, basically, do any of you want to move this forward, or? do you
I
want
don't know how to
use our
put that in a form. I
discretionary-
guess we move to participate in the program with a funding number at a later date.
Utilizing the SRS funding.
Okay, as amended.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to participate in the Dolly Parton Imagination Library, and we will use the discretionary funds we have available through the Secure Rural Schools, and that decision will be made as an amount probably around the end of June, 1st of July, as soon as we find out what that funding source might be.
Oh, thank you so much.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And to tail on, I make a challenge to all the municipalities in your area, all the school districts, and all the nonprofits to participate in this program.
All right, well, we accept your challenge, Kent.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Okay,
You've made
anything
our
else?
day. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Have a great day. And tell me it's raining outside.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
For Onward for the foundation, you know, if you just kind of, I mean, school use being collaborative or more all in.
Thank you. You bet.
Okay. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Karen.
All right.
Hey, how are you?
Okay,
Somebody want to call out for supper?
we're,
What is the DA doing here?
we, as usual, I saw that Matt walked in, and I stated in the past that whenever we saw Matt walk in, we would
leave?
give him the
Oh.
Give him the
opportunity.
floor.
I thought you guys were gonna say you would adjourn, so.
No, we want to hear from you. We want to hear that you've had 100 cases since we last saw you.
Well, I want to thank you guys for taking the time. I apologize. This is simply when I could get here after court. I know Clarissa had given you guys a brief update. We are as busy as we've ever been as an office right now, and that's a great thing. So I'm coming here to give you guys, frankly, a good report, and the good report is that we are doing trials. We are back in court. We are, the court has just issued an order indicating that we must appear in person, barring some motion starting in June. So frankly, I'm pretty pleased with that.
Good.
Still gonna wear the mask, but we'll work on that.
Is that for what specific reason? Just,
It hasn't been stated specifically in the order. I frankly haven't inquired with the chief judge regarding why. I'll be honest with you, as long as I can get into court and try cases, I'm a happy camper.
Absolutely. I would agree with that.
We have done 5 jury trials since court is open. That is, I think, probably a record for the office.
There's no doubt that's a record.
And we're happy to keep going with that. We've got another one scheduled for next Thursday. So things are going well. Things are progressing the way we want to. This is the first bite of eating that whole elephant that is the backlog of trials that we have. So I just wanted to report that to you guys. I also wanted to know that the DA bill that was going to remove qualified immunity has been killed in the Senate, I believe. So while it's something that I feel may come back up in the next session, it's not something that I'm going to stress about this year. Frankly, there's plenty of other House bills I can stress about this year. So I just wanted to give you guys that update, let y'all know what's going on, and then ask you if you had any questions of me about anything in particular that you guys in the community that you wanted me to discuss.
The only thing I would bring to your attention, Matt, is that the sheriff is kind of copying and pasting some stuff out of an ordinance, land use code ordinance that San Miguel County did regarding cultivation of marijuana in rural areas of the county and a permitting process for that. And assuming that if there were violations of that, it would fall on your office to enforce it. You might want to get with him and make sure both of your goals are achieved if you have any regarding that.
I'll let them know. We've actually had a string of cases here recently. In fact, I'm going to go back upstairs and charge one after we're done involving cultivation cases. The issue that we're finding is that people are saying, I was not growing marijuana, I was growing hemp. And with a robust testing program that could be put in place, I think that there might be the ability to work with the sheriff regarding that. But the fact of the matter is that if we have individuals that are here that are growing marijuana and then saying, it's okay, it's hemp, it's all right, it's going to make enforcement very difficult.
Well, hemp ball is all regulated by the state, and they have to have a permit for it. So
It's not going to stop necessarily the cultivation charges, but when we charge them with there's specific parts of the statute where it does.
Matt, is your mic on?
Yes, it is now. Thank you,
Thanks.
sir. But there are specific provisions within the criminal code that would prohibit me from charging somebody with, say, possession of marijuana if that product was, in fact, actually hemp. And so from a standpoint of cultivation, Jim, you're absolutely correct. There is absolutely laws on the books regarding permitting for cultivation as it relates to hemp. And we would still be enforcing those very much the same way. But there are other provisions within Title 18 that, frankly, are affected by that distinction. So.
Okay. And I would, agree with Shaq. Make sure you get with the sheriff before
Sure,
they come back.
I'll give him a ring. I think that's.
The idea is to start allowing commercial grows is the idea behind what the sheriff is drafting.
I will talk with him.
Right, because
And we'd appreciate your input.
My input right now is simply that I think that there will be difficulty in establishing what is a legitimate, permitted, approved, and taxed marijuana grow, and then what is not. And how I see that coming up, just so that the commissioners are kind of aware, is there's a permitting process. I have a permit for 400 plants, whatever the case might be. I'm just making a number. There are 485 plants in this particular grow. Who's going to go and count those? And then what do I do with those additional 85 plants when they come to my door? So I do have some slight concern with how we would enforce specific provisions of that, but that's not stopping me from at this point saying this is a terrible idea, don't do this. This is simply me saying I foresee issues, but I think that the way to address those is up front. So I'll talk with the sheriff and kind of get his take on things, and then come back and talk with you guys about potentially a more robust plan for being able to handle situations like that.
And we can definitely put that onto a work session where we talk about nothing but that for the work session, because I don't know what the state's permitting or permit process is.
Yeah.
But that actually has to go through the state also, just like.
And I haven't dealt with that
through the
either, just
Department of
because,
Agriculture.
you know, why would I at this point? If you're growing marijuana here in Montezuma County, you're in trouble.
Right.
But once that is
As long
something
as you're
that
under your 6 plants.
right, there's
So there-
absolutely
so
a
there are
legal amount. I apologize. You're correct. If you're growing marijuana in a large-scale operation here in Montezuma County, that's a problem at this point. That being said, I certainly see the potential for making that a workable thing within the county. I think we would have to be careful about how we did that, though.
So definitely get with the sheriff.
Yep.
Before you guys come back to us together.
Makes sense to me. Anything else, guys?
One peeve.
Yes, sir.
Jury selection. I've had some businessmen say, hey, you know, my help is getting jury notices, and one of mine did, and I'm strapped for help. And even one employee gone really, really hurts, and on certain days, we can't handle what we have. But other businesses are saying the same thing to me, and why can't we go into the unemployment roles and maybe even social services?
As hard as we push to get jury trials going.
I know,
again.
but we can't have a
Don't
jury
go
trial
messing
without a
it up.
jury.
That's true.
Commissioner, here's what I will tell you regarding that. That is an understandable complaint. I don't want to downplay the significant effect that it has on a business when somebody who is a vital part of that business has to miss it. I will tell you that there are a couple things that you can do. The first is contact the jury commissioner. And if there's a legitimate hardship, they should be able to defer that jury service to a different date. How juries are summoned into court is actually something that the court itself handles. I don't get a say in it. In fact, I just received a jury summons for a case, a criminal case. I think I can be fair. I'll be honest. And I know that you know I'm going to come in and I'm going to be released relatively immediately because I have to be pursuant to statute. But I'm still planning on going. And here's the thing: it is difficult. It is time consuming, and it is frankly a right and a burden of citizenship here in the United States. It is something that I think I have experienced. Everybody that comes into that courtroom wants to be very respectful of the juror's time. We want to get this process moving as quickly as we can. And unfortunately, jury selection, because of the restrictions that are in place in court, is taking the better part of a day, even for cases where it wouldn't normally happen. I mean, certainly Mr. Baxter knows that in a misdemeanor case, you should generally have a jury picked, half a day most. And it's still taking all day because we have to bring folks in 2 batches. We have to still socially distance them within the courtrooms. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this, I'm just happy that we're doing the jury trials.
Amen.
And I don't want to look that gift horse in the mouth too hard. But I will bring it up to the court that there's concern with local businesses around here. In fact, I know I just had a juror on a case that I just tried who was, on Tuesday, she was going to be starting her first day with a food truck that she had, and she was very concerned about getting back to do that. And I know it's a burden within the community, but I want to tell everybody that gets summoned for jury service that we are very much grateful. The community of attorneys and the court itself very much grateful that they are showing up and they're doing their duty as citizens. So thank you for bringing it to my attention. What I would say is that if it was going to be an extreme hardship, please call the jury commissioner. You know, from my perspective as a DA, I'm going to try not to waste people's time once we get into the courtroom setting. I want my attorneys to be prepared, be ready to move forward as efficiently as possible. I hate to say quickly, because when you rush, you make mistakes. But we were going to attempt to be respectful of everybody's time.
Yeah, I like Jim, I went by the other day and there's a line outside the door, you know, everybody's stacked in there pretty good. Nobody's wearing a mask. You get in the courtroom. It's kind of like the reverse of the airline industry.
Right.
You know, in the terminal, you're 6 feet apart, and in the airplane, you're this far apart.
Yep. If that.
Yeah.
You're not that. So.
Matt, you know, this probably isn't necessarily under your purview, but you're right, the jury selections, I noticed, were taking excruciatingly long. What they should do, in my opinion, what they do often in other courtrooms, I don't know why they don't do it here, is they hang microphones all over the courtroom, and so you don't have to have one microphone for everybody to share in the jury, which takes...
I think it would make that process go much faster because...
Make that suggestion.
I can do that. What Mr. Baxter is referring to is that we have a microphone, because a record needs to be made of everything that a juror says in case some of those statements later on are challenged on an appeal. We have a microphone into which they need to speak in order for them to be picked up on the record. So we have people that literally have to go up to the microphone, say their piece, come back, we put the next person up. If we didn't have this travel time, I think that we would cut down at least an hour, probably, all told during the course of a day on how long it takes to select a jury. I'll make that suggestion because I think it's a valid one.
Sounds good.
You bet. Appreciate your time.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm going
Yeah.
to get back to it.
Thank you for showing up.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
No worries.
Okay, gentlemen, we have unfinished business.
So the only thing I would bring up under unfinished business is that I did let slide a public hearing that should have been scheduled for today, and I scheduled it for the first one. I will be gone for you guys to address the Mesa Sky Estates subdivision local improvement district that they requested.
And I'm going to interrupt too. Have you guys come to a percent yet?
I think that's what we're gonna do right now.
Okay. Sorry,
within this discussion. So,
So I noticed it. You guys are doing it on the first without me. Have fun.
we are gonna do it. I think it's gonna be probably relatively quick and easy. Per our discussion with Attorney Lovett, when we were here, you know, we pretty much had set our guideline out as far as 7 years instead of the 10. I think, you know, it sounded like they were agreeable to that. And the only thing that we had not done was the percentage rate. So the reaching out to CCI and then some of the local banks, and I did send that to an email to you guys. I recommend 4%, if that's
I think that's fair.
if that's
Yeah.
fair enough with you guys, or if you want to throw something else out there.
No, I think
then
that's fair.
I think we can agree and get that back out to Mr. Lovett so that he has something to present to those people prior to our
I spoke
hearing.
with Keenan Levitt yesterday and loosely told him that maybe that's what it would be.
Okay.
So I will. I'll follow up.
Okay. And then with that, I think we kind of have a decision made of where we're at.
Okay.
And then it's up to them whether they decide they want to go with it or not.
Sorry,
So-
Shaq. Go ahead.
No, I think that's it for unfinished business.
Okay.
I had a little, did we decide to write a letter of support for the shooting range when those gentlemen come in here and asked us they wanted a letter of support from the county?
I do believe this, we said that we would offer up a letter of support, but I'm not sure they got the information to us. of
They
where-
have gotten us the contract, and I now have an address to send a letter to, so we can start taking the next steps on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Because that contract wasn't up until October, right?
I think October 1st or something.
Or, I mean, we had a little bit of time.
Yep.
And not seeing the contract.
Well, I just think we need to put some of our concerns and stuff in there too about where we're gonna push all of these shooters to without them having a range and stuff like that. It's like they said, they're gonna be in everybody's backyards and public lands and stuff, and at least we have a good, safe place out there for people to do that.
So if you have all your information now, Shaq, I think we can probably start working on it. Anything else? Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. Mr. Baxter, we'll go to your report.
So I don't know if you all heard, there was a fire at the Hong Kong Cafe on, I don't know, I want to say Friday, just here on Main. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is that the Cortez attorney, Mike Green, called me about it because their building inspector was concerned about whether or not they should be open, could be open, serving food, because apparently there might have been some water damage there that, and potentially maybe the electricity was cut off or something, was my understanding. And so some of the food, they were just concerned about that and wanted our health department to look into it. So I did contact Cody at the health department about it, and so at least he was looking into it. I don't know what the result was, or whether or not they're even open and serving food, or whether it's a good thing or bad thing at this point, but just thought I'd report that to you since I did contact Cody about it and ask him to look into it. We too have had a couple of those, well, one of those jury trials was ours, was a dependency and neglect jury trial last week. If you recall, I wasn't here for the entire morning. It took longer than I thought I was going to be there for. We have another one scheduled for next Tuesday, but we don't have a meeting next Tuesday, so that's good. We have in the PAX case, the County Road in Weber Canyon, we've got a stipulation that I just received, I think, the final email from the opposing counsel in Denver stating that, yes, we agree to this, go ahead, put our signature on it, file it. So once we file that, we'll get our dismissal. In that case, they just approved the stipulation, so we'll get that filed momentarily and theoretically get an order sometime soon, maybe by the time we meet next. The CO2 committee, which is the offshoot of our Kinder Morgan case, if you recall, the Court of Appeals Judge Plew ruled for us and said, no, these people have no standing to even be in court. The Court of Appeals overturned that and said, yeah, they're allowed to complain in district court about this. So we are, we as in the law firm who's handling that case, which is Dufford Waldeck in Grand Junction, is asking for certiorari, which is basically just asking the Supreme Court, the Colorado Supreme Court, to hear the case. This Colorado Supreme Court, my guess is, hears about 3% of the cases that people ask them to hear. I think there's a far greater chance they're going to hear this. My guess is it's around 50% that they're going to hear it. So we'll see. That'll probably be at least a few months till we know anything more on that. I think that was all I wanted to bring up. The interest rate is in my notes, and we just discussed it.
And James Dietrich will not be presenting this afternoon.
Okay. Well, then we'll go right straight to you, Shaq.
All right, so I do have a letter of support that Colorado State University requested. They want to do a feasibility study basically about getting broadband to rural areas, agricultural areas, research centers, which we have one of in our county, and things like that. So they were asking for a letter of support for a grant that they're seeking from the Economic Development Administration.
To find out whether or not it's needed in the rural areas? I can tell you right now that it is needed. There's no study that needs to really be done.
While I agree with you on that point, having the feasibility study completed helps them to have documentation to leverage
the
for
funding.
further grants to get the actual
Got it.
broadband here. So, as much as I agree that it's a bureaucratic step in the process to killing anything, it would help them to leverage future grants.
Gentlemen?
I don't see a problem with writing a letter of support.
No,
Okay, would you,
you're gonna have to hire a letter writer.
I move that we write a
Already
letter
wrote
of
it.
support for the Colorado State University to do the feasibility study for broadband.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded to write a letter of support and sent to the Honorable Gina Ramanando in a letter of support for the Colorado State University broadband plan and feasibility study. All those in favor?
Aye.
Raimondo.
Raimondo. Aye.
Second. All in favor? Aye. I
He's
think we ought to
sketching
get the
it.
clerk to start writing letters.
I agree, the
Okay.
clerk could write letters, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
I can write A.
Is that all you have?
There will be no commissioner meeting next week, the 25th,
Yep.
and I will be absent the first. Jim McLean will be running the meeting, so, and that should cover it for me.
Man, we're not gonna see you for a while.
Lucky you.
I don't wanna have to come down there and get you.
May I ask a question? Do you guys have a meeting on June 8th or 7th?
We do not
That's
have a
when we're
meeting
going to
June
CCI.
7th.
So we're gonna skip
or 8th.
a meeting, then June 1st or 2nd, we'll have a meeting, and then we'll skip. We'll be
Skip
we'll be
in, skip
working,
in.
we'll be at CCI.
I just
So-
want to make sure because I have an election on the 8th. That's why.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And there will also be no Monday workshop the week of the 1st because the Monday is Memorial Day. They just proclaimed it this morning, so.
What about next Monday?
Then we
No.
just, the next Monday, we have a meeting here at 8 o'clock, and then we take off for dinner.
Correct.
Correct.
So we'll be here a lot.
Yep.
All right.
Code
Okay,
four.
Commissioners report, Kent.
Yeah, again, lots of phone calls, text messages, and knocks on the door this time. But we've got anything from culverts to, had a few comments on growing of marijuana. And people seem to be torn right down the middle with this. But other than that, listened in on the city council meeting. They appointed a new city manager and did all their regular stuff went through. What else did I have in my notes? Oh, they approved a special events license for Ride the Rockies to be in Cortez on June the 14th. So there, you'll see a lot of bike riders. Also a special events license for the Four Corners Child Advocacy Center. And looks like they're gonna upgrade the airport a little bit. They took bids on it and had some water taps requests from people outside the city requesting city water taps. Where's the one that I wanted to? The gravel grinder was there. Imagination Library was there asking for funds. And they appointed another representative besides Vern Knuckles to the Dispatch Users Group, which is their finance director. And that's about the size of it.
Okay. Joe?
Well, had the Mancos Town Board meeting this last week. They just talked about kind of town business and stuff. Nothing really jumped out at that meeting. Saturday, we went to the Dolores Chamber fundraiser over there and supported that. And I've had quite a few calls about the marijuana deal and then quite a few calls about the 30 by 30 deal this week, so. And pretty much nobody in favor of either one of them, so.
Now, you heard one this morning.
Yeah. That's pretty much took my week there.
Okay, well, Chuck and I got to go to a kind of an interesting conversation and kind of a discussion on forest health and watershed management. We went to Durango. Senator Hickenlooper's staff put it together, and we were there with quite a few county commissioners from around the southwestern district. And basically, you know, forest health from, you know, one of our concerns that I expressed there was, you know, we're doing great on our logging exercises, but now we're moving the fires from outside in the forest, we're moving our fires locally to where the product is being dealt with.
And I requested funds for our free out-of-fight program.
Correct, to actually help with the water situation. So it was kind of short. They were kind of on a tight time frame, so just about an hour there. I was with Commissioner Stevenson Saturday night in Dolores. It sounds like they were able to raise enough funds to give out $1,000 scholarship. So good job to the Dolores Chamber and to the recipients of the scholarships receiving those funds. And then we did not have a Southwest Rural's Mighty Dozen meeting. We're going to go to every 2 weeks now on Monday night. And with that, that was basically, I got a new granddaughter, and that was the highlight of my weekend. So that's all I have.
How many you have now? Two?
Two.
Joel? How many?
6.
Me too, 6.
I'm-
Tell your kids get busy.
Yeah.
I'm
Kim?
a slow.
3, all right.
I've
You've yet to.
I've decided not to have children, and my kids are taking it pretty hard.
So with that, gentlemen, unless our clerk has anything she wants to add, we, I will
I
accept.
move we adjourn this meeting.
All right.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn this meeting of